Chapter 601. Tyrion proposed going to Queen's Corner for two reasons. First, as Harry had said, to seek help. However, Tyrion did not expect the Dragon Queen to send barbarians and warships to help Aegon land at Storm's End Keep. He only wanted 1 or 2 barbarian shapeshifters. The imp had been a slave for almost a year and had participated in more than a dozen wars. He deeply understood how terrifying an absolute information advantage was on the battlefield. It was no exaggeration to say that if he was given a shapeshifter as a follower, he would not lose to war god Robb in the War of the Four Kings. In addition to shapeshifters, the Dragon Queen's Royal Navy, which dominated the Stone Steps archipelago, was also the dwarf's target. It was almost 1,000 kilometers from Mill to Storm's End Keep. The Golden Regiment had 10,000 warriors, thousands of horses, hundreds of elephants, and countless military equipment and provisions. It was impossible to transport them all at once. In the original plot, the Golden Regiment used the Stone Steps archipelago as a springboard to land at Storm's Corner, 500 kilometers to the south of Storm's End Keep, the territory of the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight's castle was most likely raided. They first took down Eagle's Nest Castle and rested for a long time at Old Awkward's house before reorganizing their 10,000 men and attacking Storm's End Keep. In addition to seeking help, Tyrion had a second goal: to obtain the Dragon Queen's forgiveness. The day before yesterday, he had run away without telling the Dragon Queen, mainly because he was afraid that the Queen would take away their dragons. The dwarf knew that Dany could do it. However, the monk could run away, but the temple could not. Tyrion's goal was the King's Landing, Lannister, and Casterly Rock City. He had to reach an understanding with the Queen, otherwise, his future efforts would be as illusory as a fortress on the beach. When a child wanted to do something that their parents did not allow, they would often act first and report later. When the deed was done, the parents would scold and whip the child, but they would still help the child do what they did not want to do. Aegon was not the Dragon Queen's child, so he would not receive such treatment. There was a 99% chance that the Dragon Queen would not comply with her orders, but she would not treat them as enemies either. Tyrion was very realistic. He had never asked for the Dragon Queen's protection. As long as she did not treat him as an enemy, he would be satisfied. At the end of the day, Tyrion's goal had always been clear: he had committed an unforgivable crime, but he had to protect Casterly Rock from the coming storm. He didn't care about personal honor or loss at all. How should I put it? Tyrion had achieved half of his goal. Old Beau did not hesitate to reject Aegon's request to rent the shapeshifter and the ship, but he did not announce that he would deprive them of their dragons. Tyrion had watched the Magic Mirror livestream a few times and knew that Dragon Queen could definitely communicate with Beristan remotely. There was no doubt that the old knight's attitude basically expressed the Dragon Queen's will. Tyrion was a little disappointed that he did not receive help. He did not hear the Dragon Queen's scolding. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt an inexplicable sense of loss. It seemed that his relationship with the Queen would never return to how it used to be. Their relationship could not be said to be good, but when he faced her, he was open and had no desires. He was neither servile nor overbearing. But now, sigh. When he met John Clinton at Moir's docks, Tyrion was still a little distracted. "Ah, sir, you're here too. Very good, we have the hand of the king." Illyrio's exaggerated laughter woke the dwarf up. "The hand of the king? Let the other ghosts bite off this fat merchant's mouth." When he and Aegon had just flown from Slave Bay to Pentos the day before yesterday, the fat viceroy had promised that he, Tyrion, would be the greatest hand of the king. But before Tyrion could mock him, he heard Clinton say solemnly, "I'm here to bring Prince Aegon back." "Back where?" Tyrion slid down from Tessa's fleshy wings and asked in confusion. "Back to Astapor." The old man looked straight into Aegon's drifting eyes and said word by word, "Prince, do you know how much criticism your actions will bring to the Queen? She made an oath, and now you are using her name to break her oath. No righteous king would do such a thing." Illyrio used his hands full of sparkling rings to straighten his robes that were wrinkled from riding the dragon as he shouted. "This is a rare opportunity. The Queen is the Queen of Slave Bay, and the Prince is the King of the Seven Kingdoms. It's the best of both worlds, so why not? Besides, when she made the oath, She did not know that Prince Aegon was still alive. That was then, and this is now. An oath is an oath. A knight will stake his life to protect his oath. The queen is a true knight, the Night King. The old man shook his head. I am also a knight. Aegon pursed his lips, no longer avoiding his gaze. He looked at his foster father and said, I will take responsibility for my own actions. I will not use her name to do things. She cannot represent me. My actions have nothing to do with her, and her oath has nothing to do with me. Once I take down Windrest Castle, I will announce this to the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. One family, two branches. Tyrion raised his eyebrows. One family, two branches. Aegon frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, one family, two branches. She is my aunt, and this will never change. But who said that my aunt and nephew will never be separated? The wrinkles between the old man's brows deepened, and a deep sense of fatigue assaulted him. But Aegon was the Silver Prince's son, and also his foster son. No matter how tired he was, he had to force himself to stay alert. He looked at his foster son with sincerity and tried to persuade him. Your Highness, isn't it better to stay in Slave Bay and wait for winter to pass? The Seven Kingdoms have just experienced the chaos of the Four Princes. The summer rations have yet to be harvested, and winter is already here. If we experience another great battle, how many people will die? What are the crimes of the common people? The reason why the Queen made such an oath was because she considered this point. One family, two branches, is very simple to protect her honor, but it would betray her selfless love for the people of the Seven Kingdom. Old man, you're overthinking it. The Dragon Queen had this idea, but it was more of a troublesome excuse to avoid falling into the Westeros dung pit. But when Aegon heard this, he began to frown and think hard, his expression conflicted. He also felt that he should not let down his aunt's benevolence, but now that the arrow was knocked, it was too difficult to retreat. He looked at the dwarf with a pleading gaze. Tyrion touched his black nostrils and said with a gloomy expression, Sir Clinton, I do not deny that the Queen's decision is a great mercy to the people of the Seven Kingdoms. I also do not deny that the Seven Kingdoms will have an upheaval that will not lose to the War of the Four Princes. But the current situation is like two hooligans fighting, and the innocent passers-by have already been killed. Then, if a third or fourth hooligan joins in the fight, the dead passers-by will not come back to life and die again. This analogy, Clinton was stupefied. Aegon said angrily, I'm not a hooligan. Ilio glared at the dwarf and said unhappily, His Highness is not a third hooligan. He will end the upheaval as an enforcer and bring eternal peace and true prosperity to the Westeros. Yes, my war to revive the Westeros will be the last war. After that, I will reduce taxes, recuperate, and help the refugees, Aegon hurriedly said. Your Highness, do not make promises beyond your ability. That will make the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms think you are frivolous and unreliable. The dwarf could not help but perform his duty as the hand of the king admonishing the emperor. I'm not boasting, Aegon said with a red face. How will you help the people? Didn't my aunt use 50 million gold royals and 10 million gold royals worth of jewelry to buy 10 million tons of food? Since Slave Bay does not lack food, why not use it to help the refugees of the Seven Kingdoms? Aegon said. Your Highness is so benevolent. Ilio immediately praised with a smile. The dwarf's cheek muscles twitched a few times and asked, Do you know the Queen's true purpose in buying food for 60 million gold royals? It's definitely to save people. I'm not eating it for myself. Aunt is so kind and treats me so well. She won't refuse a request that does not go against her principles. Aegon vowed solemnly, his eyes full of confidence. Sigh, with her attitude towards gold, 60 million gold royals should be to save people. But her method of saving people is different from what you think. Right now, the Ursos continent is growing food, right? The last sentence was asked while looking at Ilio. The fat merchant frowned and said, I also received some orders from the Bravosi. Tyrion nodded and said with more certainty, the Queen only needs the world to produce more food. She doesn't have to gather all the food in her hands. What do you mean? Aegon asked blankly. In other words, if the night comes, the the queen will not be able to harvest a single grain of wheat. So your highness, please do not promise anything related to food to the people of the 7 kingdoms. The dwarf spread out his hands. Then we should take care of ourselves first. I can bear the food of the Golden Regiment, Ilio said. Seeing that there was no turning back, Clinton sighed and said, if that's the case, I'll be leaving. Hey, knight, you are the king's hand of the prince. Where are you going? Ilio hurriedly pulled the old man back. When the Battle of Meereen is over, I'll come back to help the prince. After the old man left, the dwarf said with a wooden face, Clinton is the king's hand. What about me? Knight is my foster father. Aegon said hesitantly. My friend. Ilio placed his fat right hand on Tyrion's shoulder and advised softly, you should know that a righteous and noble hand of the king is easier to attract people's hearts. Tyrion's ugly face contorted. For the first time, he had a trace of doubt about his decision to take this risk. While Aegon was leading the Golden Regiment west across the narrow sea, Dragon Queen was busy dealing with the increasing number of armed conflicts. The old man had only been back in Astapor for a day before he volunteered to go to the rainforest to find the way. Prince Aegon is my foster son. His actions of taking 2 dragons increased the difficulty of air defense at Slaves Bay. I cannot correct his mistakes, but I must compensate him for the losses caused by his mistakes. That was what the old man said to the Dragon Queen. Dany saw his determined expression, and she did need more pterodactyls, so she agreed to his request. On the 2nd day after the old man left, the Dragon Queen began to consider feigning an attack on the Dothraki Khalasar. She ambushed New Gith, sealed off the Strait of the Maiden of Liberty, and burned the slavers and mercenaries from Bayasabad along the Raza River. Yes, the kingdom of the descendants of Har Cologne, established 8,000 years ago, was destroyed by the Zebra people. The remaining descendants of Har Cologne built 3 cities along the Jade Sea. Bayasabad was only a few hundred kilometers away from the Raza River. Once they reached the Raza River, they could take a boat straight to Meereen. Enemies surrounded Meereen from all directions. Dany had harassed the enemy forces in almost every direction, except the Khalasar on the Great Sea of Grass to the north of Meereen. Because she felt that they would be her underlings sooner or later. But if she kept treating the centaurs differently, it would arouse the suspicions of her allies, and her backstab plan would be difficult to achieve. Therefore, Dany prepared to find a few of the most unpleasant persimmons to pinch. She was not targeting anyone, but all the Khalasars were soft persimmons in her eyes. Chapter 602. Just as Dany was preparing to take action against the centaurs in the northern plains, Jon came looking for her. Yep, little Jon. In the study, Dany looked at the young man in the mirror with a complicated expression. She lamented, looks like you've gained more than I expected. In just a few days, your magic power has increased by several folds. You didn't need anyone's help and connected to my magic network with your own strength. Yep, Jon didn't use Aunt May's help to contact her this time. Jon held a glass candle in his hand, like an experienced wizard, using the magic crystal tower on Dragonstone Island as a signal relay station to connect to Dany's magic mirror across thousands of miles. It's all thanks to Her Majesty's help. Jon had a calm temperament, and there was a strange charm between his brows. His eyes were deep, as if there was a galaxy flowing in them. Facing the powerful Dragon Queen, he didn't have his previous cautiousness. His expression was calm and at ease, but he didn't lose his manners. Dany wanted to ask him what he had gained, but she knew without guessing that the other party wouldn't answer such a personal question, or give her a nonsensical answer. Where did you get your glass candle? She asked a simple question. I took a section of the dragon crystal weapon you sent to the Great Wall and cast it into a glass candle. Oh, where did you learn how to make glass candles? The main material of glass candles was the dragon crystal, but it wasn't enough to elongate the dragon crystal into the shape of a candle. It involved high-level magical knowledge that ordinary mags wouldn't be able to come into contact with. For example, Dany didn't know how to make glass candles before she went to the cellar of the City of Knowledge to read Magic Network. Melisandre taught me. She's basically my magic mentor now. She believes that I'm the child of prophecy and taught me everything she knows. Jon said with a complicated tone. Damn, it's really the treatment of the child of prophecy. The people in this world were much luckier than the guy in Game of Thrones. If she didn't know about Aunt May's ability, Dany would have suspected that Bran had cast the Green Prophet's whisper on the red-robed woman. "Why are you looking for me today?" Dany asked. "I've met the people from the Iron Treasury. They've agreed to provide me with a loan service. With the northern region's taxes and minerals as collateral, the loan amount is almost unlimited. Therefore, I want to get some of the provisions from the Great Wall in advance," Jon said. "So fast." The Iron Treasury just happened to send His Excellency Taichu Nestos to Eastwatch. "I met him there." "Taichu?" Dany was even more surprised. "Is it that long-legged, long-faced, long-bearded man Taichu who wears a long hat?" "Your Majesty has seen him before?" Jon asked in surprise. "That guy really has long legs. He was still in Astapor a month ago. What is he doing in the East Sea?" "This." Jon hesitated. He did not know if he should reveal the secret of the Iron Treasury. "Why, does it have something to do with me?" "Duke Stark, you have something to ask of me." Dany raised her eyebrows. Jon shook his head and smiled bitterly. "It does have something to do with you, but mainly. Forget it, you can find out if you want to. I won't hide it for Stannis. The Iron Treasury plans to provide him with financial support, but when he takes the Iron Throne, he has to pay back all the debts owed by the Iron Throne." Dany was stunned for a moment before she said in a strange tone, "Stannis is already so weak, yet he can still make a comeback. P.S. Did he agree?" "Of course." Jon nodded. "For the sake of the Iron Throne, he can even agree to such humiliating terms." "I overestimated him." Dany sneered. "Your Majesty, it's not an unfair agreement." Jon knew the inside story and decided to speak up for Erlu. The Iron Throne's debt to the Iron Treasury was all borrowed by King Robert. As his brother's successor, Stannis has no reason not to pay back the debt. "Ah, that's true." Dany was surprised. During the Mad King's reign, the Iron Throne was profitable with Tywin's help. After the War of the Usurpers, the Treasury accumulated millions of gold royals. Not only did they not owe the Iron Treasury money, but they also had a large amount of savings. After Robert's death, Cersei was on the Iron Treasury's list of losers because she was unwilling to pay back the interest. Not to mention borrowing money, the Iron Treasury was even funding Erlu to mess with her. So, the Iron Throne's debt was Robert's fault. If Erlu wanted to inherit his brother's throne, he had to fill the hole he left behind. But, in the end, the wool came from the sheep. The king only knew how to cut the wool of others. If Erlu really took the Iron Throne in the future, the people of the Seven Kingdoms would be the ones to pay back the debt. "Has the new Commander-in-Chief been chosen?" "I said at the Wall that as long as the Commander-in-Chief agrees, I will have no objections," Dany said. "The Commander-in-Chief is Sir Alliser Thorne." At this moment, Jon's pale face twisted slightly. His tone had a strange mixture of disgust and frustration. "He said that he will listen to everything you say. If you say he will lend it, he will lend it. If you don't, the Night Watchman will never lend it to you." Dany's mouth began to twitch. "I said that the Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman is a very important position. You don't have to care about my face." The position of Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman was very important, but it was difficult to get anything out of it. Even if a trusted member of the Dragon family was chosen as the Commander-in-Chief, it would only make it easier for the Dragon Queen to ask for money and food. Jon's pale face twisted even more. He was chosen based on his qualifications. "It has nothing to do with you." Isn't he very foul-mouthed and disliked by the Night Watchman?" Dany was puzzled. He joined the Suicide Squad, hunted down the Deviants, and even stopped the Weeper's attack on Eastwatch. He helped tens of thousands of savages leave the Great Wall. Jon's expression was helpless. When the Dragon Queen was at the Wall, in order to show that she was fair and just, every time there was an adventure mission, she would definitely choose a trusted member of the Dragon faction. After escaping death several times, Sir Alliser suddenly realized, "Holy shit, I've done so much." Last time, when Jon killed Yonos Sesawenti, he even sent Alliser to Eastwatch, nominally because he was more suitable to manage the savages of the Great Wall. Indeed, Alliser was a trusted member of the Dragon Queen. Mans Red and the other captains of the savages were very cooperative with him. When he arrived at Eastwatch, Alliser was like a dragon in the sea. Everything went according to his wishes and he performed miraculous deeds. First, as the hub of communication between the savages and the Dragon Queen, he gained the support of some of the night watchmen who were originally savages. Then, when the Weeper disguised himself as a surrendered savage and attacked Eastwatch, Alliser had a group of savage underlings. They turned the tide and performed great deeds again. After that, under the protection of his underlings, he personally entered the depths of the Great Wall and helped Giro Dane recruit the last savage tribe, Dany's orders. With the food provided by the Dragon Queen and the credibility of the Dragon Queen's promises, Alliser was very respected by the savages. He once again succeeded and performed outstanding deeds. But no matter how outstanding his contributions were, he never thought of running for Commander-in-Chief because the Dragon Queen had excluded him from the election list last time. In the end, he did those things not because of the honor of the Night Watchman or because of sympathy for the savages. He was simply loyal to the Dragon Queen. As a loyal subject of the Dragon family, he would do whatever the Queen told him to do. Even if he became one of the candidates this time, he thought that he would just be a sidekick. But when the voting results came out, he and the other higher-ups of the Night Watchman were dumbfounded. He actually received 75% of the votes and was elected the 999th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchman with an absolute advantage. In fact, Dany and Alliser had overlooked 2 points. First, including the savages, there were more than 2,500 Night Watchmen on the Great Wall. When Jon was elected, there were only 500 Night Watchmen. The new Night Watchmen had no prejudice against Alliser. Instead, they saw an old hero who was full of glory but indifferent to fame and fortune. Alliser really had no desires and did not do things for profit. Secondly, the impact of Jon's breaking of the oath was too great. Everyone subconsciously wanted to choose an old-fashioned and steadier commander-in-chief. The night was coming, and the Night Watchmen did not want any more accidents. There was no doubt that Alliser, who had 20 years of experience as a Night Watchman, met their requirements. After becoming the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchmen, Sir Alliser did not become arrogant, but his hatred for Jon was deep in his bones and he did not want to lend him food. That was why Jon went to the Dragon Queen. "How about this? Go and find Blacksmith Tanner. I'll ask him for his opinion," Dany said. "Lend him." The blacksmith was only surprised by the glass candle's means of communication for a while before he sighed. "It's better to send Duke Stark and the savages who support him away as soon as possible. It'll be better for the stability of the Great Wall." Jon's face flushed red and he felt very awkward. He had actually become the existence that destroyed the stability of the Night Watchman. After that, Dany called old Ymont over and talked to the 2 old friends. Ymont had a lot of emotions when talking to Blacksmith Tanner and told him a lot about his experience in Slave Bay. Facing Jon Stark, complicated emotions spread in their hearts like seaweed, but they were speechless. Jon had failed to live up to Ymont's expectations and became a failed Night Watchman. But Ymont had also left the Great Wall and went to Slave Bay to burn his body for Targaryen. What right did he have to criticize Jon, who had broken his oath for Stark? New Jith had fallen into Dany's hands and the Alliance's supplies were severely threatened. The army from Mat Ares could not help but speed up their march. The Alliance hoped to start the siege of Meereen before their food ran out. At this time, there were already more than 80,000 Alliance troops stationed in Borish. Borish was the bridgehead for the attack on Meereen and was only 600 to 700 kilometers away. As such, Dany became even busier. The operation against the centaurs in the northern plains of Meereen had officially begun. She rode her dragon and burned their tents, intimidated and drove Khalasar towards Borish in the west. If not, how could she stab them in the back? Khal Jomor, Khal Zico, and Khal Morro were all driven to the west by the Dragon Queen. She did not deliberately drive the centaurs to Borish. She only used the excuse of ensuring the safety of Meereen to drive the centaurs from the northern plains to the west or east. Most of them went to the west because the Alliance's main forces were in the west. They had food and valuables. Other than the Khal who had split from Drogo Khalasar, Most of the Khalasar had gone south to participate in the Battle of Meereen because they had received gifts from the Alliance. Of course, the end of the slave trade in Meereen had a huge impact on the centaurs. This had destroyed the original ecology of the Dothraki seahorses. The centaurs could no longer exchange the defeated captives for supplies. While increasing the cost of war and survival, it also made the captives worthless and could only be killed. But the centaurs were stupid and could not think of this at this time. They were purely doing it for profit or revenge. Just as the Dragon Queen was attacking the enemies coming from all directions with Meereen as the center, the shapeshifters reported to her two pieces of mixed news. First, there was a blood plague in Borish. Dany was overjoyed. Bless the seven gods. On the eve of the Battle of Meereen, the Alliance troops had been infected. Second, Khal Jarko, whom the Dragon Queen had been looking for, had finally been found. His Khalasar was stationed in the plains 20 kilometers northeast of Borish. In theory, this was good news. Dany could finally bring her cheap son back. But when the two pieces of news were put together, it was a trap. Jarko's Khalasar had also been infected with the blood plague, and Khalasar was on the verge of collapse. Her cheap son was now Jarko's cheap son. Chapter 603. The blood plague was a highly contagious plague. The infected would have high fever, intestinal bleeding, diarrhea, and other symptoms. The way of transmission and symptoms were similar to the flu, which didn't sound serious. However, in this era where medical standards were still stuck at leeches sucking blood, the blood plague surpassed the Grey Plague and became the most notorious infectious disease. There was no cure for the blood plague and the Grey Plague. The mortality rate of the Grey Plague was almost 100%, while the blood plague only had a quarter. However, the blood plague was more contagious. It could spread silently through the air and was more likely to appear at the source of the plague. For example, the King's Landing's Stinky Bay slums often had the blood plague. It was sad to say that. The blood plague had appeared frequently since human history. Before the first long night, the blood plague had already appeared before the ancestors had crossed the Dawn Arm and entered Westeros. However, after more than 10,000 years, humans still hadn't invented an effective treatment. They could only prevent the disease from occurring. Or, if they did, the patients would endure the disease. The blood plague wasn't as rare as the Grey Plague. It often appeared in areas with a large population and poor hygiene. For example, the slums of the city. For example, in large marching units. Borish was originally similar to Volantis. It was Valeglia's colonial city-state at Slave Bay. After the Great Cataclysm, without the deterrence of the Dragon King's absolute strength, Borish faced the threat of the centaurs in the northern plains. At this time, Borish was only a city ruin. There was no sewer system or street garbage collection system. However, more than 100,000 soldiers and horses gathered there. One could imagine the hygiene and safety. The blood plague wasn't usually identified when the first patient appeared. The less severe the symptoms of the blood plague were, the slower it would be discovered. If it was as terrifying as Ebola, the patient would be diagnosed within a day. For example, the grayscale disease and the Grey Plague had obvious petrified skin and were easy to identify. However, the blood plague symptoms were similar to the flu and diarrhea. The disease couldn't be discovered and could persist for a long time. This caused the epidemic to spread uncontrollably by the time it was confirmed. Think about the epidemic in reality. The Chinese were so swift and fierce, but the entire city was still quarantined. It was easy to imagine how efficient this fantasy Middle Ages with a chaotic organization and inferior medical technology could be. When the Dragon Queen received the news, she immediately used the excuse of determining the extent of the Allied blood plague to gather several shapeshifters to conduct a detailed investigation of Borish's situation. Among them, Jake's Colser was the focus of the search. Unfortunately, Dany lost two of her old friends. Jake and his wife, Lilith, were dying from the blood plague. Even Jake's Khalasar had been separated. On the day of Zhuoji's death, his Khalasar had collapsed. Today's events were like yesterday's. In fact, Jake's choice was exactly the same as Dany's. After confirming that he would not be able to survive the blood plague, he immediately arranged for his Blood Alliance guards and Khars to flee with his son Dango and daughter Glyze. Cal's roaring warriors were the most loyal warriors when Cal was still alive. However, when Cal was about to die, the only people he could truly trust were the Blood Brotherhood and his own Kars. Well, Khalasar was made up of many Kos. The Kos were led by the bandits, and Cal was the leader of the bandits. At the same time, he also had his own Kos. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is good at reincarnation, who will the heavens spare? The blood plague was different from the grey plague. The mortality rate was at most 25%. If it was handled properly, the actual mortality rate might be even lower. In other words, Jake's Khalasar, which had 15,000 roaring warriors, would only have about 12,000 survivors. Cal was critically ill, Cal's son was still young, but Khalasar still had 12,000 roaring warriors. What would happen next? Back then, Jake had seized a portion of Drogo's Khalasar's power as a bandits and promoted to Cal. Then, he led his newly formed Khalasar to hunt down Drogo's son. At the same time, Jake's Kars had also divided his 10,000 roaring warriors into new Khals. 5 new Khals led their own Khalasars to hunt down Jake's son Dango. Old Ymont summarized all the information he had received regarding the centaurs. After analyzing it, he told Danny. Dango isn't even 4 years old this year, but he has already subdued his own warhorse. You know what this means better than I do. In Dothraki, the centaurs who own warhorses are respected by the others. Half a year ago, Cal Jake and Cal Morro met by the banks of the Saihoru River and prepared to join forces to plunder Volantis Saihoru town. During the banquet, Dango, the son of Jake, and Modo, the youngest son of Morro, competed to liven things up for the 2 Cals. The 7-year-old Modo lost to the 3-year-old Dango without any hesitation. Modo was beaten black and blue. After that, Dango also won the championship for horse riding, archery, and scimitar. That time, Dango completely defeated Modo and won the 3rd bell for himself. The first 2 were obtained by subduing a wild horse and hunting a wolf of the plains. Cal Morro was shocked. Is this kid riding the steed of the world? Because of that, Jake died. The bandits under him were not willing to let his son Dango go. Ayo, why is that kid so unlucky? Danny cried out worriedly. Ymont was stunned. He's not your son, why are you so agitated? But when he thought of the pitiful Dragon Queen's experience of being a widow and losing her only son, the old man immediately understood. At the same time, he also felt sad for Danny. Sigh, Danny, you're still young, and Danny did not have the time to deal with old Ymont's consolation. She immediately informed the shapeshifters to search for Jake's blood brotherhood. She rode Blackie and headed to Meereen as quickly as possible. 2.5 hours later, Blackie landed at the Great Pyramid of Meereen. He asked the white-masked Morona, but the other party said awkwardly, the time is too short. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, even if 2 ravens and 2 falcons were released, it would be impossible to search the entire area in 2 days. Because of the Battle of Meereen, and also because the Dragon Queen had driven the Khalasar from the northern plains to the west time and time again. At this time, the 1,000-mile plains from Borish to the Dothraki Sea of Grass were filled with centaurs. Because of that, the shapeshifters' animal companions could not be found quickly and had to be identified carefully. But 2 days was enough for Dango to die twice. Last time in the Red Wasteland, Koholo, Zhuoji's blood brotherhood, escorted Leg to Horse King City and was killed in 1 day. After all, Koholo was leading the 500 strongest roaring warriors under Zhuoji's command. Is there any way to find them quickly? Danny frowned. She could not be blamed for making a last-minute effort. After the second dragon battle, Danny ordered Morona to arrange for her raven companions to go to the Great Sea of Grass to find Jake's Khalasar. But after more than a month, there was still no news of Jake's huge Khalasar. There were 2 main reasons. First, Morona was a savage. She did not understand the centaurs' customs, nor did she understand their language. She could not distinguish their appearance. The centaur Khalasar did not have a clan emblem or flag. If she did not ask, she would not know who the Khal of Khalasar was. Even if Blackie drew a picture of Jake and Lilith for Morona, just like in the eyes of the Chinese, all foreigners looked the same. In the eyes of the savage Morona, there was no difference between the bronze-skinned, long-braided, and almond-eyed centaurs. She even often confused Rakalo with Ki Luo. That was because Ago was in charge of the militia and wore the leather armor of the Mother of Dragons. Jogo was in charge of the Khalasar and wore the Dothraki vest. Ki Luo liked to wear armor. Rakalo stayed by the Dragon Queen's side to keep up appearances and was forced to wear the same armor as Ki Luo. In order to obtain information from the centaurs' conversations, Morona, who was almost a grandmother, had to work hard to learn the centaur language. In fact, the biggest problem with Transfiguration spies was their language and writing. Morona's Transfiguration talent was the strongest, but the Dragon Queen only arranged for her to patrol Meereen and let the least talented goat Gisela go to Astapor Crow's Nest as a spy. Why? Because White Mask Morona and Wild Boar Polo didn't understand the Valeglia language. Morona could speak the ancient language, while Polo could only speak the common language of Westeros. On the other hand, Goat Gisela often used goats to haul goods and trade with Braavosi merchants. She learned arithmetic, writing, and Braavosi language, the local Valeglia language, just like Mandarin with a Sichuan accent. In order to make the Transfiguration spies more effective, Dany even arranged for scholars to organize a literacy training class. That was off-topic. Other than language and face blindness, which slowed down Morona's search, it was also because Jake had been avoiding the Dragon Queen. Others didn't know, but how could Jake not know how deep his blood feud with the Dragon Queen was? He had personally beheaded the Dragon Queen's son, strung his head on a stalk, and brought it in front of her to provoke her. Of course, Jake had to participate in the Battle of Meereen and use the power of the Alliance to eliminate the Dragon Queen. But before the battle, he had to avoid the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, why are you looking for Jake's Blood Oath Guard? Jake is already dead. Even if the Blood Oath Guard managed to escape this time, he would still commit suicide. Since Cal is dead, the Blood Oath Guard won't live alone. Morona was confused. I swore to kill Maego with my own hands to avenge my maid Eloy. Dany said. Maego, who is that? Morona was confused. Centaurs like to call this GE, that GE, Ag, Hag, Jorgo, Dango, Leg, Drogo, Maego. The barbarian spearwoman's head was about to explode. Sigh, it's a bit complicated. You can ask Sir Mormorn or my Blood Oath Guard. Dany was anxious and didn't want to waste any more time. She waved her hand and prepared to leave. At this moment, she didn't expect Morona to provide any help or advice. Unexpectedly, the barbarian spearwoman was still thinking about the Queen's previous question. Actually, prophesies are the fastest. Morona said. Dany stopped and turned back in surprise. You can prophesy? I can, but this isn't the territory of the old gods. It's useless. Slave Bay believes in the 7 gods. Your Majesty, you can pray to the 7 gods. Morona said. Bring some people and continue to search. Dany climbed onto Blackie's back with a dark face. But just as she faced the midday sun and rose into the sky, a distant memory came to her mind in a flash. The house of memories that had been eroded by time opened its door to Dany again. It was in Queers, in the undying temple that froze the river of time. She met many doors. When she opened them, she saw many things that happened in the past, present, and future. She saw the Mad King ordering the burning of the King's Landing. She saw Rob's sad eyes in the bloody wedding. She saw 4 rats surrounding a beautiful woman called Westeros and violently violating her. She once opened a strange door. It wasn't a door, but a simple old cowhide curtain. Chapter 54, she opened the curtain and saw a vast grassland, the Dothraki Sea. A silver ribbon-like river meandered past. A tall horse carried 2 children along the riverbank. Bless the 7 gods, that's Legan, Lilith's daughter, Glyze. Dany suddenly realized. Chapter 604. Dany suddenly understood the meaning of the prophecy. Shit, do you have to be so dramatic? I'm a transmigrator, how can a prophecy work on me? Dany was pleasantly surprised but also a little shocked. But after complaining, she was faced with another problem. She was not familiar with the location mentioned in the prophecy. The Dothraki Sea was indeed a grassland, but in the First Era, in the ancient mythological era, it was really a sea, a silver sea, the kingdom of the Fisherman Queen. Even today, The grassland was still covered with rivers and lakes. What was even more ridiculous was that as the seasons changed, the rivers changed, the lakes became grasslands, and grasslands became lakes. It was similar to the change between the rainy and dry seasons of the African grasslands. Many old centaurs who had lived in the grassland all their lives would not dare to say that they were familiar with every river. That was why the old bed slave Watson's notebook was so precious. Watson's notebook. Danny was stunned, then slapped her forehead and laughed. You're really riding a donkey looking for a donkey. When Danny had just transmigrated, when she led her little caste tribe through the red wastelands, she had sent an old Volantis man to the horse god's night kingdom according to the centaur custom. He was originally a bed slave, but later on, he had a mixed-blood centaur with a centaur woman, Blue Eyes Hag. Blue Eyes Hag's experience was legendary. Not only did he become a Cal, but he also had the ambition to unify the Dothraki Sea. For his son's ambition, Watson began to draw the terrain of the Dothraki Sea once a year. Even though Blue Eyes Hag died before his ambition was realized, and Watson himself became Drogo's slave, he could not give up on his dream. It took Watson 60 years to figure out the pattern of the Dothraki Sea's rivers and pastures. Even the cities that the centaurs of the Ursos continent passed by, such as the 3 cities of Slavers Bay, Koa, the towns along the Lun River, Pentus, Myr, and other coastal cities, their customs, history, culture, city defense, and ruling families were all recorded. The cover was as big as an A4 paper, and as thick as a Xinhua dictionary. Other than the 12 types of spring cry that belonged to his old profession, everything else was to help the centaurs conquer the world. When the notebook fell into the hands of Danny, who had changed her core, it helped her understand this world better. Now, her cheap son might have to rely on that notebook to save his life. While sending a message to Qiao Ji, the Blood Alliance guard, Danny took out a large piece of dragon paper and shared her memory with Dahe with the black dragon spirit. Dahe drew on the paper with its claws that were thicker than Danny's waist. Well, a dragon meat printer was also Dahe's first profession. Of Danny's 3 blood riders, RGE was mature and steady, holding the position of commander of the militia. He had been in Meereen managing nearly 100,000 guys prisoners. Riccarlo's talent was mediocre, but his appearance was dignified, and he was skilled in both swords and arrows. He stayed by Danny's side to keep up appearances. Drogo was adept at leading the centaur tribe. He had once led the centaurs to roam between Meereen and Borish. Now that he had returned to Meereen, the centaurs under his command attacked the spies infiltrating Meereen in the form of roaming cavalry. Summoned by Khaleesi, Qiao Ji quickly rushed to the top garden of the Great Pyramid. At this time, Dahe's sketch was not completed yet. Khaleesi, you were looking for me? Seeing that he was wearing a brown Dothraki vest, Danny could not help but frown, saying, "Why aren't you wearing chainmail?" "Khaleesi, I don't need to go out of the city to patrol today. I'll stay in Meereen," Drogo said. John Bolton and the Wildfire General did not leave the city either. Weren't they also assassinated? "From now on, you can't take off your armor when you eat or sleep," Danny said sternly. Knowing that Drogo did not like to wear plate armor, she had specially asked the blacksmith Tobu to forge a set of tile steel chainmail for him. Because it was made of tile steel, the steel wires used to weave the chainmail were very thin and sparse. It was only 25 kilograms in total, very light. Perhaps it could not withstand crushing damage, but it was almost immune to ordinary arrows and sword slashes. "Okay." Drogo nodded in agreement. At this time, Dahe had drawn most of the river. There were no characters, only the river, grassland, hills, and other landscapes under the wide-angle lens. "Look, do you know where it is?" Danny pointed to the ground with her mouth. The part of the map of the Dothraki Sea in Watson's diary was mainly studied by Drogo, because he needed to lead thousands of roaring warriors to roam outside. With just a glance, Drogo immediately nodded, saying, "I've never been there, but I've seen this place on the map. It's about 800 kilometers northwest of Meereen." 3 hours later, Danny saw the river in the prophecy. Drogo's eyesight and memory were very good. That place was exactly the same as the scene Danny saw in the Immortal Palace 3 years ago. The sun set in the west, and the open grassland was bathed in a layer of golden-red mist. The river water tinkled, and the brocade-like surface of the river undulated with a layer of slight ripples, like the bright eyes of a naughty child. Slap Jogo slapped the nth bug that landed on his face, and asked for the nth time, "Calixi, what are we doing?" Dahe walked through the golden-red sunset, and Dani sat cross-legged on the grass beside the river, her eyes slightly narrowed and her expression calm. "Wait, it's not dark yet, it's not time yet." Dani looked as calm as an old dog, but her heart was beating like a drum. She did not see anyone, and for a moment, she suspected that she had overthought and misunderstood the prophecy. But inexplicably, she felt that she could wait for the person she wanted to see here. This feeling had also appeared in the immortal palace. At that time, she had an impulse to lift the cowhide curtain. She decided to trust her intuition. Of course, Dani was not someone who would resign herself to fate. She meditated in the clear river green, but Dahe was flying in the sky, searching for traces of centaurs in the direction of Borish. The last rays of the sun fell below the western horizon, and a waning moon cast a faint silver glow on the river. Dani, who had her eyes closed, finally opened her eyes and smiled. Margie was a typical centaur, cruel, brave, bloodthirsty, unafraid of death, loyal and fearless. He was about the same age as Jogo and Riccardo, and had similar life experiences at least the first half of their lives. They had all been subordinates of other Khalasar, and King Drogo had defeated their Khalasar. He had chosen brave youths and healthy girls from the captives to supplement his Khalasar, and the rest of the centaurs had either been reduced to slaves or bought into Slave Bay. Jogo, Riccardo, Jiki, Iri, and the other youths had easily accepted their fates. They did not hold a grudge against Drogo for destroying their Khalasar, or the current Khalasar. This was a centaur custom, and everyone knew it. It was a rule of the Dothraki Sea, as natural as the seasons. But Jogo, Quero, and the others had followed Khaleesi, becoming her Khars. Margie had been assigned to Jarko's Khars. Their fates had diverged in that moment. After taking down the town of the shepherds, Margie had captured a beautiful young shepherdess, and he had ridden her happily. Then Khaleesi had come. She had taken the spoils from him. This was a great insult to the centaurs. Everyone knew that even the Khal could not take a centaur's spoils of war. After the Khal's death, Margie finally had a chance for revenge. He had fought bravely, following Jarko's Khal to intercept and take away Koholo, who was riding the world's steed. He had dealt the final blow to Bloodguard Koholo. Because of his bravery, Jarko had promoted him to Bloodguard, and he had reached the pinnacle of his life. He had made a bet with his Khal that the cowardly women of the Sunset Kingdom would cry at the sight of a child's head on a stalk. He had lost the bet. But he had taken back his spoils from the woman. Now, he could not even remember what the young shepherdess looked like, but he would not forget the pleasure of riding her again until the moment of his death. He still wanted to see the woman's enraged expression, and call for her companions to ride with her. Unfortunately, the woman did not get angry. She only swore softly that she would take his head one day. Margie found it rather boring. The threats from the woman's mouth were like a breeze on the plains. Many years had passed, and Margie heard more and more news about the woman. He was anxious, but not afraid. He swore that even if her demonic dragon used its mouth to bite his skull, he would not tremble or beg for mercy. On the contrary, Margie was looking forward to meeting her again. Next time, he would use his curved sword to make her suffer. Only her tears and blood could wash away the humiliation of his spoils of war. Even the Khal could not take his things, so what right did Calixi have? When Jarko finally agreed to wizard Koholo's request and led the Khalasar towards Borish, Margie happily pulled over the two female slaves and rode in front of everyone. Unfortunately, the horse god did not look after them. The pale mare, another name for the blood plague, took away the Khal's life and unfulfilled ambitions. His Khalasar split into 5 smaller Khalasars in a way that everyone knew. Then, everyone knew that the new Khal would kill the original Khal's son and bring his wife to Horse King City to become a Dosh Khalin. Lilith and Calixi were also dead. The new Khal only had one goal left, to kill Dango, who rode the world's steed. That woman's actions inspired Jarko. Before he died, he also wanted to send his only son to Horse King City. Margie was a bloodguard and would carry out any orders from the Khal, even if it meant suicide. Thus, before Jarko completely died, he chose 300 elite knights from Cal's army and led Dango and Glyze to leave the camp under the cover of the night. It was almost exactly the same as that woman back then. However, Dango was just as terrifying as Leg back then. They were both so outstanding that the Dosh Karlin called them riding the world's steeds. Margie suspected that riding the world's steeds was not a blessing, but a curse. Otherwise, why would they all end up in such a miserable state? They cursed their parents, cursed themselves. Yes, Dango was about to die. He was a good horseman who was like a white lion on the plains. He was not even 4 years old and had killed 2 roaring warriors with his bow during the process of breaking out of the encirclement. However, there were just too many enemies, 10 times their number. Little Cal Dango was still too young. His chest was slashed by the enemy's scimitar and he did not have long to live. Cal's 300 Cal's army also withered away. As a bloodguard, Margie was not afraid of death. He was even glad that he could die in battle. However, he had regrets. He regretted that he could not complete the Cal's last wish. He regretted that the little Cal would be like Leg, having his head chopped off and hung on a bamboo pole. He also regretted that he could not raise his scimitar and charge at the Megalosaurus. Sigh. In order to slay a dragon, he had even practiced using grass-stuffed cloth many times. Chapter 605. The night sky of the grassland was as clear as water. The river of stars could be seen clearly, moving slowly and silently without stopping. The earth was empty and desolate. The brilliant stars were like the lights on the dome. They extended from one end of the horizon to the other end of the horizon, illuminating the ancient and boundless grassland with dim silver light. Rub, rub, rub. In the quiet night, there was only the sound of insects and flowing water. Suddenly, there was the sound of limbs rubbing against the grass. There was also a hint of blood in the faint smell of grass. Who is it? Xiao Ji suddenly stood up, his hand on the hilt of the scimitar at his waist, and looked towards the south cautiously. A tall and strong white horse walked out from the grass beside the river. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely see 2 children sitting on it. The one in front was lying on the horse's neck, motionless. The 3 or 4-year-old girl behind, with long silver hair and a Dothraki painted vest, heard Xiao Ji's shout. She immediately cried softly. Her cries were weak and filled with helplessness and fear. Calixi, I don't know which tribe these centaur children are from. One of them seems to be injured. Xiao Ji turned back and said to Danny, who was still sitting cross-legged on the grass. Bring them here. Danny opened her eyes, her voice was filled with complex emotions. Where are you from? Xiao Ji took the horse bit and carefully looked at the children on the saddle. The one lying on the horse's neck was a silver-haired boy, who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. The wound seemed to be on his chest, and the blood that flowed out dyed the horse's stomach red. Hearing the sound, the girl could only cry. The boy slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face and dim purple eyes. Xiao Ji noticed that the boy was still holding a small scimitar in his hand, and his right hand was holding the scimitar tightly. Who are you? The boy's eyes were as alert as an injured lone wolf. Good boy. Xiao Ji's eyes lit up, and praised with a smile. Calixi, this little wolf cub is a good centaur. Danny stood up, and looked at the boy strangely. Different from her oval face, the boy had a chubby round face, and 2 dimples on the side of his face. Silver hair and purple eyes belonged to a foreign race, but he also had the bronze skin of a centaur and almond-shaped eyes. Boy, who are you? Danny withdrew her distracting thoughts and asked knowingly. The boy stared at Danny with his eyes wide open. There was a moment of confusion. I'm Dango, the son of Cal Jocko. Who are you? Ah, it is indeed a centaur. Danny facepalmed. Only centaurs would have such a hard head. Even a slightly smarter child would give a fake name when being chased for thousands of miles. Jake. The admiration in Xiao Ji's eyes quickly turned into cold killing intent. He pulled out his scimitar and was about to strike. Don't move. Danny took a step forward and pressed on Blood Alliance Guard's shoulder, stopping him from moving. Calixi, he's Jake's son. We can kill him to avenge Prince Leg. Xiao Ji whispered. I know what to do. Danny said and went forward to take the scimitar from the boy's hand. The boy held it tightly and still wanted to struggle. After that, she personally carried him down from the horse's back and went to the river to clean his wounds. Ding ding dang dang, when she moved his body, the 5 or 6 bronze bells on his braid shook lightly. The girl on the horse also stopped crying. She was like a wooden stake, with lifeless eyes and a helpless expression, sitting on the saddle in a daze. You were stabbed in the chest and lost too much blood. You can't live, Danny said to the boy. The boy's chest injury was indeed very serious. He was stabbed from the right shoulder all the way to the left side of his abdomen. Under the skin of his chest, the cracked ribs and the internal organs in his lower abdomen could be faintly seen. Because of the excessive blood loss, his body was soft and had no strength at all. Oh, the boy replied, there was no fear on his face. I killed too. There is no blood on your scimitar. Danny said. I used a bow and arrow and pierced their throats. The boy said. You're going to die. Aren't you afraid? Danny took off the painted vest and silk pants on his body and asked curiously. What is death? The boy asked blankly. You've killed people before. Don't you know what death is? Danny's tone became more and more strange. I don't know, but I'm not afraid. My mother said that I'm riding the steed of the world. There's nothing that can scare me. The boy's face was pale. The pulled wound was so painful that his gums clenched and his body trembled. A pair of large almond-shaped eyes unconsciously flowed with tears. You're crying, and you're still saying that you're not afraid. Danny laughed. I'm so cold. I don't know. I'm cold. The boy's voice gradually weakened, and the light in his eyes disappeared bit by bit. Danny sighed and began to extract the thin spiritual essence in the world. She chose a Type B active spiritual essence and merged it with the Holy Mother's divine power to create the holy healing art. Boom! A ball of milky white flames appeared out of thin air and enveloped the boy who had been washed clean of blood. The white ball of light had a holy and majestic aura, but it also had a kind and holy aura. The Dragon Queen held the boy with both hands as if she was holding up a bundle of firewood that was burning with white flames. The wound on the boy's chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The temperature and power that he had lost gradually returned to his body. However, he had lost too much blood and was still unconscious. Calixi, you're... Qiao Ji was dumbfounded. This is the holy healing art, Danny explained. I know it's the holy healing art. However, isn't the holy healing art not supposed to be used on people other than believers? Moreover, it's so huge, Qiao Ji gulped and said with difficulty. I'm different from others. At this moment, Danny had already given the holy healing art to the high-ranking believers. There were already many holy disciples who could use the holy healing art in the Westeros. They could obtain a certain number of spell slots through praying. 1/3 to 1/2 of the power of faith would be used as Blackie's reward. The rest would be converted into the Holy Mother's divine power and stored in the pool of faith. When needed, they could extract it at any time and convert it into holy healing art. Unlike in D&D, where mags had to memorize and could only memorize one spell slot every day, after using this spell, they could not use it again today unless they had a special specialty. The holy priests of the 7 gods were like saving money and depositing it in a bank. For example, Big Sparrow had the highest salary and could accumulate hundreds of holy healing arts every day. If he could not finish using them, he would continue to accumulate them. Although the interest was 0, after 3 to 5 years of accumulation, he could almost support a small war. The only thing was that they could only heal devout believers of the 7 gods. This was a restriction that Danny had added to save costs. Apart from the Holy Mother's divine power, the holy healing art also required spiritual bestowment. Type B spiritual substance would not distort one's will and was safe and harmless. Only when it combined with the Holy Mother's divine power could it produce the miraculous holy healing art. Devout believers were connected to the 7 gods through the channel of faith. They could bestow spiritual substance to the other party through the channel of faith. It was similar to pouring water directly into a bottle through a pipe. The spiritual substance could be used up 100% and there was almost no additional loss. If there was no channel of faith, for example, Danny was healing leg in her arms now. She could only use the crude outside-in spiritual bestowment method. It was similar to putting a bowl outside the house to catch the rain on a rainy day. When the bowl was full, who knew how much spiritual substance would be wasted? That was why the scene of Danny healing leg was so exaggerated. It was like a downpour. His Jake's son, Jogo reminded with a frown. It's the custom of the Dothraki Sea to take in the children of the defeated Khalasar. From today onwards, these 2 children will join our Khalasar. Oh, someone's coming. Danny placed the boy on the grass beside the river and looked into the distance. Thud, thud, thud. Rumble. The silence of the grassland was broken. The sound of horse hooves rumbled. It was as if an army of thousands of men and horses was approaching from afar. The earth began to shake. The surface of the river rippled. The stalks of grass that poked out of the river swayed gently. They were getting closer and closer. The galloping of thousands of horses was like thunder, echoing through the vast and desolate starry sky. The neighing of horses, the shouting of battle, the clashing of swords, the wailing of anguish, the maniacal laughter. After crossing a line of low hills, large numbers of torches suddenly appeared in Danny and Jogo's vision. It was as if a wildfire on the grassland was spreading from afar. With the help of the moonlight, Danny could see that in front of the cavalrymen holding torches, there was a small group of knights that was being nibbled away. Swoosh, 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 the pursuing cavalrymen stood on their saddles, let go of the reins and drew their bows to shoot arrows. The fleeing cavalrymen in front were not just taking the hits without retaliating. They lay on the backs of their horses and loaded their crossbows. Then, they turned around and shot down a few cavalrymen holding torches. There were about 2,500 cavalrymen chasing after more than 50 fleeing centaurs. Dango, Glies. The white horse that the little girl was riding was very eye-catching under the moonlight. She was quickly noticed by the cavalrymen in front. Horse god, it's you. When they got closer to the white horse, the leading cavalryman in front also saw Dragon Queen standing there with both hands on her sword. He recognized the Dragon Queen. Ah, Calixi, Danny Glies of the Sea of the Setting Sun, Dragon Queen. Most of the chased cavalrymen in front recognized her and shouted out in shock. There were all kinds of names, but most of them were Calixi. She was indeed their Calixi. 4 years ago, these people were still the roaring warriors of Drogo Khalasar. Haha, horse god bless me, for me to meet you at this time, kill kill kill. When the leading centaur saw the queen's smiling face under the moonlight, he was so shocked that he stopped his galloping warhorse. But in an instant, he whipped his horse's butt, pulled out his scimitar, and charged over. Dragon Queen stuck her sword in front of her, one hand on the hilt and the other pulling down her visor. She did not dodge. Jogo carried the crying little girl down from the horse and placed her beside the boy. He held up a large oak shield and squatted in front of the 2 children. Kill, kill, kill. The cavalryman was getting closer and closer. She could even see his blood-stained, twisted face and his red eyes that were shining with madness. Scram. When the cavalryman was within 10 meters of Dragon Queen, she spoke. 5 dragon spirits, imitating the soul-destroying blow of the dragon slayer horn. Hiss hiss. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the cavalryman's eyes rolled back. His warhorse hooves trembled and fell to the ground. It slid 7 to 8 meters and stopped right beside Danny. And this was just one of them. The 50 or so cavalrymen who were running away were all thrown off their saddles and fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Their warhorses lost their strength and fell to the ground. The few hundred cavalrymen who were the most anxious at the back were too close to Dragon Queen. As if they had stepped into a horse trap, their horses lost their footing and the cavalrymen fell. The remaining cavalrymen quickly pulled on the reins and tried to calm the warhorses that were out of control. Chapter 606. Horse deity above, what happened just now? Other than the centaurs who fell to the ground, the rest of the cavalrymen also felt a flash of fear. It was as if a flame had roasted their souls, or as if a devil from the Night Kingdom had grabbed their hearts with sharp claws and squeezed them. They were fearful, confused, and panicked. They pulled on the reins and hesitated until they saw a great swordsman in a blue robe and silver armor standing in front of them. They could not see her face clearly, but from the beautiful arc of her breastplate, they could tell that she was a female swordsman. However, The centaurs who had always treated the woman like a horse did not dare to show any disrespect to her, because they felt a real pressure from her body. At this moment, only Big Black had left the dragon spirit. Dani still had the fourth dragon spirit in her body. Their hearts were heavy, as if there was a piece of lead on top of them, or a weight on top of them. Even the air seemed to be as heavy as a wet cotton jacket. The centaurs' throats were dry and they wanted to pull on their collars, but their Dothraki vests did not have collars. They also noticed that all the centaurs and warhorses who fell to the ground could form a fan-shaped area, and the tall female knight who was holding onto her greatsword was in the center of the fan-shaped area. The centaurs had a hard head, but they were not stupid. They also had a wealth of common sense that everyone knew. They did not know what she did, but they were very sure that she was the one who did it. Which some of the centaurs screamed. "Release the arrows! Kill the witch!" Cal, who was 100 meters away, waved his scimitar and ordered loudly. Bang bang bang, buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the sky was covered by a rain of arrows. Like raindrops hitting banana leaves, they landed on Dani's body. Ding ding dang dang, the armor that was personally forged by the 7 gods of blacksmiths fit perfectly on Dragon Queen's body, not even leaving a gap for the arrows to hit. The armor was made of steel, so it would not be pierced by bone, bronze, or black iron arrows. Moreover, many of the centaur's arrows were only sharpened with wood and bamboo sticks. You are courting death. This kind of behavior did not harm the Dragon Queen in the slightest, but it angered her. She planned to show off in front of her cheap son to subdue him. Wang Peng, behind the silver armor, a pair of huge pigeon-like wings suddenly popped out. They were made of white holy flames, and every feather was clearly distinguishable. There was a kind of heavy feeling of reality and scorching majesty. This time, she did not restrain the flame power of the fire wings. His angelic wings flapped gently, and the lush grass stalks around him were quickly roasted to a golden brown, withered, and curled up. Then, with a bang, they burst into flames. At this moment, the laws of physics were broken. Newton covered his face and walked away, while the Dragon Queen escaped from most of the gravity. Clang! She leaped forward and jumped 4 or 5 meters away. She also took out the sword in her hand and left the scabbard in place. The snow-white blade, 4 feet long and half a foot wide, reflected a cold light under the scorching flames. The light-winged birdman ran faster and faster. She, who had lost 80 to 90% of the gravity, was really like a galloping horse, graceful and graceful. The Qinggong of the celestial dynasty Wuxia blended with nature and left no traces when he stepped on grass. The Dragon Queen's magical Qinggong was vigorous and vigorous. Along the way, heat waves rolled, and the grass and trees were set ablaze, creating a path of flames on the ground. Wung wung wung. The snow-white sword that she dragged on the ground also started to spread bright red magic runes from the sword guard to the tip of the sword. In an instant, the iron sword became a burning and twisted flame. It took a long time to describe, but from the moment the Dragon Queen pulled out her sword and charged, to the time when she approached the 2,000 horse cavalry who were still shooting arrows, only 4 or 5 seconds had passed. After 4 or 5 seconds, she crossed a distance of 100 meters. The Dragon Queen also accelerated to the maximum. Magic power exploded, and the remaining 10% of the gravity was also turned into an upward force in an instant. Then, she leaped up, like a real bird, flying 10 meters high and spreading her wings of light to glide 30 to 40 meters. Under the shocked cries of the 2,000 horse cavalry, she landed in the middle of the cavalry. Kill. With the addition of the 5 dragon spirits, the soul-extinguishing strike rippled in all directions like water waves. Boom. The blacksmith's flame god power caused the king's sword to explode with heat, and the air was also distorted. Kai. With a wave of the Dragon Queen's hand, a few horse cavalry within a 3-meter radius were sliced in half. Not a single drop of blood flowed out from their broken bodies, and a ball of orange flame even rose up, igniting their clothes and hair. Hiss hiss hiss, wrath. With the Dragon Queen as the center, the people and horses within a 100-meter radius were thrown off their feet. The horses fell over in fear, crying out in grief. The horse cavalry fell to the ground, howling wildly. Dani raised the blazing red king's sword and stood in the middle of the chaos in a daze. This pretentious act. The dragon spirit's soul-extinguishing strike was already enough to clean up the small fries, and the flame sword had instead become a useless dragon-slaying skill. This group of horse cavalry was too weak, making her lose interest in acting pretentious. Dany directly called Blackie down. "Ah, demon mother of dragons. Ah, Calixi. It's Calixi from the Sunset Sea." Immediately, the clear-headed horse cavalry recognized the identity of the person who was unparalleled just now. Many people called her Calixi. Jake's Blood Alliance guards and cars came from Drogo's Khalasar. Many of the horse cavalry who were chasing after them were also Drogo's original subordinates. Back then, these horse cavalry followed Jake and betrayed Drogo. Now, these horse cavalry are still following the new Khal, chasing after Jake's orphan. You can't blame the horse cavalry for not being loyal. The weak are prey to the strong, and only the fittest survive. Following the strong is the social law of the Dothraki Sea. Who is the Khal? After Blackie burned a few hundred horse cavalry who were trying to escape, the remaining 2,000+ horse cavalry all surrendered obediently. Dragon Queen raised a dragon flame fireball and looked around. Using the Dothraki language, she shouted, "After Jake's death, there are 5 new Khals. Stand out." The horse cavalry closest to her was 20 meters away. They all widened their almond-shaped eyes and looked in horror at the fireball that was wantonly releasing light and heat in the air. They looked at the inhuman Calixi under the fireball and the megalosaurus that flitted across their heads like a demonic shadow above the fireball. "Dragon Queen, I am Terpakal. I admit defeat to you." A tall horse cavalry in his 40s had the word door painted blue on his face. His braids were 1/2 meter long, and every step he took caused a string of bells to ring. When he was 10 meters away from the Dragon Queen, Terpakal knelt on one knee and pulled out the Arak scimitar at his waist. Sticking to the back of his head, he cut off the greasy black braid and threw it at the Dragon Queen's feet. "You're the only one?" Dany asked. "I am the strongest Khal after Jake's Khalasar. I have 3,000 roaring warriors. With me chasing after Khal Jake's Blood Alliance guards and son, they will be at ease," Terpakal said. "Where are your Blood Alliance guards?" "Tell them to come out," Dany said. Terpakal was puzzled, but he still waved to the crowd. A young and 2 middle-aged strong horse cavalry walked out. Dany raised her foot and kicked Terpakal's long braid back, causing the bells to ring. Under the shocked, angry and puzzled eyes of the 4 horse cavalry, she said, "I don't want you to admit defeat. I want your Khalasar. You're not Khal." Terpakal shouted angrily. "I'm not," Dany nodded and said loudly, "I'm riding the steed of the world. I'm the supreme Khaleesi of the Dothraki Sea of Grass. All horse cavalry must submit to me." It sounds a little embarrassing, but Dany didn't want to compete with her cheap son for this embarrassing title. Riding the steed of the world was the original translation, but the real meaning was Heavenly Khan. It could only be said that even if Leg was really riding the steed of the world in the horse cavalry's prophecy, he could only be the second-generation leader. He had to wait for the Dragon Queen to retire. Terpakal was shocked, and then he became furious. He shouted angrily, "You're delusional. You're a woman, and a woman can't ride the steed of the world. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows." His 3 Blood Alliance guards answered loudly, "Everyone knows." The horse cavalry in a circle also looked at each other, and then there were scattered voices. "Come on, this is Khal's challenge." Dany pointed her sword at Terpakal and said, "I'm Khaleesi, you're Khal. We both have a Khalasar, and the winner gets everything. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows." Her blood guards drew their swords and stood beside her, shouting loudly. Big Black, who was above the starry sky, echoed in a thunderous voice, "Great all-knowing Dao." The horse cavalry in the crowd trembled and looked up at the sky, most of their eyes popping out. "Everyone knows." Black Dragon roared again. "Everyone knows, everyone knows." The horse cavalry also shouted. At first, it was sparse, but gradually, everyone shouted together, and their voices spread far and wide in the wilderness. Terpakal and his blood guards' faces turned pale, and they looked angry and frightened. This was Khal's Khalasar, easy to come and easy to go. Only strength was eternal. This was the custom of the Dothraki horse. Everyone knew that and no one would violate it. Okay, I'll fight you, but you can't use witchcraft. Terpsichore was also tough. He had seen Dany's unparalleled scene, and still had the courage to draw his sword. Okay. Dany nodded and went up to meet him. Terpsichore was not weak. The curved sword in his hand seemed to come alive, and his body was light and agile. A series of sparks flew in front of Dany's chest, shoulders, and back belt. These attacks were almost useless, except for making a few bean-sized cuts on his curved sword. They did not even forcibly reduce Dany's HP. The Dragon Queen's swordsmanship was grand and imposing. She had strength and speed, and after a stalemate of 7 or 8 seconds, she slashed the horse cavalry's shoulder with her sword. Like a worker chopping a tree with an axe, the horse cavalry was cut in half from the left shoulder to the right chest. He did not even wear leather armor, only a Dothraki vest made of sheepskin. Dany's steps were also very light. She calmly took 2 steps back to avoid the spurting blood. The whole place was silent. The roaring warriors were silent. Qiao Ji was calm, and the 3 bloodguards' eyes were red. After that, Dany killed another bloodguard, and Qiao Ji, who was wearing steel mail armor, killed the remaining 2. Khaleesi, ride the steed of the world. More than 2,200 roaring warriors uniformly knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and offered their horsewhips to Dany. This meant that they acknowledged the result of the Khal tournament and officially submitted to Dany. Dany smiled. She walked past the newly recruited horse cavalry and found Ma Ji, who was paralyzed on the ground and dizzy. This bloodguard named Jake also noticed the Dragon Queen. He stared with his almond-shaped eyes, tilted his head, and shouted, "Call your dragon over, eat me, and burn me to death with dragon flames." "Do you still remember the name of that girl?" Dany asked. This question came out of nowhere, but Ma Ji, who had always remembered the grudge between him and the Dragon Queen, immediately understood who the girl was. "I never knew her name. I even forgot what she looked like. I only remember that she was a very old goat woman, ha ha ha." Chapter 607. During the high-speed charge, Maego and his mount were hit by a soul annihilation strike. The warhorse's soul shattered, and it died with blood flowing out of its 7 orifices. Maego had a strong will and didn't turn into an idiot under the soul annihilation strike, but he was thrown off the horse and broke his spine. His alveoli were also pierced by the broken ribs. In just a few words, dark blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. "Her name is Eloy, a 15-year-old shepherd girl. She's my maid." After Dany finished speaking, she raised her sword and stabbed at his crotch. She pressed down hard, it broke at the root. "No, she's mine. You stole my spoils of war." Maego's body shook a few times like a sieve. He howled and spat out large chunks of black blood. His neck tilted, and he died. After that, Qiao Ji ordered the newly recruited centaur subordinates to gather the nearby human and horse corpses together. He called Blackie to come down and burn them all. Yes, Terp Khal and his Blood Alliance guards, even Jake's Blood Alliance guard Maego, all had their own special crematorium. Their war horses and weapons from when they were alive also entered the Night Kingdom with them in the fire. "You saw it all?" Dany walked to the river and asked Leg, who was staring at the fire-breathing dragon with wide eyes. "I saw it. It's so big." The boy nodded. The lip-like wound on Leg's chest had already healed, leaving only a pink mark. But he still lost a lot of blood, and holy healing couldn't replenish it. At this moment, his head was dizzy, and his face was pale. Dany laughed and shook her head. "I defeated Terp Khal's 2,500 roaring warriors and killed him and his Blood Alliance guards in the Khal tournament." "You saw it all?" The boy's round face was dazed for a moment. The peerless chaotic dance from before was too unrealistic and left an indelible mark on his young heart. "I didn't know witches were so strong." The boy sighed. Dany's face darkened. "Do you understand what this means?" "What?" The boy was confused. "You and your sister will follow them and join my Kalasa. Your sister will become my maid. You will be a stable boy first. When you grow up, you will be my roaring warrior. You will fight for me everywhere." "Oh." The boy was stunned for a moment, but he quickly nodded in agreement. "Now, tell me, who are you?" Dany repeated the first question she asked when they first met. I am Dango, your stable boy. Who am I? You are my Calixi. Very good. Danny nodded in satisfaction. It's not that centaur children are easy to trick, but centaurs are simple and honest. For example, Jiki, Iri, Ricalo, Jogo, Ago, and Kiro, Danny's 6 most loyal centaurs, were all prisoners of war that Drogo had plundered from the other Khalasars. Most of their parents had died at the hands of Drogo and his roaring warriors. However, after joining Danny's caste, they had never been disloyal, nor did they have any thoughts of revenge for their original tribe. This was the ecological environment of the Dothraki Sea. If not for this, Danny would have eaten too much. Would she be unparalleled in front of a mere 2,000 centaurs? She could just call Blackie down and the 2,000 roaring warriors would still surrender. However, Danny had to establish the image of a peerless powerhouse even without the Megalosaurus, subdue the roaring warriors, and also subdue the heart of her cheap son. Yes, tonight's performance was mainly prepared for Leg. Because she realized that this boy was unexpectedly mature. He was not even 4 years old, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He spoke well, his mind was clear, and his thoughts were very organized. Look at that fool Gliss who only knew how to cry and could not even speak a complete sentence. She was how a 4-year-old child should be. Since that was the case, she would use the method of dealing with adults to get along with him. Leg was a good centaur. He would be like Jogo and the rest, loyal and devoted to Calixi. That was enough. From today onwards, forget the name Dango. I will give you a new name. Danny frowned as she pondered. What kind of name would have both meaning and not arouse suspicion? How about following his younger brother's names, Blackie, Little White, Little Green, Little Gold, Little Red, and then call him Little Silver, because his hair was silver, or Little Purple, because his eyes were purple, or Little Round, because he had a round face? Well, Leg was born a few days earlier, so he really was Blackie and the other's older brother. However, Leg was born by caesarean section. If one counted from the birth of consciousness, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green were older than Leg. No, Little Silver, Little Purple, and Little Round were too close. People might guess something. Danny shook her head and began to recall the historical figures of the Celestial Empire. It seemed that there was no emperor with Leg's experience. How about choosing one from Genghis Khan, Nurhaci, and Aguda? It would be too different among the centaurs, too rare, and even more eye-catching. Hey, you'll be called Simba. In the end, Danny, who had run out of ideas, had no choice but to choose the name of a little lion, Lion King Simba. After that, Danny pulled Xiao Ji aside and warned him seriously, not many people know about Simba's injury. Don't tell anyone that I treated him. If someone asks you about what happened tonight, just say that there was a blood plague in the Sea of Grasses. I was worried about the centaurs, so I came out to investigate. It was purely an accident that I met Simba and these roaring warriors. Also, immediately inform me of the person who asked about this. Why? Xiao Ji asked blankly. Danny frowned and thought for a while. Xiao Ji was not as intelligent as Kue Luo, but he still had some brains. At least, he had the talent and magnanimity to be a captain. Moreover, she needed someone to secretly take care of, protect, and nurture Simba. For safety reasons, Simba would continue to hide his identity and grow up among the centaurs. Xiao Ji had always been her choice to lead the Khalsa. Thus, she decided to tell him the truth. He is Leg. Who? Xiao Ji was confused. Dango, the child of Zhuo Ji and me, Leg. Danny repeated. Xiao Ji widened his almond-shaped eyes and muttered, Calixi, you miss His Highness Leg too much. It's a little. That's not your child. Leg has black hair and a small head. Simba, Leg was born 2 days earlier. I purposely used a feather pillow to disguise myself as a big belly. After Lilith's child was delivered by the witch, I swapped Leg and Dango. The real Dango also has silver hair. I dyed his black hair because I wanted to make the difference between the two to prevent others from making dangerous associations. Danny told Xiao Ji everything that happened that day. The centaur's large eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you kidding? It sounds even more exaggerated than the legends of the dock singers. Xiao Ji stammered. This kind of trick was beyond the imagination of the centaur's simple-minded brain. What's there to exaggerate? How did Aegon survive? Dany gave another example unhappily. Varys used the leathersmith's son to take the fall for leg, and Calixi used Dango to take Jake's knife for leg. Calixi was even more vicious. Dango is Jake's son. This, Xiao Ji was stunned. What kind of place are the West Eros? Why are they so? Xiao Ji immediately retracted his disrespectful thoughts towards Calixi and said thoughtfully, Calixi, do you think it's possible that Prince Aegon is also a fake? Varys used his relative's child to take over Prince Aegon's identity and usurp the Iron Throne? Centaur Xiao Ji now felt that everyone was fake. It's good that you can think so deeply. Calixi praised her little brother sincerely and said, it doesn't matter if Aegon is real or fake. I don't care about the Iron Throne at all. But I am now the enemy of the whole world, and the world also views me as an enemy that must be killed. Look at General Wildfire and Aegon. Didn't they get assassinated the last time? I'm not afraid of those rascals, but Simba is too young and overprotected. It's like a flower in a greenhouse, which is not conducive to his growth. Let my enemies think that I only have Aegon as a relative. My enemies hate me, so they can only attack Aegon. Aegon is a target, but also a magnet that draws out my enemies, just like the regretful guest of Queer's last time. And Simba can be like an ordinary person, under the sun, in the rain, and without any worries. He can grow up without any psychological trauma. Calixi, you are so cunning. Xiao Ji also praised sincerely. Calixi was not angry and only sighed, don't blame me for being cunning, but the world is too difficult. Following that, she said, now that you know Simba's identity, you have to nurture him well. Teach him archery, riding, using the scimitar, leading the roaring warriors, managing the Kala Lassa. Don't be too obvious. Choose a batch of outstanding centaur youths and let them grow together. They will be his future companions and also his cover. Don't worry, I will definitely teach His Highness Leg well and protect him well. Xiao Ji suddenly had a holy and great sense of mission. His fighting spirit was high as he said excitedly, centaurs are simple. When you were in the Kala Lassa, you took special care of Simba, and the centaurs did not find it strange. But when facing others, sigh, the people in the city are cunning and have many tricks up their sleeves. You have to be careful. If you don't know how to lie, try to be taciturn. If you don't know how to hide your expression, just keep a straight face. Calixi instructed the Blood Alliance guard earnestly. The excitement on Xiao Ji's face immediately disappeared. He said woodenly, got it. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Don't tell RGE, Kue Luo, or Ricalo. Dany reminded again. Xiao Ji had just revealed a doubtful expression when he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately put on a straight face and asked woodenly, why? Sigh, you are all my blood. You are worth entrusting your lives to. Of course I trust you. But the three-eyed crow of the Westeros is too terrifying. He can silently steal secrets from people's minds. The night is coming. I will definitely go to the Westeros to deal with the deviant ghosts. The secrets you know will immediately be known by him. So, you will always stay in Slavers Bay. In the future, only RGE and the others will follow me to the Westeros. Dany did not hide her truest thoughts from her Blood Alliance guard. She absolutely believed that the centaurs would not betray her. They had never betrayed Cal's Blood Alliance guard. As for the White Knight, Da Xiong, Beristan, and the others were also trustworthy in the matter of Leg. After all, Leg was the successor of the Dragon Queen. The White Knight had no reason to harm him. But just as she said, one day, the night would come. She would not let Slavers Bay fill up the huge cesspool of the Westeros. But she would definitely lead the White Knight and Blood Alliance guard to guard Dragonstone Island. I understand. Xiao Ji said woodenly. Chapter 608. Simba had lost a lot of blood. Dany was a little worried that if he was allowed to slowly recover through food, it might damage the foundation of his body due to his young age. Even when Aegon was stabbed, she could think of secretly transfusing blood for him. Dany would not be stingy with her care for Simba. The dead centaurs were sent to the Night Kingdom. When it was almost 11 at night, the remaining centaurs did not return to their original campsite. Instead, they set up camp by the river and prepared to spend the night here. When they confirmed that Simba had lost a lot of blood, Danny and Meereen's little green dragon spirit had asked Little Green to secretly tell Ymont to pack up the witchcraft lens and blood transfusion equipment in her study. Only Ymont knew that the Dragon Queen had invented the blood transfusion technology, and only he knew where the equipment was hidden. When the simple animal skin tent was set up, Little Green also carried the things Danny needed and landed by the river. In the 10-square-meter tent, Idiot Gly's face was red as she slept soundly. Joe Ge guarded the tent door while Danny conducted a blood test in the candlelight. Oh, Simba really was her child. His bloodline was 10 times purer than Tyrion's. In other words, judging by bloodline, Lager, Eris, and Danny belonged to a completely different race. Tyrion had Eris's direct bloodline, and his true dragon bloodline was already very pure. But Simba was simply, he had the feeling of a child of God. To be more direct, Simba was the most likely person to inherit the legacy of the great wizard Valeglia after Danny. Danny even speculated that he had the talent of a dragon spirit. But in this world, there was no blank Megalosaurus and his dragon spirit. Without a dragon spirit, no one knew if he could become a dragon spirit. When Danny hatched the dragons, every dragon had already had a dragon spirit with her before they were born. Unless she died, those 5 dragons would not have a dragon spirit with anyone else, and there would not be a second dragon knight who was willingly accepted by the Megalosaurus. Simba was not born at the right time. Of course, Mother Dragon's 5 dragons might give birth to dragon eggs in the future. At that time, the Dragonmother talent would no longer be needed to hatch the dragon eggs. The live dragon eggs could naturally mature and hatch. If Simba really did have the dragon spirit talent, as long as he lived long enough, he might be able to compete with the new second-generation Megalosaurus. Perhaps, Simba and his descendants could develop a dragon and magic civilization based on the Targaryen bloodline. The only question was, could Danny's 5 dragons lay eggs? This would take time to verify. At this moment, after testing Simba's blood type, Danny was surprised to find that his blood type was exactly the same as hers. Previously, she was prepared to choose a blood donor from the 2,000 roaring warriors. Of course, in the real world of science, direct blood transfusions between immediate family members were forbidden, because there was a high probability of transfusion immunity. Well, the plot that often appeared in TV dramas, which one of you is the child's parent? Prepare to do a blood test and give him a blood transfusion was wrong. The TV dramas only wanted to use blood transfusions to lead to a conflict in the plot of The Old Man Next Door or the hospital changing the baby. Any doctor with a proper academic background would not say that. Danny's medical master's degree was not obtained through the back door. She knew this from the beginning, and from the beginning, she had used the witch lens to study possible anti-host diseases. She worried for nothing. In this world, status was divided into high and low, and bloodlines were high and low. This was not a boast by the nobles to flaunt their status. The power contained in their bloodlines was stronger than that of the commoners, and the blood of the king was especially domineering. Blood transfusion was not without rejection, but it had nothing to do with immune cells such as lymphoids. The attribute and energy level of the magic in the blood were the key. It was very unscientific, but very magical. Danny's blood contained powerful and ultra-high energy level magic, and others could not accept it at all. Simba was directly related to her by blood, but unscientifically, there was no rejection. There was even an additional benefit. In just 2 or 3 minutes, his pale and dim round face became rosy and lustrous. He also woke up from the dizziness of low energy, opened his eyes wide, looked curiously at the tube on his right wrist, and asked, "Calixi, what are you doing?" Danny raised her right hand that was also inserted with an iron needle, shook it gently at him, and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" The blood transfusion tubes between the two were not directly connected, and there was a pressure difference conversion device in the middle. Simba frowned and thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "Calixi is a witch, and she is using blood magic on me." "Well, it's not wrong," Danny nodded and said strangely, "You don't seem to be afraid." Simba opened his almond-shaped eyes wide, looked at the dark red blood in the light-colored gum tube, and murmured, "It's very comfortable, hot, and strong, not afraid. Dany rolled her eyes and quietly used the fire-gathering witchcraft in her body. Well, it was like using magic flames to roast herself. She took out a thermometer and inserted it into her armpit, waiting for the temperature to soar to 40 degrees dragon before stopping. How do you feel now? Is it hot? It's hot, not hot. Then Dany replaced the thermometer with an outdoor thermometer, raised the temperature by 5 degrees dragon, and asked, how about now? Is it hot? It's not hot. After that, Dany raised the temperature by 3 degrees dragon every time, until it reached 80 degrees. Simba's round face was fiery red, and he was sweating profusely. The true dragon bloodline was resistant to heat. This was not unusual. On the contrary, Simba could only persist to 80 degrees, which made Dany a little disappointed. But then, she had a trace of doubt. 80 degrees was already very inhuman. Did Jake and the others not notice any abnormalities? Impossible. Did anyone else notice the abnormalities in your body? Dany asked. Simba was at a loss, as if he did not understand what she was asking. Were you scalded when you were bathing or drinking soup? Dany asked. Scalded. Scalded, it meant that he did not have such a high resistance to heat before. Looking at the blood transfusion tube between the two of them, Dany was thoughtful. Perhaps, her blood could stimulate her cheap son's fire resistance talent. Simba looked at her blankly with round eyes. Her guess was soon confirmed. After Simba completed the blood transfusion, Dany tested it with hot water and found that he could now withstand a high temperature of 90 degrees dragon. Then, Dany did something very crazy. She drew blood from Simba's left hand and transferred it to her right hand, then drew blood from her left hand and transferred it to Simba's right hand. She wanted to help him exchange blood. Scientifically speaking, this behavior was no different from courting death. It could easily confuse the two's immune cells, and the rejection reaction would kill them both. But this world was very strange. The rejection reaction was not limited to immune cells. It was mainly determined by the magic power level and attribute in the blood. How do you feel? Very comfortable, it's warm. Simba's cheeks were rosy, and his eyes were bright. After about 2 rounds of exchange, the blood exchanged was twice the total amount of blood in Simba's body. Dany's face was pale, and her body was a little weak. She had lost a lot of blood. The ordinary blood she got from Simba did not have the anti-burning property. It could not withstand the calcination of flames at all, and it was quickly decomposed into basic nutrients such as amino acids and protein in the high temperature. It was like she ate a big bowl of duck blood soup, but drew out the same amount of human blood as the duck blood. Obviously, the duck blood she ate could not make up for the same amount of human blood. She lost a lot. After the ordinary blood was removed, Simba's body was almost entirely Dany's anti-burning blood. In other words, Dany had lost the total amount of blood in Simba's body tonight. She could not take it anymore. But the effect was gratifying. Simba's fire resistance had almost undergone a qualitative change, from 90 degrees to, the thermometer specially used to measure the outdoor temperature in Astapor could only reach 100 degrees. Anyway, Simba was no longer afraid of scalding his mouth when eating hot pot. Dany was not sure how long this state would last. After all, leaving her body, the anti-burning blood would slowly lose its magic power. Zhou would stay in the grasslands, leading the newly subdued howling warriors back to Meereen from the grasslands. After Dany helped Simba exchange blood, she rode Blackie and left alone. Yep, Simba stayed with the group, with the many centaur children. Dany did not want him to stand out too much, lest he arouse the suspicion of some quick-witted but evil people. Of course, the grasslands were in chaos and danger. There was the Borish blood plague, and the Kalasas who had joined the Alliance army all over the grasslands. Dany was not naive enough to think that nothing would happen to Zhou and the 2,000 people. When treating Simba's injuries, Dany left a soul mark on his chest. Little Green, who had delivered the witch lens and blood transfusion equipment, also stayed. Little Green would hide in the clouds, watching the group enter Meereen. When the sun rose in the east, Dany landed on the top of the Great Pyramid of Meereen. After a tiring night and giving so much blood to Simba, she slept until 2 in the afternoon. When it was time to eat, the centaur maid even brought the spearwoman Morona over. "Your Majesty, did you not find the Blood Oath Guard Mago?" Should I continue to search with Hogg and the others? The spearwoman asked with concern. No need, I found him. Then, what orders do you have for me? Morona asked curiously. Don't bother about the Jade Sea mercenaries at the Raza River in the east. Focus on investigating and monitoring Boresh. I need to know how much damage the Blood Plague has done to the Alliance army and the Dothraki Colossus. We also need to prevent those people from secretly sending the plague patients to us. Dany originally only had Boresh, Gisela, and Morona, 3 shapeshifters. Later, she borrowed 4 from the Horn of Queen, making a total of 7 shapeshifters. But the 3 cities of Slave Bay had a wide area of air defense, and they also had to monitor the Alliance army. Their military strength was very tight, so they did not discover Jake of Boresh early. Now that the Blood Plague had appeared, Dany had to strengthen the quarantine of the epidemic before she could create an antidote for the Blood Plague. She also had to prevent the plague patients from falling from the sky. Dany was sure that the slave master with no moral integrity would do such a wicked thing. After arranging work, Dany waved to Morona and called her to her side. She whispered, Don't tell anyone else about me asking you to find Mago. Your Majesty, I don't know many people in Meereen. Who should I tell? It's best if you don't tell anyone, Dany said. Morona nodded and agreed. She then asked curiously, Why can't I tell anyone? Sigh, chasing a small fry thousands of miles away makes me seem too petty and narrow-minded. The spearwoman's face was distorted. If you say that, don't you seem even more petty and narrow-minded? Looking at her expression, Dany guessed her thoughts. She asked, Tell me, should I keep the sacred oath I made? Of course. 4 years ago, Mago raped and killed my maid, Eloy. I swore to take revenge. Last night, I used the king's sword to cut off his lower body. What do you think? Chapter 609. Your Majesty, you have fulfilled your oath, the spearwoman said hesitantly. But you are the awe-inspiring Dragon Queen. Your every action is related to the future development of the world. A small character like Mago is not worthy of your oath. Dany loved to hear it, especially when it came from the lips of honest, simple freemen. Mago is not worthy of the Dragon Queen's concern, but he is worthy of the oath of the Calixi who was in distress. The me 4 years ago was completely different from the me now. I didn't have a dragon then, and I only had a few dozen centaurs under me. The other party was the Blood Alliance Guard who commanded thousands of roaring warriors. Morona was stunned. Wasn't that the case? Now it seemed that the Dragon Queen's oath to kill a Blood Alliance Guard was a little petty. But at that time, the weak and sickly woman with a bleak future swore to kill a general who controlled millions of troops. How heroic, confident, and brave was that? 4 years later, even though the difference in strength and status between the two of them is huge, because Targaryen's words are as heavy as a mountain, the queen risked being misunderstood by others as petty and narrow-minded to carry out her vow even though she was thousands of miles away. This spirit. Thinking of this, Morona looked at Dany with more admiration. Well, when the content was reasonable, Dany's whispers were really powerful. Your Majesty, I understand. I will keep the matter of sending ravens to search for the Blood Alliance Guard Mago in my heart. I will not tell anyone. Dany nodded in satisfaction and said, I went to the Great Plains last night mainly because of the information you provided about the Blood Plague. I was worried about the epidemic in the Great Plains, so when I rode a dragon to check it out, I accidentally met Turpkil's Khalasar. After being offended by Turpkil, I killed him and took his Khalasar. Yes, I understand. Morona was already a few decades old, and she used to be in charge of a tribe. She was not stupid. After everyone's confession was agreed upon, Dany immediately began to arrange the epidemic prevention mission. In fact, after the Grey Plague, Slavers Bay already had mature and standardized epidemic prevention measures. Meereen and Yuan-Kai completely shut down all maritime trade. Other than Slavers Bay's own warships and cargo ships, no foreign merchants were allowed to enter. However, Astapor made it easy for those VIP customers. Dany built a fake barbican between the port and the main city. A real barbican should be inscribed, but Dany's commercial city was circumscribed. The small trading city allowed goods to enter and exit at will, but strictly regulated the interactions between merchants and city residents. At this time, it still maintained a flourishing trade. Now, Dany simply closed the small barbican. In addition to the epidemic protection, Dany also moved her palanquin from Astapor to Meereen. Old Ymont, the Mags, and the Minister of State all flew over on the pterosaur. No one knew when the war would end, but in the next 2 months, Meereen was bound to be embroiled in battles, both big and small. The final Battle of Meereen would also take place within 3 months. 5 days later, the shapeshifters gradually came to understand the situation of Borish's blood plague. They didn't know the source of the infection, but nearly 1/3 of the mercenary groups were infected. But the collapse of the alliance that Dany expected did not come. The mercenaries had experienced too many blood plagues. Some countries had experienced too many influenza epidemics, so they treated similar diseases as common colds. Even if people died every day, they still lived happily and freely. The people of the Celestial Empire found it inconceivable, but they were used to it. Those famous mercenary groups all had decades and centuries of history. Similar to the Second Sons Regiment, they even had thousands of years of history. Even if they were wiped out by the Dragon Queen, a large number of mercenaries immediately rushed to rebuild the Second Sons Regiment. These old mercenary groups fought every year and every month. The number of blood plagues they experienced was really more than the number of colds Dany had in her life. If they collapsed after encountering a blood plague, their mercenary groups wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few years. How could they create a century-old mercenary group? Therefore, the Borish alliance, which mainly consisted of mercenary groups, was very calm. They began to treat the patients according to the thousands of years of experience, isolated the areas where the epidemic was concentrated, and then continued to march and fight. The centaurs, on the other hand, were a little panicked. Once, when they encountered the White Cloud City in the Red Wasteland, everyone knew that there were ghosts in the dead city. They couldn't enter as they would be cursed. It was obvious that the centaurs' way of dealing with the plague was to hide. Stay far away. The 7 to 8 colossus that swarmed towards Borish were like frightened birds in the forest. They scattered in all directions and escaped into the sea of grass in the north. This made Dany very disappointed, because her original plan was to let the centaurs eat, drink and use the Alliance's food, and deplete the Alliance's resources. When they reached Meereen City, they would launch a surprise attack into the centaurs' camp and challenge all the cars to a Cal contest. They would seize control of the colossus, lead 100,000 roaring warriors, and attack the Alliance's waste like a flood. After half a month, they finally managed to drive all the centaurs in the north of Meereen to Borish. In the end, an unexpected blood plague caused all the centaurs to run away. Motherfucker! Dany was cursing motherfucker, but the Alliance was cursing even more viciously, and they were more frustrated than her. On the outskirts of Borish, under the mountains, there was a secret room that was modified from a cave. There was a chandelier with 8 candles, a 30-square-meter cave, and an oval-shaped stone table. There were 4 to 5 people sitting around it. At the head of the table was a beautiful young lady. She had long silver blonde hair, a white priestess robe with gold trim, a small face, big blue eyes, and a cute and sweet appearance. The few people sitting around her were intimidated by her majestic aura, and did not have any thoughts. Their attitude towards her was respectful and a little fearful. A middle-aged man with a triangular face said, "High Priestess Jenny, Cal Bono was worried that he would be taken away by the Pale Mare, so he refused to come back. He wanted to go to the Horse King City to pray to the Mother of God." Yes, Dany's guess was right. After Benny died, Jenny personally went to the battlefield. Now, she was here. The triangular-faced man was called Cyberio, and he was one of the 3 archons of Volantis. He came from the Tiger Gang, and was proficient in the art of commanding large-scale battles. He had never fought in a real battle, but he had read a basket of military books passed down from his ancestors. According to the Alliance's original plan, there would be 4 armies on land attacking Meereen from the east, west, north, and south. The centaurs from the Sea of Grass to the north, the Alliance's main force from the Valeglia Avenue to the west, and the Jade Sea mercenaries and slave hunters from the Lazar River to the east. The south was prepared to take the ancient Silk Road, which was the ancient road that connected the Red Wasteland to Queers, White Cloud City, and Myrine. Later, because the Red Purgatory was too hot and lacked water, the plan to take the south was abandoned, leaving only the west, north, and east. Cyberio was the commander of the west, and the Yuan-Kai war god Grazdan was the commander of the east. The north was made up of centaurs, led by the strongest horse king in the Sea of Grass, Bono. Yes, it was Bono, the one who took away Zhuge's 20,000 roaring warriors. Cal Bono. Bono was the most capable Bano under Zhuge's command, and 20,000 of Zhuge's 40,000 roaring warriors were taken away by him. It was like a dragon returning to the sea when it met the wind and clouds. After 4 years of hard work, Bono almost managed to recreate Zhuge's past glory. He had 35,000 roaring warriors under him, and was known as the strongest Cal in the Sea of Grass. More importantly, King Bono had a blood feud with the Dragon Queen. Although Dani replaced Leg with Dango, she did her best to ensure Dango's safety. Before Zhuge died, she quietly arranged for 500 elites to escort the fake Leg out of the camp. Her plan almost succeeded. Jake and the others didn't think it would work, and didn't notice her movements. But Bono was shrewd and ruthless. Long before Zhuge died, he had secretly taken over Kalas's troops. The other bandits didn't move, as they were all waiting for Zhuge to die. He had also been closely monitoring the New World riding horse. It was also him who blocked the path of Koholo and Zhuge's 500 guards. But he didn't kill the sons of Koholo and Cal. He only crippled the 500 guards and let the other bandits kill the sons who were once loyal to Cal. Bono was powerful, and Bono had a blood feud with the Dragon Queen. Bono was chosen as the commander of the North. Now, the leader of the North had run away. High Priestess Jenny, Bono betrayed us. Can we teach him a lesson? A bald and short fat man asked. The fat man had a pink sarcoma the size of a plum on the tip of his nose. He was known as the Long Nose King. He was a prince of Kochang Island, and also the commander of the Alliance's 5,000 elephant soldiers. There's no point. The ragged prince shook his head. Prince, you don't know that centaurs are stubborn. They don't fear death, so they won't be threatened. It's better to give Bono a gift to make him feel ashamed, and then persuade him to understand the meaning of this battle. Centaurs will feel ashamed? The Long-Nose King said incredulously. Centaurs will usually complete what they promise. They are much more reliable than mercenaries. Accepting gifts, making promises, and completing missions, they will feel honored. They will add a bell to their braids and boast about it. The leader of the mercenaries, the Ragged Prince, said. The Long-Nose King rubbed the sarcoma on his nose and smiled bitterly. But we don't have time to wait for the centaurs to change their minds. We must fight as soon as possible, not to mention the 100,000 cows and horses. Just my 5,000 elephants are enough to make people despair. Fortunately, the whole world is providing us with food. Sigh, it's hard to be fast. Tauros has been robbed, New G's has been lost, the Dragon Queen is attacking everywhere, and the Alliance is having a hard time. Now, we have the Blood Plague. Cyberio's triangular face was almost drooping. What about Myrine? Did we throw in the plague corpses? The Long-Nose King asked. We arranged 4 waves, but all of them failed. Before we even got close to Slaver's Bay, we were intercepted by the Megalosaurus. 5 pterosaurs died, and 3 were captured. Cyberio said dejectedly. Not even once. Isn't that too strange? The Long-Nose King was shocked. There must be a traitor. Maybe we should form a disciplinary team to catch the traitor. Cyberio's triangular face showed a hint of hesitation. The Ragged Prince frowned and said coldly, when Tauros fell last time, we already caught a traitor in Mataris. Jack Harley, the young leader of the Spear Corps, was fed to the dragons. All the large mercenary groups were terrified and felt insecure. When New G's fell, there were rumors of a traitor. The upper echelons of the Alliance gathered to catch the traitor. Prince Reese and Kizaru argued with each other, causing chaos and panic. Now, we still have to catch the traitor in Borush. How can there be so many traitors? If they don't hate the Dragon Queen, who would come all the way to Slaver's Bay to suffer? If there are no traitors, why have we failed so many times? This doesn't make sense, Cyberio said. The Ragged Prince thought for a moment and said, could it be a supernatural power? Princess Jenny said that Dragonstone Island should be rebuilt with magic power networks. Everyone turned their eyes to Jenny, who had only listened and not said a word at the head of the table. Jenny frowned, and her beautiful face showed some confusion. The magic power networks can transmit information, but they can't eavesdrop. Who? Suddenly, the young priestess's expression changed. She turned to look at a stone puppet in the corner, her eyes sharp and cold. Chapter 6:10. Squeak. Following Jenny's scolding, a mournful cry came from the gap in the stone wall. It was the cry of a mouse. Even a counterfeit like Danny could add soul-suppressing and soul-destroying soul attack to her scolding. It was impossible for the real Grand Wizard ancestor to not be able to do it. With just a scolding, the mouse demon in the gap was scared out of its wits. It died with blood oozing out of its 7 orifices. Bitch, how dare you humiliate me like this? Jenny's face was pale. Her face was distorted, making people think of a devil that chose people to devour. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The prince in ragged clothes said carefully, "What's wrong? It's just a mouse. This is the outskirts. It's normal for there to be mice in the cave." "That's a shapeshifter." Jenny suddenly stood up and walked out of the cave with quick steps. She climbed to the top of the hill and faced Borish's direction. She opened her mouth wide, and her blue eyes flashed with countless gold, purple, blue, old man, young man, and woman's pupils. Kill. She spat out a word softly like a lover's whisper, but it was like a girl's mouth. A detonated nuclear bomb. The transparent air in front of her was twisting and wrinkling, forming a ripple-like pattern. Further away, the white clouds trembled slightly and then exploded with a bang. Bang, 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 bang. In the Alliance camp 2 kilometers away from the hill, an eagle, 2 ravens, a cat, and a mouse had their heads blown up at the same time. Their heads exploded like fresh cow dung stuffed with firecrackers. Other than Gisela, who stayed in the Martari's crow's nest, Danny's shapeshifter scouting team was wiped out in one wave. Myrene, the Great Pyramid. 6 shapeshifters died on the spot. Dragon Queen was immediately alerted. She quickly rushed to the 10th floor of the pyramid. As soon as she entered, she saw 6 people lying side by side on the carpet. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices and their chests were barely moving. Danny sighed. "This is bad. We lost our information advantage." Shapeshifters could not split their thoughts. After their souls entered their animal companions, their bodies would lose consciousness. As such, Danny had prepared a safe and tranquil bedroom in the pyramid. The bedroom was divided into 7 separate rooms for the use of the 7 shapeshifters. Now, Gisela's eyes were filled with panic, and her face was pale. Her 6 companions were in miserable states, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. "Your Majesty, how are they?" the spearwoman asked nervously. "Don't worry, don't panic. This isn't the first time. Watch me use my saint healing technique to save them." Danny calmly comforted the female savage. Shapeshifters only had their souls scattered. The Dragon Queen specialized in this. As expected, on the morning of the 2nd day, the most heavily injured savage hog also woke up. Yes, it was that unlucky guy who used a rat's body to peep at Jenny. Danny didn't mean to blame him. How could one's shoes not get wet if they often walked by the river? As long as the shapeshifters were still monitoring the higher-ups of the Alliance, and as long as Danny was still planning to obtain secrets from the higher-ups of the Alliance, Jenny would find out sooner or later. Because he couldn't hide. It's not like you can avoid Jenny whenever you want. If you want to avoid her, you have to at least confirm her location, right? But as long as you look at her, she can sense it. Shapeshifters were very strong, and were like a bug to muggles. But the transcendent world was like a game. There was no transcendent profession that couldn't be solved. It could only be said that each profession had its own characteristics and advantages. As long as the mage's soul was strong enough, it would be easy to find a shapeshifter spying on them. If he also mastered soul attack techniques, then the shapeshifters would be very miserable. Rest well first. From now on, avoid Jenny's camp, and don't come online at the same time in the same area. Danny told the shapeshifters and provided them with new animal companions. Unfortunately, the Alliance's actions were stronger than she thought. Not even a day after the shapeshifters came online, another person was severely injured. Raven of the Polo District was caught by the Dragon Granny when she was investigating the battle plan of the Gisela guerrillas on Jean Island. The savage's soul was contaminated by the evil energy, and the savage almost went crazy. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen's soul suppression was effective. Other than Jean Island, Toros, Mataris, Raza River, and other areas monitored by the Alliance also found a group of mags who knew soul attacks in just a few days. The Alliance didn't even need to go to Asia to find experts. Other than the West Eros, every city in the continent of Ursos had transcendence active. For example, the Dragon Granny had been hatching dragons for the Alliance in New Gisela. In fact, Bo Cheng and Tam could also effectively prevent the shapeshifters from spying on them. Previously, the Alliance didn't prepare these mags because they didn't think of it. It wasn't that they didn't have the means to deal with the shapeshifters. Without the shapeshifters' advantage of accurately stealing information, Danny was worried that they wouldn't be able to stop the Alliance from airdropping the blood plague victims into Myrene. So, she arranged for Blackie to loudspeaker above Borish to threaten them. "If you dare to drop another corpse into Slave Bay, I swear to transform into the wings of death and return 10 times the number of corpses of the Grey Plague victims to the Alliance." Borish's Alliance camp, Mataris, Volantis Black Wall, Lies, MYR, and Teros's wealthy districts, Cole's Black Goat Temple, Kel's Palace, Elef Island, the above areas will be burned by the wings of Death's fury. Today, I hereby warn you, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Danny also swore that she didn't want to use biochemical warfare against the slave owners because the slave owners were rich, had the best medical and health conditions, and had the strongest ability to prevent epidemics. In an epidemic, the ones who would suffer the most would always be the ordinary people. But if the Alliance really succeeded in dropping a plague corpse into Slave Bay, she would also open Pandora's box. Megalosaurus was faster than pterosaurs, and its flying height was several times higher than pterosaurs. Megalosaurus was a hybrid of magic and air, while pterosaurs could only rely on their wings to fan the air. No city could stop Megalosaurus from dropping biochemical weapons. Blackie's declaration was still very effective. After that, no pterosaurs entered Myrene's airspace. On this day, Danny was treating Morona, who had been shattered for the 3rd time. The spearwoman sighed, "The war here is so huge. The total number of free people outside the Great Wall is not even half of the Western armies. It's also cruel. I never thought that the corpses of the dead could be used as weapons." Wild Boar Polo grinned and said, "This Great War has opened my eyes. If we want to attack the Great Wall again, we only need to smear the blood of plague victims in the ravens' beaks, fly to Dark Castle, and peck the chief of the Night Watchers." Hihi, Danny was shocked. The simple barbarians had learned bad things in Slave Bay. Big Hog shook his head and said, "Too troublesome. We can smear poison on the rat's claws, and then let the Gashawks send them to the other side of the Great Wall. Under the cover of night, we can kill one rat with each claw. In just one night, Dark Castle will become a dead city." Danny was shocked again. The barbarians had not only become treacherous, but they had also begun to innovate. If this group of veterans who had been nurtured by the Great War returned to the Great Wall alive and wrote a book, The Art of War, the Night Watchers and the Northerners would be in trouble. Just as she thought of this, Gisela said, "The Great Wall is so cold. There's no food, and there are also deviant ghosts. I don't want to go back." "That's true." Hog took a bottle of cider from the table and took a sip in satisfaction. He sighed and said, "I never dreamed that I could drink to my heart's content every day, and it's always such good wine." The environment in Queen's Corner is similar to Slave Bay. You can fill your stomach with any sweet potato. Even if you can conquer the Great Wall, the northern region is freezing cold. What's there to fight for? Thorn, another female barbarian from Queen's Corner, said. Danny was stupefied. She had worried about the Night Watchers for nothing. Screech-woo as they were talking, the loud howl of the Megalosaurus came from outside the house, followed by a long and sonorous horn. After many days, Little Green finally returned. The Colosseum behind the Great Pyramid of Myrine had also been transformed into a dragon cave. Danny's Megalosaurus and the others' pterosaurs would often eat a cow or sheep in the dragon cave. The Megalosaurus lived at the top of the Great Pyramid, while the pterosaurs lived in the dragon cave. However, during the day, the two little dragons, Little Gold and Little Red, would conduct flight training in the spacious Colosseum. They would throw missiles vertically, throw missiles in the air, dodge arrows, and fly in armor. Even the three big brothers, Blackie, Little White, and Little Green, would often fly 2 laps in the Colosseum. They needed to get used to flying in heavy armor and how to fight with the pterosaurs while wearing underwear. Therefore, Cuello's Megalosaurus guards did not disband. Instead, they expanded from the initial 10 to 100. They were all centaurs. Other than the official members, there were also many auxiliary police. They were the teenagers in Danny's Kalasar. They were 8 or 9 years old, 11 or 12 years old. They were talented and had outstanding martial arts skills. However, because they were too young, they could not become roaring warriors, so they joined the Megalosaurus guards as trainees. Yes, the Megalosaurus guards were treated well. They had dragon essence to eat, which strengthened their bodies and made them Smart Cuello's nickname in Kalasar. Ignoring the dragon essence, the Megalosaurus guards were also considered the Emperor's personal guards. Being in close contact with the Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen was a very good job. At this moment, a round-faced centaur who looked 7 or 8 years old was holding a mop to bathe Little Gold, who was the size of a wild bull. Under the sunlight, the soap bubbles on Little Gold's body reflected colorful light. The centaur was tired and hot. His round face was red and he was sweating, but his expression was serious and he did not slack off. On the high wall walkway, Danny and Yimont held onto the railing and looked at the centaur working hard below. "You have been in contact with Simba for 2 days. How do you feel?" Danny asked with a smile. Dragon Queen was a woman of her word. If she said that she wanted Simba to be her stable boy, she would definitely do it. However, Dragon Queen's horse was the steed that rides the world Megalosaurus. "It's very complicated," Yimont said with a complicated expression. "What do you mean?" "Simba is a good child. He is hardworking, honest, smart, and is especially talented in riding and archery. His silver hair also makes me feel close to him. However, when I think of his identity..." Sigh. Yimont shook his head and sighed. "Old man, I want you to open a bachelor's class. Choose the most knowledgeable people from the scholars under me. Literature, mathematics, history, politics, and economics. The first batch of students for the class were the most talented centaurs in Kalasar. Simba was one of them. The others were all cover, but not really cover. They were all Simba's future subordinates. Your main goal is to nurture Simba. You have to do it quietly and not arouse anyone's suspicion," Danny said with a smile. Yimont was not stupid. Danny had already made it so clear. If he did not understand, he would be letting down his 100 years of experience. "Who is Simba?" He widened his eyes and asked in surprise. Danny had a faint look of satisfaction on her face. She said faintly, Leg Targaryen. Leg Targaryen? Yimont frowned and thought for a while before he found the name Leg in the corner of his memory. Then, he thought of Varys secretly swapping little Aegon. 7 gods above. Yimont's face turned red. He trembled and turned his head to look at Danny. He asked in disbelief and anticipation, "Your son, Leg?" Danny nodded slightly. "Holy Mother." The old man's eyelids rolled and he fell back. He was too excited and fainted. Chapter 6:11. Yimont had always been in good health. He only fainted for a while before waking up. There were no after-effects, and he was even more energetic than before. However, while he was pleasantly surprised that Targaryen had a successor, his attitude towards Danny had changed a little. It was a kind of reverence towards a monarch. The old man had lived for more than 100 years and had experienced too many people and things. However, the act of the Dragon Queen swapping sons with the enemy still made him feel incredulous and shocked. After all, she was only 15 years old at that time, and under those conditions, the old man began to recall what the Targaryen ancestors were doing when they were 15 years old. They were either fooling around with women or playing with wildfire. If they were in Dany's position, what would they do? Perhaps, only someone with such shrewdness and scheming could succeed. The Targaryens were truly fortunate. Previously, they were on the brink of extinction. In less than 20 years, they were thriving and were about to ascend the throne of the world's greatest royal family. Or, as the Westeros proverb went, every time a Targaryen was born, the gods would flip a coin to decide whether he was great or mad. How mad the Mad King was, how irrational Liga was. For the sake of balance, how great would Dany be? After that, old Ymont began to devote all his efforts to Simba. He had already made grooming Simba his main task for the rest of his life. Simba had Jogo's guidance and Wen had Ymont's nurturing. Dany was completely at ease and focused all her energy on the upcoming battle in Meereen. On the third day of Simba's arrival in Meereen, news came from Dragonstone Island. A week ago, Aegon Targaryen rode the Black Reaper Balerion in a surprise attack and took down Storm's Rest Fortress. Aegon and Tyrion's 2 swamp dragons were Dany's largest pterosaurs. Each of them weighed more than a ton. Aegon's knockoff Black Reaper was 2.5 tons. Because of that, they only needed one wave to lead 20 fully armed knights up the walls of Storm's Rest Fortress. First, use kerosene bombs to clean up the ground, clean up the sentry towers and the external defense forces, then transport 200 knights up the city walls. Aside from the fact that he did not know magic, Aegon's method of conquering Wind's End Fortress was almost exactly the same as how Dany had conquered Dragonstone Island. On the other hand, there were only a little over 100 guards in Wind Rest Fortress. Because they hadn't received any news from Erlu for a long time, they had lost their fighting spirit and even lost the meaning of guarding the fortress. The number of casualties did not exceed 10, and Aegon took down the Windstop Fort. With the Storm's End Fortress as their base, the 10,000 mercenaries from the Golden Mercenary Group successfully landed in the Westeros. 7 nations. In the week since Aegon took down Storm's Rest Fortress, almost no nobles outside of the Stormlands had noticed him except for vague rumors and slanders. First of all, Aegon's speed was too fast. He took the castle in half a day and ended the battle. Secondly, the little devil was intentionally keeping a low profile. According to Tyrion's original plan, the first step was to reorganize the armaments and allow the Gold Regiment that had traveled thousands of miles to recuperate and recover their fighting power. The second step was to use the identity of Ilya's son to contact Dawn Martell and reminisce about old times. The third step was to use the identity of the nephew of Prince Dowlang and the nephew of the Dragon Queen to subdue the various vassals of the Stormlands and become the true ruler of the Stormlands of the 7 nations. The fourth step was to use the identity of Lei Jiazi and the Duke of the Stormlands to officially form an alliance with Dawn. The fifth step was to announce to the nobles of the 7 nations that he had the right to inherit the Iron Throne and rope in the vassals of the 7 nations who had a relationship with Targaryen and a grudge against Lannister. The sixth step was to form an alliance of Dawn, the Stormlands, and the Dragon Society. Aegon, as the leader of the alliance, would lead his troops north to the King's Landing and ascend the Iron Throne. In the dwarf's plan, at different stages, Aegon's identity as a guard of honor would be different. This was a step-by-step process. Step by step, he would obtain real strength and use it to stabilize his identity as a true dragon. There was no lack of idiots and fools in this world, but there were definitely smart people. When Aegon said that he was the son of Lei Jiazi and Ilya, Tyrion himself did not believe it. He was not sure if the Dragon Queen really believed it or if she had other motives. Then, the big crab was suspicious. Big cousin Quentin did not believe it. Big cousin Elaine did not believe it either. Why would the nobles of the 7 nations believe it? But when he rode on a pterosaur and led the vassals of the Stormlands and the Golden Regiment to appear in front of the world, regardless of whether he was Lei Jiazi or not, he was still a true dragon. How should he put it? Tyrion's plan was stable and realistic, but the people involved did not accept it. Aegon felt that it was too complicated and a waste of time. Didn't we leave Slave Bay to seize the opportunity when Kevin passed away and the King's Landing is in chaos? If we want stability, we might as well stay in Slave Bay and wait for my aunt to finish her business. Aegon retorted Tyrion. Tyrion was speechless. He could not tell Aegon the deeper meaning of his plan. Whether he was Lei Jazi or not, he could use his powerful strength to make this a reality. But in Aegon's heart, he was, of course, the son of Lei Jazi and Ilya, the nephew of the Dragon Queen. There was no need for him to doubt it. Aegon's position of his identity was different from Tyrion's. This caused the two of them to have different plans for the future of Aegon VI. Once the Golden Regiment was ready, Aegon would send out letters and announce the fact that Aegon VI had arrived in the Westeros. Then, Dragonstone Island would know about it, and so would Dany. Of course, Aegon did not completely ignore Tyrion's suggestion. During the week he occupied Storm's Rest Fortress, he sent letters to Uncle Dowlord and the various lords of the Stormlands. The content of the letter was very sincere. I am the son of Lei Jazi and Ilya. Count Varys saved me by swapping me for someone else. For the past 17 years, I grew up under the care of Sir John Clinton. In the past year, I went to Slave Bay and learned the art of governance by Aunt Dany's side. Dany wanted him to be the magistrate of Meereen, but he did not go. Instead, Ymont taught him the art of governance. When Aunt Dany made the vow, she did not know of my existence. That is why she and I cannot agree on the Iron Throne. But I am also unwilling to break her vow. I only represent myself. Aegon Targaryen and Dany Liz Targaryen are blood relatives of two branches. She acknowledges that my right of inheritance is above hers, but she will not take responsibility for my actions. That is why I need the support of my uncle, my lords. I swear that I will bring true peace to the Seven Kingdoms. I swear that if there is a long night, I will be at the front. I swear that I am not vying for the Iron Throne with a vengeful heart. I wish for justice to be served. I will convene the Great Council and use the Great Judgment to settle the grudges of the previous generation. I heard about this from Aunt Dany. Aegon told everyone about his life, his current situation, and his future plans. He was very sincere. When he handed the letter to Tyrion and asked him to help fix it, the dwarf suddenly had a strong wish. He hoped that he had guessed wrong. Varys and Illyrio did not play any tricks. Aegon was the son of Lei Jazi and Ilya, a true dragon. He was not destined to be as great as the Dragon Queen, but he would definitely be a good king. At least, being his subject would be 100 times better than working for the Dragon Queen. Tyrion thought. Oh, the subjects did not wish for their king to be too muddle-headed, but they also did not like an emperor who was too smart. At the very least, they could not be smarter than themselves. Otherwise, how could they fool the emperor? It had to be said that the Westeros nowadays were too bad. Even sincerity had become a rare virtue. Especially for those old foxes who were smart. Tyrion felt Aegon's sincerity and passion and was a little touched. Prince Dowlang also acknowledged Aegon's character and was a little touched. He really hoped that Varys did not lie and that Aegon was really Aegon. It was not a loss to have such a nephew. Take a fast ship and go to Storm's End Castle. Help me take a look at that Aegon VI. Dowlang said to Elaine. Look at what? Even the Dragon Queen was deceived. I am afraid that I will not be able to tell if he is real or fake. Elaine said. Being real or fake is only one aspect that is not important. Dowlang's eyes flashed and he said faintly, what is more important is whether he has the temperament and strength to ascend to the Iron Throne. Father, you are willing to let a liar use the identity of Aunt Ilya's son to ascend to the Iron Throne? Elaine asked in disbelief. Dowlang closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes had disappeared. He said firmly, Dawn needs to take revenge on Lannister. I hope that in the future, I will see justice for my sister Ilya. You also need a king husband who is handsome, brave, and righteous. Perhaps, Aegon can satisfy all three requirements. That will be enough. Since they had entered the pterosaur era, Elaine naturally did not want to drift on the sea for another half a month. She sent a letter to Tyrion and the two of them flew back to Storm's End Castle. This time, Princess Dawn did not fool around with Tyrion. Tyrion invited her to have sex with him, but she refused. She liked to play, but she was very principled. She knew how to be a good wife. My father intends for me to marry Aegon, she said. I've come to test my future husband. Little. The demon lowered his head resentfully. His cousin Elaine's arrival made Aegon very happy, but the Stormlord's reaction made him embarrassed and angry. Boy, I am not stupid, nor am I stupid. I remember what Tywin did in the past. Lady Jazi is dead on the wall. From Vulture's Nest Castle, a letter from Count Clinton, Jon's relative. After the old man was exiled, his title and castle were inherited by the side branch. Your madness does not prove that you have Targaryen's mad blood, fake. From Stonehelm City, Count Gillian Sven, his second son is Bullon Sven, a White Knight. He is currently loyal to Lannister, but during the rebellion of the Four Princes, he was loyal to Renly and Erlu. Some were very impolite because of the interests involved. There were also neutral forces that intended to sit on the fence. They did not ridicule Aegon, but they said perfunctory words. There were also dragon partisans in Storm's End Castle, or nobles who favored the dragon partisans, who gave Aegon reasonable advice. For example, Count Aston Selmy, old Bart's nephew, of the Harvest Hall felt the sincerity in Aegon's letter, so he also gave a very sincere suggestion. Lord Aegon, since your actions only represent yourself and have nothing to do with the Dragon Queen, you need Count Varys. You need him to personally stand up and bask in the glory of the Seven Gods. Under the leadership of a person of virtue and prestige, he needs to explain in detail what happened in the past in front of everyone. After all, Count Varys was the instigator and the only witness. This was the wise and prudent words. Even Aegon felt that he should meet the elusive eight-clawed spider. He can be my chief of intelligence. Good idea, but don't ask me. I don't know where he is. Tyrion's eyes flashed as he shook his head. The chief of intelligence was nowhere to be found, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer came looking for him. Chapter 6:12. Uncle Finger had been waiting for Aegon like a drought waiting for rain. He had been waiting for him for far too long. It was said that the eight-clawed spider controlled the largest intelligence network in the Westeros. Varys had the support of the royal family and Illyrio had invested a large sum of money into him. He also provided a large number of little birds that could read and write even though their tongues were cut off. However, Uncle Finger's intelligence network was not weak either. In some aspects, it was even better. Uncle Finger's intelligence network was made up of three parts: the brothels, the customs officials, and the spies planted in the various families. He was the largest procuress in the Seven Kingdoms. Most of the brothels in King's Landing were his property. The top bed slaves in the brothels had also been personally trained by him and were equipped with all kinds of skills. Uncle Finger started his career in the customs office of Seagull Town. When he became Robert's Minister of Finance, all the officials in the sea trade ports of the Seven Kingdoms were secretly replaced with his people. Uncle Finger also planted spies in the noble families that he had his eyes on. For example, the three brothers, Kate and Blake. The three brothers had almost reached the peak of espionage. 007, Mission Impossible, and the Ace Spy were all inferior to them. The three spies entered King's Landing as mercenaries. In just half a year, one became the garrison of King's Landing, one became a White Knight, and one became a trusted aide of the Empress Dowager. He even went to the Empress Dowager's bed. Thus, when Aegon had just taken down the Windstop Fortress, Uncle Finger received the news. However, Tyrion's appearance surprised him. He delayed for a few days to settle some loose ends before sending a letter to the Windstop Fortress. Tyrion, look, Aegon excitedly waved a piece of paper in front of Tyrion. It's a letter from Duke Baelish. He invited me to the Eagle Nest to discuss pledging my loyalty. Tyrion took the letter with a serious expression and read it carefully. Aegon excitedly paced back and forth in the room, muttering, "The Seven Gods bless us." Only the Valley and Dawn were spared from the rebellion of the Four Kings. The Valley's knights are second only to the Riverbend, and they are currently the strongest power in the Seven Kingdoms. If we gain the loyalty of the Valley, we can join forces with Dawn and attack from the north and south. Even if Lannister and Tyrell reconcile, they won't be able to stop us. Your Highness, Littlefinger is the most untrustworthy person in the Seven Kingdoms. You should have known this long ago. Tyrion put down the letter and said with a frown. Aegon said seriously, "You told me that I can't completely trust anyone except myself, including Uncle Dowling, foster father Clinton, Aunt Danny. I've always remembered. Since there were no completely trustworthy people in the world, there was naturally no need to judge whether the other party was worthy of an alliance based on loyalty. Benefits were the strongest and most reliable link. Tyrion understood Aegon's unspoken words. His smile was bitter, and his heart was both happy and sad. I didn't expect you to remember it all this time and even apply what you've learned. Yes, I remember. The excitement in Aegon's eyes faded, and he said with a complicated expression. I remember much of what you said, for no one had ever taught me those things before. Foster father and sister Lemor only wanted to nurture an ideal king, but you taught me how to survive in the real world. If that's the case, wait a few days. Tyrion entered his strategist mode, thinking of ways to help Aegon. Let the scholar send a letter to Bronze Yohn, telling him that Littlefinger invited you to the Eagle Nest, and earnestly asking him to be your guarantor. Bronze Yohn, who? Why do I need to earnestly ask? Aegon said with a frown. Tyrion explained slowly, do you know the Roose family of the Valley? They are the old nobles of the Valley, and their status in the Valley is equivalent to the Bolton of the Northern Territory, Hyder of the River Bay, Starfall City of Dawn. Bronze Yohn is the leader of the Roose family, and is worthy of the respect of any prince. He once formed an alliance of justice with the vassals of the Valley, and almost chased Littlefinger's wifeless son-in-law out of the family, but in the end. Sigh. Tyrion did not hide his disappointment as he shook his head and continued, Bronze Yohn is an old-fashioned knight who values honor. As long as he agrees to be your guarantor, Littlefinger will not be able to do it even if he wants to learn from Wade Fry. I see. Aegon rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He made a decision and said, a letter is not enough to express the prince's respect. I will personally go to Runestone City to meet Count Roose. Tyrion was shocked. He looked at the determined Aegon in disbelief. He did not expect him to be so bold. Aegon's boldness also shocked Bronze Yohn, Uncle Finger, and the vassals of the Valley. That day, he rode on a dragon and landed in Runestone City. With the most sincere attitude, he told Bronze Yohn about his experience and his request. To be honest, Count Yohn had mixed feelings at that time. He was touched by Prince Aegon's sincerity and how much he valued him, but he also wished that he had never come to him. Because, he also suspected Aegon's identity, especially when Aegon told him honestly that even Uncle Dowling and Aunt Danny were kept in the dark about Varys' actions. Looking at Aegon's earnest and sincere eyes, Bronze Yohn wanted to ask, Your Highness, do you think this is reasonable? If the Dragon Queen rode on the Great Guardian of Light and landed in his house and personally invited him to be her guarantor, Bronze Yohn would see this as the greatest honor in his life. He would be willing to protect the rights of the Queen's guests with the lives of his entire family. Even if it was not the Dragon Queen, second brother Wei would still be able to do it. No matter how crazy second brother was, there was no doubt about his true dragon bloodline. But to ask him to be the guarantor of a suspected fake prince, fortunately, Prince Aegon did not want him to be the guarantor of his true dragon identity. Protecting the guest's rights from being violated was a very righteous and honorable thing in itself. Hence, Bronze Yohn reluctantly agreed even though he felt uncomfortable. When Littlefinger heard about this, he was shocked for a moment. Then, he nodded in agreement and handed the safety of the Eagle Nest's Moongate Hall to Bronze Yohn. My dear, your husband is a brave, smart, and magnanimous man. He is a knight. That night, when Littlefinger was working, Littlefinger commented on Sansa's fiancé. When he said this, he was very excited. Sansa was also very excited. She had loved listening to stories about legendary knights since she was young. She had always dreamed of marrying the handsome and glorious knight prince in the stories. She had once thought that her Prince Charming was Joffrey. Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people like his own children, had used a hammer to shatter Sansa's pink crystal maiden heart. Then, she met the tall and mighty Tyrion. Her already shattered maiden heart was almost crushed into mud. The series of misfortunes in her marriage had caused her to give up on herself. She learned how to seduce men and even became the secret lover of an old man who was neither legendary nor brave. If this had happened to Sansa when she was 13 years old in Winterfell, she would not have dared to imagine herself now. Perhaps, after going through so much misfortune, The Holy Mother finally took care of her. When half of her body sank into the mud, a tall, brave, and extraordinarily handsome prince appeared in front of her, riding on a rainbow-colored Iro, the legendary Black Death god Balerion. Sansa was very satisfied with Aegon. Aegon's appearance was not to be doubted. His silver-blonde hair shone under the sun. His eyes changed color according to the light, between dark blue, black, and purple. What moved Sansa even more was Aegon's temperament. His bright smile made him look like the sun god. It was as if he was about to enter her heart. However, his long eyelashes added a feminine aura to him, a maiden of the 7 gods. The figure in her dreams when she was young had walked into reality from illusion. More importantly, he had a dragon. What a huge black dragon! Sansa had never seen such a huge and ferocious creature. Why does the Black Death god's mouth look like a bird's beak? Sansa was a little surprised. This was different from the megalosaurus that Master Luwin had taught her. However, Master Luwin had never seen a megalosaurus before. Perhaps he had remembered wrongly. After all, seeing is believing, and hearing is false. Sansa followed her father Duke Baelish in the Ury's open-air garden under the identity of Elaine Stone. She received Prince Aegon and his 3 servants who had arrived on a dragon. Tyrion did not come. Black Death god Balerion alone took up half of the garden. He could only stay outside. Aegon, accompanied by his guards and Bronze John, entered the Moon Gate. It was located in the main castle of the Ury. It was a hall with a suspended door in the middle of the floor. Yes, it was also the place where Lysa fell to her death. Your Highness, I am relieved to see you. The 7 kingdoms are saved. The people of the 7 kingdoms are blessed. Uncle Finger's smile was gentle and his tone was sincere. Aegon had a good impression of him. My lord, I also have the ambition to change the current situation of the 7 kingdoms. However, I do not have the power to realize my dream. I hope you can help me return the 7 kingdoms to the right track. Aegon smiled humbly and his eyes were confident. Of course. That is the main topic of our discussion today. Uncle Finger's eyes flashed. He had a higher opinion of the young man in front of him. This was Aegon VI, not the Mad King IV. In the hearts of Westeros, Joffrey was the Mad King II and Cersei III. Uncle Finger was such a smart man. Why was he not worried about Aegon's identity when everyone else was suspecting him? He had a spy. The spy on Dragonstone Island did not manage to find out the Dragon Queen's core secrets, but he confirmed one thing: the Dragon Queen completely recognized this nephew of hers. That was enough. Even his aunt did not suspect him. Who was an outsider to poke his nose into other people's business? This is my daughter, Aegon Stone. After some pleasantries, Uncle Finger introduced Sansa to Aegon. Sansa was beautiful to begin with. Chapter 613. There was a long table in the hall. Aegon and Uncle Finger sat on the left and right respectively. Elaine did not sit at the table and Bronze John sat in the middle. Outside the hall, there were 3 of Aegon's guards and the family knights led by Bronze John guarding the place. After the greetings, Aegon and Uncle Finger began to get down to business. Well, Bronze John was only a guarantor and would not participate in the negotiations. Uncle Finger went straight to the point and said, I am only the guardian of Duke Robert Arryn, acting as the guardian of the valley. As for the matter of the valley pledging loyalty to Targaryen, we can only reach a preliminary agreement today. I will not make the final decision for the nobles of the valley. Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. Little Finger was very sensible and did not consider himself as the master of the valley. I will not hide my intentions. I need the support of the valley. With your cooperation, I am confident that I can take down the King's Landing within 2 months and completely quell the turmoil of the 7 countries, Aegon said confidently and sincerely. To be frank, when the news of the Dragon Queen first reached the valley, I discussed the future of the valley with the various vassals. The knights of the valley are not afraid of battle, but meaningless war is not good for us. It will only make the Westeros worse. Winter has arrived and the night is unknown. So, the valley hopes for peace, a peace led by justice, Littlefinger looked at the youth opposite him and said meaningfully. Aegon frowned. At this moment, he suddenly missed Tyrion, who helped him manage the Storm's End fortress. Littlefinger obviously wanted to make a request and negotiate, but he suddenly realized that he could not guess the other party's bottom line and was not used to this kind of conversation. If only everyone were as frank and honest as Aunt Dany, how good it would be. Aegon sighed in his heart and asked tactfully, Duke Baelish, as the guardian of the valley, what expectations do you have for the future of the 7 countries? This was to let Uncle Finger make the first request. I don't dare to have any extravagant hopes for the 7 kingdoms. That is a matter for the king to consider. You are the king of Loina, the Andals, and the ancestors. As for me, I am Robert Arryn, Robin is his nickname, adoptive father. My only hope is that he will be safe and sound, and that he will be able to preserve the legacy of his ancestors in the new dynasty. To put it simply, Uncle Finger's only request for Arryn Vale to join Aegon was for Targaryen to forgive Jon Arryn's crimes in the War of the Usurpers. Bronze Yohn nodded slightly, satisfied with Uncle Finger's performance. On the other hand, Aegon was a little surprised. According to Aunt Dany and Tyrion, Littlefinger was sinister and cunning. He had no bottom line and only wanted to climb up the social ladder. He should not be so selfless. Aegon trusted Aunt Dany and Tyrion's judgment more. Therefore, he believed that Littlefinger was saying beautiful words. As for the grudges of the previous generation, I will not directly announce who to forgive or punish. My aunt recognizes my right to inherit, but she has not given up on the grudges of my father's generation. On the day of the long night. If there is no long night, it will be in the 2nd year of the next summer. She will convene a great council. In the great council, she will openly and fairly judge all the dishonorable things that have happened since my grandfather ascended the throne. For example, my grandfather's atrocity of burning Duke Rickard and his son to death. You all call him the Mad King. My aunt and I will not distort the truth and deny his madness and brutality. My aunt once told me that she will give justice to Duke Rickard in the great trial, regardless of whether Stark is still alive at that time. She can forgive Stark's rebellious actions, let go of Jon Snow and Stannis on the Wall, and will definitely not harm Duke Robert Arryn. Nephew Goo's information is outdated. Dany's aunt received the latest news that Rickard was the source of the War of the Usurpers and deserved to die. However, when the 3 people present heard Aegon's words, their reactions were intense. Sansa was so excited that her eyes turned red and tears almost fell. She no longer had to worry about being eaten by the mystic dragon. Her marriage with Prince Aegon had also removed the biggest obstacle, what she thought. Uncle Finger pretended to show an obvious expression of relief, joy and respect. Bronze John praised sincerely, the Queen's magnanimity shames all the men of the 7 kingdoms. She was the only one who wantonly provided relief during the war in Hadjen. 7 gods above, even Duke Tully has never provided relief to the commoners of Hadjen. Not only Duke Tully, but all the nobles in the Westeros did not have the concept of providing relief to the commoners. Little Rose Margaery was almost praised by the commoners of King's Landing as the Holy Mother. This was mainly because Gao Ting used her name to transport cheap food for King's Landing. The Queen's love bread that Margaery sent to the streets every few days was free. However, the food provided to King's Landing was not free. If it was free, how could brown soup survive? Let the 500,000 commoners of King's Landing eat and drink for free? Even the Dragon Queen could not do that. I have lived for decades and seen many people, but I have never seen a ruler who is more just and benevolent than her. If she fights for the Iron Throne, cough. My aunt admits that my right of inheritance is above hers. Aegon reminded him again. Mention Aunt Dany more when you communicate with the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. This was the brilliant plan that Tyrion gave to Aegon. The reason that Tyrion gave to Aegon was that the Dragon Queen's reputation was resounding. Mentioning her would make your words more convincing. Actually, the dwarf's real goal was to confirm the fact that Aegon was the Dragon Queen's nephew. You kept saying Aunt Dany is so and Aunt Dany is with me. You kept showing your close relationship with Aunt Dany. Anyone who had doubts in their heart would swallow them down. As a matter of fact, Because of his sincere admiration for the Dragon Queen, Bronze John's head kept popping up with acknowledgement of Aegon +1 notifications. The notifications and whatnot were all illusions. However, the way he looked at Aegon was really more cordial than before. Duke Robert Arryn is not guilty. If he can pledge his loyalty to me and help Targaryen restore the kingdom, his title and fief will naturally be under my protection. Aegon gave such a promise. Bronze John happily announced that today's meeting had come to an end. Both sides reached a consensus on the grudge between House Arryn and House Targaryen. It could be considered as clearing the first obstacle on the road to cooperation. However, whether the alliance would succeed in the end depended on the outcome of the meeting between the Arryn vassals. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this outcome. He felt that Littlefinger had played him. He clearly had no right to make a decision on the Arryn Valley's matters, but he invited him to the Eyrie to talk about an alliance. If he could make the vassals in the valley take the initiative to pledge their allegiance, then what was the point of talking to Littlefinger? As if guessing Aegon's thoughts, when Bronze John proposed to invite the prince to a banquet, Uncle Finger said, "Count, the matter between the valley and the prince is over. I still have some private matters to discuss with the prince alone. Can you go prepare the banquet?" "What is it?" Bronze John was a little dissatisfied. He suspected that Littlefinger was up to something. Littlefinger smiled and glanced between Aegon and Elaine. He said meaningfully, "It has nothing to do with the valley. It's about my daughter's marriage." Aegon was stunned. Elaine lowered her head shyly. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a flower. Bronze John's face turned red with anger. Regardless of whether his identity was real or fake, Aegon was now bearing the title of Targaryen. He was his protector. How could he tolerate Littlefinger's humiliation? Well, in Bronze John's opinion, the intention of marrying an illegitimate daughter to a reserve king was an insult to the king. The Baelish family's foundation was shallow to begin with, and an illegitimate daughter, Littlefinger's ancestors were mercenaries. Similar to Bron's experience, mercenaries were promoted to lords because of their contributions. If Aegon was really the son of Lei Jazi, then Littlefinger's daughter was only fit to be his lover. On the other hand, the daughter of the Royce family was barely qualified to be married to Aegon. "Duke, you are now the guardian of the valley. Please don't do anything too disrespectful." Jon suppressed his anger. Understanding Jon's thoughts, Uncle Finger was not angry. He smiled and said, "If your highness is willing, I can announce that Elaine is no longer an illegitimate child." What he meant was that if Aegon agreed, he would announce Elaine's original identity to the public. Sansa Stark was qualified to marry any man in the world, even if he was a god. Jon thought that Littlefinger wanted to turn Elaine Stone into Elaine Baelish. Just like how Skinner was originally Rhaenys Snow, after becoming Rhaenys Bolton, he had the right to inherit the Dreadfort. Jon looked down on the surname Baelish, but he would not say it out loud. He only looked at Littlefinger deeply and stood up to leave. Elaine also stood up and bowed shyly to Aegon, who had an awkward expression. She then trotted away with Jon. There were only two people left in the hall. The calm Littlefinger and the restless Aegon. Uncle Finger smiled at Aegon and said, "Your Highness, I will be honest with you. I do want to make a marriage between you and Elaine. However, I am not so arrogant as to think that Baelish's illegitimate daughter is worthy of the king. Elaine is not my daughter. Her real name is Sansa Stark, the eldest daughter of Edd Stark and Catelyn Tully. She is the only heir to the north." Aegon was stunned. Dany had guessed that Elaine Stone was Sansa, but she did not tell anyone. This matter had nothing to do with her, but the last time Marvin reported that Littlefinger had sent people to Dragonstone Island to pledge their loyalty to her, Old Kate and Blake, Dany asked about Elaine's situation, and did not have the chance to think of this person after that. Therefore, Aegon was really shocked. "Duke Baelish, are you joking?" "I swear," Uncle Finger said seriously. Then, he began to paint a picture of Aegon. "Your Highness, I am not Sansa's biological father, but I am her adoptive father. Sansa is also Duke Robert's cousin, the rightful heir to the King of the North. The King of the North, Rob's territory is not only the North, but also Hadjen. In other words, if you marry Sansa, you will gain the allegiance of the North, Hadjen, and Valley kingdoms. A sacred betrothal is more secure than any oath. Aegon's expression was uncertain. Losing the North and Hadjen are just burdens to me. Littlefinger was delighted. He did not refuse immediately, which meant that he was tempted. Sansa looked pitiful. She had nothing and could not even go back to her home. However, the truth was that Tywin and Old Rose were very fond of her identity. Your Highness, do you want to be the King of King's Landing or the King of the Seven Kingdoms? Littlefinger asked. What do you mean? The King of King's Landing only needs to take over King's Landing and only control King's Landing. The King of the Seven Kingdoms is like your ancestors, the King of the Andals, Loiners, and the Ancients, the protector of the realm. Of course I am the King of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon said. Littlefinger stopped smiling and said seriously, then you must solve the problem of the North and Hadjen. Chapter 614. Littlefinger said, Bolton will definitely not join you, and you cannot accept the loyalty of people who violate the rights of guests. Fry in Hadjen is in the same situation. Marrying Sansa will allow you to easily gain the loyalty of the nobles in the Northern Territory, and overthrowing Bolton will be easy. Yes, the situation in the Northern Territory is very special. The Northerners only recognize Stark. If your queen is Sansa, the vassals in Hadjen who once pledged their loyalty to Robb will also join you. Aegon looked at Littlefinger and asked meaningfully, marrying Lady Sansa is beneficial to ruling the Northern Territory and Hadjen, then, how useful is it to winning over the Valley? Littlefinger smiled and said, Your Highness, Lady Catelyn and I are childhood sweethearts, our relationship is extraordinary, my love for Sansa is no less than her father's. Your love for Sansa's body must be more than I'd Stark. Aegon sneered in his heart. He did not know that Shadong and Elaine were Sansa, but he had heard from Aunt Dany's analysis that Littlefinger had participated in the Purple Wedding, Joffrey's death, kidnapped Sansa, and most likely cheated on Tyrion. For this, he had deeply sympathized with the dwarf. Now, Sansa was indeed by his side, so the dwarf was most likely cheated on? Damn it, it seemed like it was his turn to be the one to take over. Aegon was very upset, but he said calmly, Duke Baelish, forgive me for being blunt, but your power in the valley seems not to be of much help to me. Hehe, Your Highness, you don't think that the previous meeting was the reason why I invited you here, do you? Littlefinger said with a smile. Is it only now? Aegon asked blankly. Littlefinger nodded slightly and said in disdain, Bronze Yohn is an old-fashioned knight who cherishes his reputation, and he is also very prestigious in the valley, but prestige and reputation do not equal power, or else Beristan would be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. You can influence the decision of the Alliance of Justice? Aegon said seriously. I can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to you, Littlefinger said confidently. Aegon did not ask him how he did it. He only thought carefully for a moment and asked, if I compensate you in other ways, can I not marry Miss Sansa, and you will immediately take the valley and pledge your loyalty to me? What kind of compensation? Littlefinger asked with interest. The eagle nest. Aegon's eyes flashed as he said softly. Littlefinger's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat. He put on a puzzled expression and asked, Aren't I in the eagle nest now? Aegon smiled faintly. Duke Belise, living in someone else's house is completely different from living in your own. I've experienced it myself. In Slaves Bay, my aunt treated me extremely well, but I still felt more comfortable in Storm's End Castle. I didn't deceive you and Earl Royce before. Robert Arryn had nothing to do with the War of the Usurpers, and Targaryen was not Lannister. He would not harm an innocent child. But Targaryen had no reason to protect House Arryn's lands and titles. I can leave the grudges of the previous generation until my aunt's great judgment. But I will not help Aeryn, Stark, Theon Bella, and Tully protect their endangered and even lost positions without any benefits. For example, if I take over Storm's End Castle, Theon Bella will forever lose his clan's lands. For example, right now, no matter who it is, as long as he can lead the valley to pledge loyalty to me, even if he uses dishonorable means to take away Aeryn's title, I will still recognize his identity. Littlefinger shook his head and said, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have no ambitions for Aeryn Valley. Duke Belise, there are only the two of us here. I've already been honest enough. Can you repay me with some sincerity? Aegon said unhappily. Sigh, back then, after your grandfather killed Duke Rickard and his son, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He asked Jon Arryn to hand over Ide and Robert. What do you think Lord Jon should do? Now we all know that he was the first to rebel against the Iron Throne for the sake of his two adopted sons who had no blood relations. He was also the one who facilitated the marriage between Tully, Arryn, and Stark families. In the entire War of the Usurpers, Jon Arryn paid the greatest price, but he never thought of asking for any benefits. The safety of his two adopted sons is his greatest reward. Littlefinger spoke slowly as if he was telling a story. You want to be the Jon Arryn of Robert Arryn and Sansa Stark? Aegon's eyes widened in disbelief. Lord Jon is my benefactor. Uncle Finger rose to fame in Seagull Town and benefited from Lysa's pillow talk. Later, Uncle Finger rose all the way to King's Landing, which also helped him a lot. He is also my idol, just like how the younger generation of knights worship Sir Barristan. I'm willing to learn from Lord Jon. Littlefinger's eyes were clear, and his expression was serious. Aegon almost believed him. My daughter Sansa is charming, gentle, kind, and noble. Why do you keep rejecting her? Littlefinger asked in confusion. Aegon said, to be honest, even if we ignore her identity, Lady Sansa is the most charming lady I've ever seen in terms of appearance and temperament. However, I can't let down someone's loyalty. Who? Tyrion. He's my friend, and he taught me a lot of how to be a person. He's still my hand of the king. His reputation isn't very good. He's the Prime Minister, but he doesn't have the title of Prime Minister. I can't steal his wife, Aegon said firmly. Littlefinger smiled and asked, is this the biggest obstacle between you and Sansa? Something like that. Aegon nodded and said hesitantly, actually, my cousin Elaine also wants to marry me. Littlefinger stood up and took out a craft paper bag from the cupboard by the wall. He returned to the table. This time, he didn't return to his original seat. Instead, he sat intimately beside Aegon. Under Aegon's confused gaze, Uncle Finger opened the craft paper bag and took out a piece of parchment the size of a certificate. Take a look. Aegon took it. The first thing he saw was a bright red 7-point star seal on the top left corner of the snow-white parchment. This was a contract written by a Seven Gods cultivator. It was a declaration that Tyrion and Sansa's marriage was invalid. It had the handprint of the Seven Gods Archbishop, Meribad, and the seal of his position. This is real. Aegon's eyes widened. He looked at Uncle Finger in shock and said, Tyrion and Lady Sansa's wedding was held in the Great Cathedral. How is it illegal? Lannister killed her father, brother, and mother. He took away her family's title, land, and castle. He destroyed the whole of Stark. Do you think Sansa will willingly marry Tyrion? Uncle Finger asked. With Archbishop Meribad's reputation, he has the right to deny the marriage officiated by the previous archbishop. After knowing that Tyrion was by Aegon's side, Littlefinger planned to find a respectable cultivator to annul Sansa's marriage. Sansa could also swear that she was forced. However, it would be more official if a cultivator was her guarantor. The most respectable cultivator around the Seven Kingdoms Valley was Meribad. The old cultivator was organizing refugees on the Crabclaw Peninsula to help Dragon Queen build a castle, which was the third line of defense. It was only separated from Seagull Town in the valley by the Trident River. At first, Littlefinger planned to bribe the old cultivator with food. This was because making a guarantor would greatly offend Lannister. However, Meribad only asked Sansa a few questions and readily agreed to annul her marriage with Tyrion. He understood the grudge between Stark and Lannister. He also understood Madame Stoneheart's attitude towards this marriage. She was almost crazy. Therefore, he could represent the Seven Gods to annul this unjust marriage with a clear conscience. The little demon still did not know. Who is that Meribad? What right does he have to annul the marriage officiated by the Archbishop? Aegon asked. Among the cultivators of the Seven Kingdoms, he only knew the Big Sparrow. Do you know about Dragon Queen's disaster relief activities in the Three Rivers Valley? Aegon suddenly realized. So it's him. I heard from my aunt that Meribad rode a donkey to help the poor. He was persistent for decades. He is a true cultivator. Littlefinger nodded with a complicated expression. From the moment he received Dragon Queen's approval, Saint Meribad's reputation began to spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He has the right to annul Sangza's marriage. Saint Meribad. He has saved countless lives. Aegon's mouth twitched. Saint Danny, Saint Sparrow, and now Saint Meribad. In the thousands of years of history of the Seven Kingdoms, there was only one Saint Baylor. Now, there were three. However, they did not seem to devalue Saint. Then, should he also get the title Saint Aegon? Sangza complained to Bishop Meribad that Lannister forced her to marry Tyrion. The bishop also approved her complaint. According to the teachings of the Seven Gods, a sacred oath made against ones will not count. Therefore, your marriage with Sangza will not hurt anyone. Tyrion did not even consummate his marriage with Sangza. I swear to the Holy Father that Sangza is still a pure virgin. This can be witnessed by the roseless guard brain. Well, after Brittany became famous, she would ask everyone she met in Hadjen, "Have you ever seen a red-haired virgin?" And the famous saying also spread. Everyone knew that she was looking for Sangza, so they all thought that Brain thought that Sangza was a virgin. Marriage is easy to annul, but Tyrion's feelings for Sangza are difficult to resolve. Aegon thought for a while, but still shook his head. Your Highness, let me ask you a rebellious question. Are you the monarch, or is he the monarch? How can a monarch's empire be controlled by his subjects? Littlefinger's face had a hint of mockery, but Aegon could clearly feel it. He, Tyrion is my prime minister. If you want to drive a wedge between us, you are wrong. Aegon sneered. Littlefinger waved his hand and said, you can trust the homeless Tyrion, and you can also support Sangza's marriage with him. The problem is, Sangza is not alone. She represents the power of the north, Hadjen, and the valley. In the future, will you still dare to sleep peacefully in the face of the king's hand that controls the west, north, Hadjen, and valley alliance? The sneer on Aegon's face gradually froze. Tyrion will not betray me, he said in a low voice. Yes, with the Dragon Queen around, no one dares to betray Targaryen. But if you rely on her for everything, why return to the Westeros now? A king should control his power in his own hands, Littlefinger said faintly. Aegon hesitated. At least Littlefinger was right about one thing. Sangza represented power, and power should be controlled in one's own hands. Seeing his struggle, Littlefinger smiled and said, you can choose another noble girl to marry Tyrion, and complete the friendship between monarch and subject. You are already so concerned about his feelings, and he should also think about your great cause. Aegon was somewhat convinced. But Dawn seems to have the idea of a marriage alliance with me. Chapter 6:15. Your Highness, do you have a marriage contract with Elaine? Pinky asked. We're still discussing it. Aegon replied. Actually, they were just inspecting him. Elaine was inspecting Aegon to confirm his identity and determine his chances of seizing the Iron Throne. Littlefinger smiled and said, Your Highness, this is actually a very simple multiple-choice question. What do you mean? Let's say a knight wants to hunt a shadow lynx in the mountains. At this time, he only has a valiant attendant and an experienced mercenary. The knight also has a golden sword, and both the attendant and the mercenary want it. Tell me, who should the knight give the golden sword to? Pinky asked with a smile. I'm not an item. Aegon said angrily. You're not, you're the king. Your marriage is the true sword. Pinky agreed with a smile. Aegon's internal struggle wasn't just limited to his heart. His expression was also very clear. Littlefinger saw this and felt proud in his heart. He said faintly, anyone would take out a golden sword to bribe a mercenary. Because regardless of whether an attendant is given a golden sword or not, he will still accompany his knight to hunt. This is the duty of an attendant. You're Prince Dowlang's nephew, so it's only natural for him to help you, just like how an attendant serves a knight. However, the Valley and the North are hesitating. The safest thing for the Valley is to wait and see. Once you defeat Lannister and Tyrell and take the Iron Throne, we'll announce our recognition of your rule. Will you strip us of our titles? Aegon wanted to say loudly, if you don't listen to me now, you won't be allowed to surrender in the future. Even if you surrender, you'll be stripped of your titles. However, he couldn't do it. Not to mention the valley was just watching. Even if the vassals joined Lannister's camp and surrendered after losing the battle, he would still have to accept them. Just like Duke Tywin's famous saying, when someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they kneel and submit, you should personally help them up. Did Tywin not understand Prince Dowlang's enmity toward him? Don't you know about Dowlang's little tricks during the Battle of the Four Kings? Dowlang was preparing to lead Dwayne to join Lan Li's side and secretly sent people to contact Sanlu. Erlu then made a move on his younger brother. However, after the rebellion of the Four Princes was quelled, not only did Tywin not punish Dorne, he even approved of Tyrion's decision to marry Messai into Dorne. He even left a position for the Dornese in the Imperial Conference. One must know that Tristan was only Quentyn's younger brother. He could not even be considered as the second son. On the other hand, Messai was the eldest princess, the king's elder sister. Myrcella was marrying a man of low social status. You, who is half Dornish, ascending to the Iron Throne is equivalent to Dorne's success. It also represents the interests of the Martell family, so they will definitely help you. But what can you get from helping Valley? If there is no marriage, the benefits of helping you or not will be the same, but the price paid will be completely different. Let me think about it. Aegon sighed and said helplessly, Your Highness, you are a true dragon. No one can force you. No matter what choice you make, Aeron of Valley and Stark of the Northern Territory will not be your enemy. You can think about it for as long as you want. You can even reject me. There is only one thing. I swear, the day you marry Sansa, 10,000 knights and 30,000 infantrymen of Valley will pledge their loyalty to you. 40,000 elite infantrymen. It was enough to buy a few Dany's aunts. Second brother Wae and Illyrio sold Dany for 10,000 roaring warriors. Aegon wanted to agree immediately. However, Littlefinger stood up and calmly invited Aegon with a faint smile to attend the welcoming banquet held by the vassals of Valley. At the ball, Aegon and Sansa were like a couple that had walked out of a painting. The man was tall and handsome, the woman was charming and charming. The harmonious atmosphere and noble aura between the two of them made it impossible for the surrounding men and women to get in between them. As their ears rubbed against each other, he smelled her virgin fragrance, touched her tender and smooth skin, and was intoxicated by her charming smile, which was either naive, innocent, or seductive. Aegon suddenly realized that his heart was thumping. Tyrion, I finally met my first love. Back at Wind's End Castle, Aegon looked out of the window with a disappointed expression and sighed. Now I finally understand what you told me that day about the feeling of being with Tessa. Just by looking at her, it seems like the whole world is brighter. The air around her seems to carry the sweet fragrance of roses. Other than her, everyone else's image is fading and blurring. That's a good thing. If a person doesn't meet a girl who moves his heart in this lifetime, it's like a quarter of his life has dimmed. Tyrion was very happy for his little brother. But she. Aegon's face was filled with guilt. But she's Sansa. You're right, Sansa is really charming. Tyrion's face contorted. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Where did you meet Sansa? Sigh, Aunt Dany guessed right. Littlefinger kidnapped Sansa and went to the Eagle Nest with him under the identity of Elaine Stone. Aegon did not hide anything. He told the dwarf everything that happened in the Hall of the Moongate yesterday. My betrothal has been annulled again. Tyrion muttered in a daze. Should I agree to Littlefinger's marriage proposal? Aegon asked carefully. His voice was very soft, afraid that he would agitate the dwarf. He knew that this question was very hurtful to the dwarf, but if he did it behind his back, it would only hurt their relationship even more. He might as well be frank with him. Sansa is my wife. Tyrion growled. But she doesn't love you. She even hates you. She hates every Lannister to the bone. She told me this herself. Even Saint Meribad thinks that your marriage is blasphemy against the seven gods, Aegon said. Tyrion's eyes were red. He shouted, She cannot love me, she can break off the marriage with me, but not because of you. Even if Littlefinger fucked her, you can't take her. Let's talk nicely. This is not the Garden of Desire, and Sansa is not the Red Saintess. She is a noble and pure virgin. The roseless iron guard that my aunt conferred can testify to that. Aegon frowned and said angrily. Virgin? Tyrion raised 2 middle fingers at Aegon and sneered. Have you asked me about these 3 sticks? Aegon suddenly stood up and shouted at the dwarf, if you talk like that again, I'm going to get angry. The dwarf was really angry. He ran to Aegon with his short legs and pushed him hard in the chest. He said loudly, I almost betrayed the queen and left Slave Bay. I followed you all the way back to the Westeros and helped you come up with plans. I didn't do it to see you fuck my wife. Aegon took a few steps back and looked away from Tyrion's red eyes. He sighed. I like her, and she loves me. There's no fuck, only true love, maybe not now, but Sansa and I will definitely be a pair of immortals in the future. Our union is the gods' blessing for us, and also the fastest way to quell the chaos in the 7 kingdoms. Immortals? He thought about how Sansa had refused to sleep with him on their wedding night. Actually, it was Tyrion who took pity on Sansa and gave up on smelting copper. Yep, Sansa was almost 13 years old at that time. Then, he imagined how she and Aegon were cuddling and cuddling. Uncontrollably, a wicked fire rushed into Tyrion's mouth from the steel door. He said with a mouth full of fragrance, You're just a weak stone. You can't even compare to Pinky's Pinky. Can you satisfy her? What a shitty pair of immortals. The reason why Pinky was called Pinky was not only because his home was on the 5-Finger Peninsula, but also because he was small and thin. Being small did not necessarily mean that the person was small. For example, Tyrion was a mischievous child, but Pinky was not as talented as the dwarf. Awu Aegon was filled with guilt and guilt. He turned into a raging wildfire. His eyes turned green. With a howl, he pounced at the dwarf. The dwarf was careless and fell to the ground. With a thud, his head hit the floor. Fortunately, the floor was covered with a thick layer of Maya carpet. However, this also made Tyrion lose his rationality. He punched Aegon in the eye. Aegon howled. The little bit of rationality that had just returned to his heart turned into fuel again, making the wildfire in his chest burn even more fiercely. Bam 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 crackle, the 2 of them wrestled with each other like children in the mud. They dug out bird nests, pulled out ears, slapped their mouths, knocked their foreheads against each other's front teeth, punched their noses. One of them was the second brother of the Black River Pass, while the other was Zhao Yun, who competed based on looks. They met each other and exchanged blows. There was no clear winner. They fought wildly in the house. Soon, they were noticed by the guards and reported to the leader of the Golden Army, Harry. After a while, Harry brought people to separate the 2 of them. Seeing the prince beaten black and blue, Harry had already ordered the guards to lock up the dwarf. However, Aegon got up from the ground and stopped him. Coldly looking at Tyrion, who was looking at him coldly, Aegon rode the Black Death God and left the Wind's End Fortress. That's it. Dragonstone Island, the magic net crystal tower. A dejected Aegon was complaining to Aunt Dany about the grievances in his heart. Dany was in a good mood after eating a big melon. She did not show any displeasure to her nephew and spoke in a calm tone. So, why did you come looking for me? Well, this was the first time the 2 of them had spoken since Aegon left. Aunt Dany, what do you think I should do? Aegon sighed. Kill Tyrion. In ancient times, when an emperor wanted to take his minister's wife, he would first arrange a suicide mission for his minister. Dany held back her laughter. Aegon shook his head and said, but he didn't do anything wrong. If it were me, I would also be very angry. Any man would be very angry. Then restrain your lust. It's not because of her beauty. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Aegon's bruised face. Marrying Sansa is equivalent to controlling the Northern Territory. I can also subdue the nobles in the valley and Hadjen. This won't do, that won't do. Think of a way yourself. Dragon Queen turned off the magic mirror communication. Aegon was in a daze in front of the light blue magic crystal ball for a while. He only came back to his senses when the big crab, Bronn, and the others came over to greet him. Where's Tyrion? Why isn't he here? After exchanging some pleasantries, Bronn asked curiously. He Aegon hesitated for a moment and said, "He's helping me manage the Wind's End fortress. He doesn't have time to come." Bronn saw the wounds on Aegon's face, but would never have thought that it was caused by Tyrion. So, he started chatting with the prince about the dwarf. "When I first heard that he killed Tywin, I was as shocked as everyone else. But after thinking about what Tywin did to him, I could understand. Tyrion is a good person, but when he's pushed to the limit, he can do all sorts of crazy things," Bronn rambled on. Aegon was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly stood up and left. Chapter 616. Sansa, "I'm sorry. I love you, but I can't marry you," Aegon said sadly. After leaving Dragonstone Island, he flew straight to the Eagle Nest. In the garden, under the twilight, he listened to the rumbling of Ulysses's Tears waterfall in the distance. A handsome young man held the delicate hand of a beautiful girl with a complicated expression. His eyes were filled with reluctance. "Why?" Sansa's delicate face suddenly paled. She said pitifully, "Is it Dragon Queen?" "She doesn't agree." "No, my aunt doesn't object to this." Aegon shook his head and said hesitantly, "It's Tyrion." "Little demon." Sansa's beautiful face instantly twisted. "What does he want?" "My marriage to him was not voluntary. Brother Meribad was also willing to be my annulment. He doesn't object to annulling the marriage. Actually, he always felt sorry for you and always wanted you to live well." Sansa's expression changed several times. She wanted to tell the innocent prince not to be fooled by the little demon. But thinking about it carefully, the dwarf did not seem to have done anything bad other than looking at her naked body with lustful eyes. "Then what does he want?" she asked in a muffled voice. "He can tolerate you marrying someone else, but the person marrying you cannot be me," Aegon said bitterly. "Why? I will only be happy with you." "Doesn't he want me to live well?" Sansa said angrily. "This is a matter of a man's dignity. He and I are, kind of friends. If I marry you, it will hurt his dignity more than anyone else." Sansa asked loudly, "What is this?" "You are a prince, his lord. It's his business if he doesn't feel good. Does a king have to worry about every unreasonable thought of his subject? Or is it that in your heart, your lover is less important than the little demon? Is your relationship more than husband and wife? Tyrion is indeed different from the other subjects. He has helped me a lot." Aegon pulled Sansa to a flower bed and sat down. He looked at the orange sunset flowing through the cracks of the mountain and sighed. Every place has its own unique scenery. No wonder Tyrion wants to travel the world. "Then let him go and see the world," Sansa said. "He is the only one I can use. My cousin Quentyn, Targaryen's direct vassals Valerian and Setigardu, sigh, if I chase him away, I can only return to Slavers Bay." Aegon smiled bitterly. "You still have me, my foster father, Bronze Yoen, and countless nobles of the valley and the northern territory." Aegon shook his head and sighed. "Tyrion told me not to lie to the one I truly love. So I will not lie to you. My cousin Quentyn, my cousin Elaine and the nobles of the Stormlands nobles, are they Tyrion? In this world, other than my aunt and foster father, Tyrion is the most loyal person to me. I don't want to let him down, and I don't want to hurt you." The first part of the sentence made Sansa's expression darken slightly, but the last part made her confused. "Hurt me how? Do you know why Tyrion killed Tywin?" Aegon asked. "Why? Because he loved his father too much, too passionately, but Tywin repaid him too little, too coldly. Tyrion was forced into a corner and went to extremes." "I still don't quite understand," Sansa said blankly. "Tyrion is very good to me, very loyal, but if I repay him with coldness and cruelty, I'm afraid that what happened to Tywin will happen to me. For example, after our marriage, you will definitely appear in front of him often. And every time you appear, it will be a provocation to him, like a slap to his face. Over time, he will be pressured to the extreme. I'm afraid that he will explode, just like how he killed Tywin with his longbow, killing you and me," Aegon said angrily. Sansa looked at the prince in front of her with a strange gaze. Is this person an idiot? What kind of strange things are he thinking? However, Sansa was no longer the innocent 12-year-old girl she once was. Although she was still young, she had experienced a lot in her life. When she saw Aegon, an honest and sincere young man, especially when he was as handsome as the Prince Charming that she had dreamed of when she was a young girl, Sansa was touched. She felt as if she was a 30-year-old prostitute who had met an innocent young man. Prince Aegon was not stupid. The reason he acted stupid in front of her was because he liked her. It was not uncommon for people in love to be stupid. She thought of herself. Back then, when she faced Joffrey, that scoundrel, did she not stupidly open her heart to him? At the same time that she felt sad, Sansa suddenly felt some true feelings for the young man. Such a sincere, brave, honorable, noble and handsome young man truly loved her. Wasn't that her wildest dream when she was young? She did not expect that after her dream was killed by Joffrey, the imp and Pinky and thrown into a cesspool, her dream could be revived like a sparrow. Perhaps, her meeting with Prince Aegon was the blessing of the Virgin Mary. You think too much. Time will only fade everything. My feelings for him are not as deep as you think. At this moment, Sansa's tone was exceptionally gentle and full of affection. It was enough to melt any man's heart. He is Lannister. Lannister, he has a strong memory. If he could not even remember, how could he repay his debt? Aegon felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Sansa's expression also became serious. That's right, I can't be too wary of Lannister. Are you going to give up on our feelings because you are afraid? Sansa pulled Aegon's hand and placed it on her soft chest. She said affectionately, I can feel that our feelings are not fake at all. Although we have only known each other for a few days, it is as if we are destined to be together. I am not afraid. Aegon pulled his hand back with difficulty but determination. He stood up and looked at the vast valley plains outside the balcony. He sighed. I am not afraid of Tyrion. I just don't want to kill him. Kill him? Sansa exclaimed. My aunt told me that if a king and his subject have a conflict because of a woman, he should quietly send his subject to his death. If I marry you, before Tyrion's hatred for us reaches its limit, I will kill him first. This is the magnanimity of a king. I do not lack it. But I do not want him to die. If that is the case, I will not have a conflict with him regarding women. So, I am sorry. Aegon made his decision without hesitation. He summoned the Black Death god and climbed onto the dragon's back. He looked down at the pale and weeping Sansa and said loudly, Sansa, even if we cannot be together, I will still treat you as my best friend. I swear, even without the help of Erin Valley, I can take down King's Landing within 3 months. Then, I will lead my army north and help you take back Winterfell. Looking at the shrinking black figure in the golden sunset, Sansa felt lost. Her eyes reddened and 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. That night, after learning about Aegon's decision from Sansa, Littlefinger's expression darkened. He cursed, this kid is too arrogant. If I had not interfered, with the 2 winged dragons and the allied forces of the Golden Regiment and Dawn, he might have been able to quickly take down the king's descent. But since you have rejected my good intentions, don't blame me for doing something. What should I do? Sansa was worried but did not show it on her face. Very simple. Secretly inform the Iron Throne and have them invite the allied army to set up an ambush. Littlefinger laughed coldly. Set up an ambush? Sansa's expression changed and she exclaimed, the allied army's winged dragons? Humph, the winged dragons are considered high-end goods in the Westeros. But in the war zone between the allied army and Slave Bay, just a small patrol team has 5 winged dragons. We only need to invite a small team of winged dragons over. There is no need for a battle. We can ambush around Storm's Rest Fortress and kill Aegon and Tyrion like chickens. Littlefinger laughed coldly. This. Sansa was worried for the elegant and gentle Prince Aegon. My dear, don't worry. Our plan will not fail. Littlefinger thought that his daughter was upset over Aegon's rejection. We are about to kill Prince Aegon, and the plan is not considered a failure? Sansa frowned. Who said that Aegon will die? If he dies, who will you marry? Littlefinger smiled and said. Didn't you say that you want the allied army to ambush him? Sansa was confused. He, I only said that I would give the Iron Throne a hint and ask them to invite the allied army to ambush Prince Aegon. But how can I let him die? If he dies, I can only deal with the shrewd and powerful Dragon Queen. She is not an easy person to deal with. She is not as easy to control as Prince Aegon. Littlefinger shook his head and said, "What should we do?" "Hihi, let's send a message to our little Aegon." Littlefinger shrugged and said in a teaching tone, "For the ambitious weak, the best environment for survival is chaos. Order represents stability. In the Westeros, under the stable pyramid of society, the weak will only be oppressed and exploited by the strong. They will never have the chance to rise again. Only chaos can provide us with opportunities. And the best source of chaos is at the top of the pyramid, where two strong people are evenly matched. Now, Aegon has the pterosaur. The balance between him and the Iron Throne has been broken. So, he can proudly say that he can take down the King's Landing in 3 months without the Valley's help. This is not good for me. When I use a little trick and call the allied pterosaur team over, Aegon will be killed instantly and the balance will be broken. This is also not good for me. At that time, I will help Aegon and warn him to be careful of the allied army. The Iron Throne and Aegon's pterosaur have been exchanged, so we can only rely on the army. And the Valley has the strongest cavalry of the 7 kingdoms. Together with the Northern Territory and some of the Hajian county lords, we have the strongest army. This way, Aegon will beg to form an alliance with us. Between victory and defeat, even if Tyrion is his uncle, he will be mercilessly abandoned. Once again, Sansa was enlightened by Littlefinger's teachings. But tonight, she still used the excuse that she was not feeling well and rejected Uncle Finger's physical enlightenment. Because the figure of that upright young man would appear in her mind from time to time. The next morning, at dawn, Sansa, who had been thinking about something and could not sleep well, woke up from the bed after a loud dragon roar. As if their minds were connected, she let down her fluffy long hair and put on a thin apricot yellow silk nightgown. Barefoot, she ran straight to the open-air garden beside the moon gate. Oh! Aegon was also sliding down the pterosaur's tough wings. When he saw the girl running towards him, he could not help but hug her and kiss her. After half an hour of passionate kissing and comforting, the two finally separated. "Sansa, I want to marry you." Aegon held the girl's face, which was as red as a peony flower after the rain. A day later, Dany received a notice that her nephew was getting married. What did the dwarf do to make him change his mind? Chapter 617. That morning, Tyrion and Aegon had fought over Sansa. It was Guan Yu against Zhao Yun, and they were evenly matched. Both of them were bruised and battered, their faces swollen and bruised. As for Aegon, he went to Aunt Dany and cried. Then, he cut off his feelings with the sword of wisdom and prepared to give up on this love that was not meant to be. Tyrion also went to find someone to talk to. Yelaine was the only familiar person in Windrest Fort. Tyrion could only go to her. Actually, the two of them were comforting each other. Yelaine also knew about Aegon's plan to marry Sansa. How should she put it? Prince Dowlang of Dorne was too steady and courageous. However, he sought stability all the way and did not have the drive to take risks. He and his younger brother, Oberyn, one was gentle and the other was tough. One of them was scheming and astute, while the other was decisive. The brothers were of one mind and were perfect. Unfortunately, Oberyn died. As for second brother Wei, whose identity was clear, Prince Dowlang observed him again and again. His daughter was already in her 20s, but he did not send her to complete the holy marriage. In the end, second brother could not see any hope of reviving the country. He became more and more extreme and crazy. However, the more extreme and crazy second brother became, the more hesitant Prince Dowlang was. He was even more unwilling to put his daughter and Dawn's future in danger. As a result, the promising Ocean Palace oath signed by Oberyn and William Derry was reduced to a piece of scrap paper. When it came to Aegon, he had good looks and character. However, he had an unknown identity and an uncertain future. Prince Dowlang wanted to place a bet, but he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he sent Yelaine to Windrest Fort to observe. In the end, Aegon was much more popular than Prince Dowlang thought. Uncle Finger, the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms, entered with his daughter. Yelaine was tragically raped by Sansa. Hence, Princess Yelaine was also depressed. They were both in the same boat. Moreover, they were old acquaintances. The dwarf and Yelaine talked about the depression in their hearts while drinking to drown their sorrows. Wine was the medium of sex. Heart to heart, body to body, Aegon rode the dragon back to the Wind's End fortress with a sorrowful and regretful heart. Suddenly, he saw Tessa spreading her wings and gliding slowly under the moonlight above the ink sea. On her back, a pair of adulterers were performing the difficult spring cry art together. They were chanting loudly, and they were extremely unrestrained. The dwarf dragon trembled. Aegon's mind was greatly shaken. Lian and the dwarf were also greatly shaken. The three of them were greatly shaken. Aegon's eyes turned red. With a roar, he charged forward on his dragon. Tessa, run! The dwarf hurriedly shouted. At noon, Bronn was still wondering why he hadn't seen his old friend. That night, his old friend came. Aegon chased the dwarf all the way to Dragonstone Island. It was almost like a monkey's version of Broken Boat Cove dance. P.S. Actually, Aegon had also just left Dragonstone Island. At noon, he told Aunt Dany about his troubles. In the evening, he made a decision. After bidding farewell to Sansa, he came to Dragonstone Island again to tell Aunt Dany about his decision. Aunt Dany was annoyed to death. Now, it was already late at night. This was the third time he came to disturb Aunt Dany in a day. Tyrion was helpless. Other than going to Dragonstone Island to find the Dragon Queen to mediate, he had nowhere to hide. He also didn't want to keep running. After chasing for a few 100 kilometers, Aegon regained his senses in the sea breeze. Seeing that Tyrion had landed on the top of the flying dragon tower, he didn't go down. He only shouted, "Just you wait," and left. Yes, he returned to the eagle nest without any psychological burden. In fact, he even felt the joy of revenge. He hugged Sansa, kissed her, hugged her. If they weren't in the eagle nest and Uncle Finger was watching with a smile in the corner, he would definitely have done something else. Seeing Elaine and Tyrion in disheveled clothes and panic-stricken faces, Bronn, who brought his guards over to check on the situation, instantly guessed what had happened. After Elaine staggered away with the help of her maidservant, Bronn sighed and said, "Sooner or later, you'll lose your life because you can't control second brother. You're doing well." Looking at Bronn, who was exuding confidence and arrogance of an old-school noble, then looking down at his unbuttoned shirt and shorts that revealed his hairy and deformed legs, Tyrion felt embarrassed. "Far worse than you. Riding a dragon and playing with the king's wife, TSK. The stern expression on Bronn's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a mercenary's lewd smile. He whispered, "How does it feel?" The familiar smell made Tyrion completely relax. He didn't care about his current sorry state. He shook his head and lamented, "Sigh, it's terrible. Drinking too much really messes things up." Bronn stopped smiling and patted his old friend's shoulder. He said, "It's really your fault this time. You went too far." The dwarf shook his head. "You don't understand. Things between us are very complicated. Isn't it just Sansa Stark?" You know?" Bronn nodded and said with a complicated tone, "Everyone knows that the girl didn't marry you willingly. Although she tricked you once with Joffrey, think about what the Lannister family did to Stark. Aegon is different. Just like..." The dwarf gave a very inappropriate example. "If Loris was pregnant because of me, you would be even more unhappy." Loris was Bronn's wife. Before marrying Bronn, she was raped by dozens of thugs in King's Landing and became pregnant. Only then did she find the mercenary Bronn to be her bodyguard. Slap. Bronn slapped the dwarf. "Your mouth is even worse now." "Sorry." The dwarf wasn't angry. He rubbed his face and smiled bitterly. His words are crude, but his reasoning is not. "He wanted to do my wife. How can I not be angry? He really should have done your wife. Unfortunately, the little prince isn't as shameless as you. After being beaten up by you, he went to the eagle's nest and rejected the marriage with Sansa Stark." "What?" Tyrion's eyes widened in disbelief. Bronn nodded slightly and sighed. He rejected Littlefinger's marriage proposal. Tyrion's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sansa and Aegon's marriage was a success. This time, even Tyrion didn't have the face to object. Elaine also left the Wind's End fortress awkwardly. After Prince Dowlang heard the whole story, he sighed and nodded in agreement to form an alliance with Aegon VI. He no longer cared about the authenticity of Aegon's identity. He only had one goal: to seek justice from Lannister. However, it was impossible to count on Uncle Dowlang to fully support Aegon. Dorne was willing to send 50 ships, 4,000 marines, 3,000 cavalrymen and 3,000 infantrymen. A total of 10,000 people would follow Aegon to the King's Landing. 10,000 people was already a lot. In the entire Dorne Hill, there were less than 500,000 people. To the stable Prince Dowlang, bringing out 10,000 strong men was no less than a 5-card stud. The only thing was that the people of Dorne could bring their own rations all the way to the Wind's End fortress. However, Aegon would have to think of a way to provide rations for the army. Dorne didn't experience the rebellion of the 4 princes, so they stored a large amount of rations. If Aegon was really Lei Jiazi and married Elaine, then Dowlang would be responsible for all the supplies in the war. However, Dowlang only treated himself as Aegon VI's ally. While he helped Aegon seize the Iron Throne, he also used Aegon's strength to complete his revenge. It was fair and just, and the goods and money were cleared. Aegon was very dissatisfied with this. Isn't it natural for an uncle to help his nephew? Tyrion stopped him. This is the politics of the West Eros. He is not only your uncle, but also Prince Dorne. Think about Theon Bella, their ancestors were Targaryen's illegitimate sons. These two guys were fighting over a woman before, and now they're shamelessly reconciling. Prince Dowlang's support for you has already surpassed Dorne's support for Targaryen during Aerys' time. Because of the matter with Lyanna, Dorne was very dissatisfied with Liga. In the early stages of the War of the Usurpers, they only watched from the side and did not participate. Why was Dany and second brother Wei able to escape from the War of the Usurpers, but Liga's child died in the King's Landing? Although the Mad King was crazy, he was not stupid. After the Battle of the Bell, he saw that the situation was not right. The first thing he did was to send his pregnant wife and second son to Dragonstone Island. However, he kept Princess Elia of Dorne and her children as hostages to force Dorne to send troops to deal with Robert. Dowlang, come and save me. Otherwise, when the King's Landing falls, your sister, nephew, and niece will be killed by the rebels. This was the message that the Mad King wanted to convey to Prince Dowlang. Isn't it annoying? Using his daughter-in-law and grandchildren as hostages to threaten his brother. The key was that his trick really worked. Dowlang pinched his nose and led Dorne into battle. However, Dowlang did not feel comfortable. Dorne did not use their full strength and both sides suffered a tragedy. Liga died in battle at the Ruby Beach, Tywin tricked the King's Landing into opening the city gates, and Targaryen was slaughtered. The Mad King's threat actually came true. 2 children died tragically in front of his eyes, and the princess herself was raped and killed by the Demon Mountain. Elia could be said to be the most pitiful crown princess. After Aegon reached a preliminary agreement with Dorne and the Valley, news related to him spread like wildfire. Liga and Elia's son, Aegon Targaryen, did not die. He had returned. Aegon Targaryen rode the Megalosaurus Black Death and took down Storm's End Castle. Aegon Targaryen was declared the Lord of Storm and called himself Aegon VI. Under Saint Meribad's witness, Aegon VI and Sansa Stark formed a sacred marriage contract. Aegon VI announced that Tommen I was a false king. Aegon VI announced the formation of the True Dragon Alliance and issued a declaration: since the War of the Usurpers, the people of the 7 kingdoms have withered, music has collapsed, etiquette has deteriorated, and people have become beasts. Following the will of the universe, we raise the banner of justice, purge the Avilders, restore the glory of the 7 kingdoms, and establish Targaryen as the rightful ruler. Dorne responded to Aegon's call and announced that they had joined the True Dragon Alliance. On the next day, Sansa Stark announced that she was the only successor of the King of the North, Robb. At the Eagle Nest's Moongate, she was crowned as the Queen of the North. She would lead the nobles of the North and Hadjen who were willing to pledge their loyalty to the Queen of the North to join the alliance. On the 3rd day, Robert Arryn pledged his loyalty to Aegon and led the Arryn Valley to join the alliance. On the next 2 days, the nobles of the Stormlands announced their loyalty to the new Duke of Storm's End Castle. The king could also be a duke, and led their troops to Storm's End Castle. Aegon's True Dragon alliance almost included 5 of the 7 kingdoms of the Westeros: Dorne, the Stormlands, Hadjen, the North, and the Valley. Even the king's domain had nobles who were secretly siding with Aegon. It could be said that the marriage arranged by Uncle Finger for Aegon was much better than Tyrion's previous plan of using power to suppress others and confirm his identity. When Aegon had the full support of the North and the Valley, Taoist Lang did not care about his identity. With the support of the North, the Valley, and Dorne, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms did not care about whether he was a true dragon or a false dragon. At this point, Aegon's influence was like the sun in the sky. The 7 kingdoms were terrified. My ass. The people of the 7 kingdoms were shocked by an even more terrifying news: Yulun is fierce, and the roses wither. Chapter 6:18. Tyrion was a smart man. How could he not know that when the clam fought, the fishermen would reap the benefits? According to his original plan, the alliance between Aegon and Aegon, as well as the sacred marriage between Aegon and Sansa, were all top-secret information. His strategy was to keep a low profile, quietly gather allies, and accumulate military strength. In other words, he was building a high wall and slowly claiming the throne. This was because the conflict between Lannister and Tyrell had not reached its climax. Tyrion did not expect a war between Cersei and the High Court to break out when Aegon had appeared. His whore sister might be stupid enough to be willing to fight a civil war to warm up before a great enemy, but Rose was not stupid, and Lyon was not stupid either. Yes, in terms of family prosperity and talents, Lyon's family could look down on the sum of the 5 kingdoms outside of High Court. The great nobles of River Bend were all descendants of Green Hand Garth, and Beast Garth alone reproduced a kingdom. Lyon Tywin, Kevin, Lyon Tyrion, and Tiger Jaime were well known, but Lannister was not weak, but not famous, only not famous among readers, but also famous in Westeros. For example, the acting mayor of Casterly Rock City, Damian Lannister, was a collateral relative of Lannister, and no one, readers, knew him. But without thinking, if Damian did not have the ability, would Kevin have handed over his home to him? It was said that the Frey family was the most fertile family in the 7 kingdoms. Old Wade's descendants alone could form a cavalry squad. In fact, the Lannister family had the most clansmen. There was a saying, in Lannister Harbour, if you randomly grab 2 people, at least one of them will have the surname Lannister. It was not an exaggeration to say that Lannister's family had reproduced Casterly Rock City. Therefore, the Lyons did not lack talents. The talents of the Lyons also stood out under Tywin's rule and entered the military and political system of the Lyons. Therefore, even though Kevin was dead and Cersei was foolish, Lannister's foundation did not crumble. That was why Aegon could not wait for Cersei and Tyrell to meet on the battlefield, unless he did not show up. In fact, Tyrion had been prepared for a third party, such as Randall Tarley, to mediate between Cersei and Tyrell for the 3rd time. But keeping a low profile could numb Cersei and delay her compromise with Old Rose. By the time Aegon left for King's Landing, it would be too late for Cersei to work with Tyrell. His plan was very good, but he had neglected another person. Yulun. Yulun actually managed to wipe out High Court Tyrell's entire family all by yourself. Yep, I didn't even get to see the Dragon Queen once before Old Rose received a boxed lunch. Oh, I was about to receive a boxed lunch. Whether or not I received a boxed lunch would be up to the Dragon Queen. 2 days after the gouting incident. What? Gouting is gone? How could it be gone? The Dragon Queen exclaimed. Dragonstone Island. The crystal tower that was the hub of the magic net. A circle of runes the size of a dustpan expanded on the surface of the light blue magic crystal ball. The blue light formed the shape of Dany's head, as if it was a 3D image of a blue light. Strangely, everyone in the hall felt that the Queen's head was facing them no matter which angle they looked from. At this moment, Aegon, Tyrion, Marwyn, Old Crab, and Bronn were gathered together. Their expressions were indescribable horror and absurdity. Since the beginning of the War of Conquerors, Blackheart Harren's Hall family had been burned to ashes by Balerion, and in the past 300 years, thinking about it, it was really scary. The War of the Usurpers was still fine, but in the past 20 years, Targaryen, Theon, Stark, Aeryn, and Tully had all been destroyed or were on the verge of extinction. Now, 7 Duke-level families had been destroyed, and they had all died so suddenly and unimaginably. It was easy to get addicted to power, and the Iron Throne was poisonous. Anyone who touched it would be unlucky. It is said that Gauting Tyrell was massacred by Yulun, but this news has not been confirmed. However, Cersei of King's Landing acted almost at the same time and arrested Prime Minister Mace Tyrell and Queen Margaery for treason. If the rumors are true, then other than Loras, who is receiving treatment at the Great Cathedral, no one in the Tyrell family with thousands of years of history has escaped. Even though it had been a few hours since he received the news, Marwyn was still in disbelief when he spoke of this matter. His voice trembled with fear. "How did Yulun do it?" Dany asked in surprise. Marwyn turned his gaze to Tyrion and Aegon, and said, "Gauting is still sealed by Yulun, so I am not sure what exactly happened. Dragonstone Island only received a few messenger crows from Riverbend's vassals, saying that there was a huge change in Gauting, and that they were not even sure if Gauting had fallen. However, Varys knows more than we do. He has dealings with His Highness." Without waiting for Dany to ask, Aegon nodded and said, "Count Varys contacted me once. The change in River Bend first occurred at the Shield Islands, and the Green Pavilion Island fleet was completely wiped out. Perhaps Gauting is only trapped now and has not completely fallen. Varys told me to be wary of Yulun's sea monsters and evil sorcery. Before the situation is clear, it is best to hide in Dragonstone Island." Even sea monsters came out. Tyrion had a complicated expression as he said, "Varys said that it was a red octopus. Its tentacles reached out of the sea and were even taller than the mast. It suddenly came out of the sea and wrapped around Count Redwyn's ship with a dozen tentacles, a huge warship with 400 oars. It was as simple as a clumsy servant breaking a baguette." Those were Varys' words. Unfortunately, Villa Tyrell was also on that ship at the time, and Gauting lost its heir. Unbelievable. "I always thought that sea monsters were just legends," Bronn said in shock. Marwyn shook his head and said, "After the Queen hatched the Megalosaurus, the magic tide surged, and the legendary creatures became active. Since 3 years ago, sea monsters have appeared in the narrow sea from time to time. Every time they appeared, a ship would be dragged to the bottom of the sea. However, no one thought that someone could control them. Sigh, with the Megalosaurus in the sky and sea monsters in the water, how can ordinary people live?" The dwarf sighed. He also recalled that during the War of the Four Kings, when he was the Hand of the King at King's Landing, he had received a report from a customs official that there were sea monsters destroying ships on the Five-Finger Peninsula. At that time, he had even ridiculed the official. "There are still sailors in Lannister Port who have seen mermaids. Why don't you go catch a few and make Emperor Joe happy? My family has an ancestral horn. It is said that it can control sea monsters," the old crab said hesitantly. "You're not even sure about your family's horn?" Tyrion said in surprise. "I haven't seen any sea monsters for hundreds of years. Also, blowing the horn requires a special talent." The old crab looked at the Dragon Queen. "The last time I looted. When Rhys was trying the evil slave merchants, I also got a sea monster horn. I've studied it, and the runes inside are really effective. It's true that it can control sea monsters, but..." Facing the old crab's hopeful gaze, Dany shook her head regretfully and said, "The dragon horn uses the soul of the old demigod dragon to intimidate ordinary Megalosaurus, just like how a wolf controls a pack of wolves. However, the sea monster horn only captures a part of the sea monster's soul and seals it in the horn, using the remnant soul of the sea monster to control that sea monster. In other words, one horn can only control one sea monster. When the sea monster dies, the horn becomes a decoration." Tyrion gave an unusually flattering smile and said humbly, "Then, Your Majesty, can you create a new horn? Snatch Yulun's sea monster." Yep, this was the first time he met the Dragon Queen after the betrayal of the revolution, slave liberation. "Sea monsters are useless to me," Dany said calmly. Communicating with the Dragon Queen through the magic crystal, everyone could see her face, but everyone's expression was different. Facing Tyrion, the Dragon Queen's expression was always cold, as if she did not want to talk to him. How can it be useless? A single sea monster can decide the outcome of a naval battle, he said with a mocking smile. If you have the time and energy to look for sea monsters, you might as well train. The sea was vast and deep. How difficult would it be to find a single sea monster? What kind of magic can deal with sea monsters? Aegon asked. The Megalosaurus feeds on sea monsters and dared to use the same method to deal with Qingting Island's fleet against Her Majesty. Her Majesty can easily teach you Lun a lesson, the old crab said proudly. What about the pterosaur? Aegon hurriedly asked. This. Why don't you try? The old crab said uncertainly. Try. Try with your life. If you fail, you won't be able to come back. Aegon was stupefied. Actually, it's easy to deal with sea monsters, Dany said with a smile. When the sea monsters break the ship like a towel, let the pterosaur descend from the sky and throw down a few cans of wildfire bombs. I guarantee the effect will be excellent. Even if there's no pterosaur, store a few £100 of wildfire and a few dozen bags of flour in the cabin. When the sea monsters attack, throw the flour all over the cabin and ignite the wildfire. TSK. In this fantasy world, even the Megalosaurus was not invincible, let alone the sea monsters. Tyrion thought for a while and said, it's worth a try. Aunt Dany, Yulun still has evil witchcraft. Do you have any way to counter it? I can't hide on Dragonstone Island forever, Aegon said anxiously. The Storm's End castle was built by the city builder Brandon. It's one of the only 2 evil-suppressing castles in the Westeros. You're neglecting the essentials by coming to Dragonstone Island to seek refuge. Oh, remember to guard the saws. Don't let the wizards sneak into the inner castle from the bay, Dany reminded warmly. There were so many aristocrats in the Westeros. Every aristocrat had a castle, but only Winterfell and the Storm's End castle were protected by spells to prevent magic from entering the castle. The Storm's End castle was built to resist the divine punishment of the sea god and storm god. Wasn't Dragonstone Island built with Valeglia's stone? It can't defend against evil witchcraft? Tyrion asked in surprise. Everyone has their own specialization. Dragonstone Island is impregnable, but its ability to suppress evil is far inferior to that of the Storm's End castle. Of course, now that there's a magic net hub, I'll let whoever dares to cast blood witchcraft around Dragonstone Island know what it means to reap what you sow. Do you have a protective talisman? I have to get married, and I have to lead the army to war. I can't stay in the Storm's End castle forever, Aegon asked. Dragon Queen thought for a moment and said, on the day of your wedding, I'll get someone to send you a set of enchanted steel armor. Actually, it's easy to defend against blood witchcraft. Prepare more alert hunting dogs, and equip the guards with steel weapons. Before his cheap son grew up, Aegon had to protect his shield well. Aunt. Aegon was extremely touched. He made a promise and said, after I take over King's Landing, I'll bring Sansa to visit you personally. Dany glanced at the dwarf. She thought to herself, you should bring Sansa to visit your uncle. Your Majesty, you see. The dwarf rubbed his hands and smiled sheepishly. Can you know? Dany knew what he wanted to say and rejected him without hesitation. Chapter 619. Surprisingly, on the second day after Aegon informed them of the rebellion at High Court, Dragonstone Island received a letter asking for help from Old Rose. High Court was not massacred. It was still defending and had not fallen. Old Rose requested the Dragon Queen to quickly reinforce High Court. She would repay her with absolute loyalty. River Bend declined. Qingting Island's fleet was massacred by Iron Seed. From the beginning, Yulun's goal was clear, the Iron Throne. Balon never had the ambition to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. He was satisfied with restoring the ancient path, wearing the crown and being a king. Hence, Yulun and Balon had different strategies. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, the Iron Throne's royal navy was buried in Blackwater River. Qingting Island's fleet was besieging Dragonstone Island. Lanlister Harbour was empty. This caused the Iron Islands fleet to become the strongest force in the Sea of the Setting Sun on the west coast of Westeros. To the north, Tywin occupied Deepwood Castle in the Northern Territory, pillaged the coastal towns, occupied Carlin Bay, and sealed off the passage between the Northern Territory and the Southern Kingdom. Balon recognized himself as the king of the Northern Territory. To the south, Tjamin attacked Lanlister Harbor, seized River Bend's Shield Archipelago, and threatened the old sea trade route. This was just a bargaining chip to loot a windfall. At the same time, he forced the Iron Throne to recognize Balon as the king of the Northern Territory. In other words, King Balon's goal in the rebellion of the Four Princes was only the Northern Territory. He hated Stark. Firstly, he hated Ed for leading the Northerners to kill his son, break into his castle, and crush his dream of becoming a king when he rebelled. Secondly, he hated Ed for taking away his last son, Theon. Yep, Theon was Id's adopted son. He was also a hostage to control Tjamin. Of course, the Northern Territory's military was empty. The nobles who followed Robb south were the weakest persimmon. In short, Balon wanted to snatch a wave of waves and practice the ancient path of Ironseed. Yulun was different. During the King Selection Convention, he had directly announced his ambition to Tjamin, the King's Landing. In the King Selection Assembly, the candidates have to publicly announce their goal after ascending to the throne of Sea Stone. In other words, it was a campaign slogan. Yulun's goal was to plunder the world and become the king of the Westeros. Asher's slogan was, "Let's go to the north and occupy a piece of land to farm." It was easy to imagine who Tjamin would choose. Of course, Tjamin believed in the ancient ways, but he was not a fool. If Yulun did not show the strength to fulfill his election slogan, no one would pay attention to him. Yulun blew the dragon's horn in the King Selection Convention to prove that you have the ability to seize the Megalosaurus. In the Westeros, the Megalosaurus was equivalent to kingship. However, Yulun did not wait for the rabbit to come. He foolishly held the horn and waited for Little Green and Little White to come to him. He made the Megalosaurus his goal because the Megalosaurus had reappeared in the world. Without the Megalosaurus, he was confident that he could ascend the Iron Throne. Balon's legacy, Carlin Bay and the Shield Islands, became his most important bargaining chip. Carlin Bay blocked Bolton's return to the north, and Erlu intended to make a comeback in the north. The Iron Throne was anxious. The Shield Islands were like a shield blocking the estuary of the Mandaya River, and High Court was built behind the estuary. In fact, just from the name, one could understand the significance of the Shield Islands to High Court and River Bend. It was really like a shield, blocking the storm from the sea, the storm of nature, the storm of slaughter brought about by the Ironseed. After the Shield Islands fell, the Ironseed could follow the Mandaya River and plunder the villages and towns on both sides. That was the fief directly under the Tyrell family. Dany participated in the Honeywine River tournament in Old Town to recruit warriors to deal with the increasingly rampant Ironseed pirates. Valiant Garlan even left his newly acquired fief, Brightwater Town, and led his troops to reinforce High Court. Therefore, the two bargaining chips Yulun had were very valuable. The King's Landing and High Court would not refuse to negotiate with him. With Carlin Bay and the Shield Islands, Yulun could easily achieve two goals: a marriage alliance with Cersei and lure High Court Tyrell into a death trap. First, a marriage alliance with Cersei. This was easy to understand. If Tywin had not died, he would have married Cersei to Balon as a concubine. Theon's mother was not dead yet, in exchange for the Iron Islands' allegiance to the Iron Throne. Yulun's qualifications were better than Balon's, and his personality was more docile and rational. After ascending to the throne of Seastone, he restrained Tjamin from plundering the River Bend towns. Others naturally thought that he had a good personality. Kevin, the regent, had no reason to refuse his request for a marriage alliance. After becoming Cersei's husband, Yulun was only 3 steps away from the Iron Throne. After instigating Cersei to kill Kevin, only the king's blood curse could take effect if Cersei wanted to kill him. Yulun was only 2 steps away from the Iron Throne. When Cersei entered the palace a second time and became the Queen Regent again, he, as the Queen Regent's husband, would stand beside the Iron Throne. 1 step away. The last step was a matter for the future. Yulun had to help Cersei obtain the Queen Regent's power. Target: High Court Tyrell. Going back to the previous topic, Yulun used the Shield Islands as bait to lure High Court into a death trap. From the moment he planned to marry Cersei, Kevin, Tyrell, and Tommen were on Yulun's must-kill list. because they were the obstacles to his ascension to the Iron Throne, and also because High Court's wealth could help him maintain his rule on the Iron Throne. Don't doubt it. From the moment he decided to get rid of Tyrell, Yulun, who used to be a pirate, had his eyes on the wealth left behind by Tyrell after he fell. The King's Landing was supported by High Court. In other words, his plan to kill High Court was not improvised, and it was not to practice the ancient ways of killing people randomly. These plans were interconnected, and everything was under Yulun's control. Then how to kill High Court Tyrell? The negotiation about returning the Shield Island. A long time ago, when Yulun was still on the road to King's Landing, he announced his next plan to the public: go to King's Landing to marry Cersei, then return Kerin Bay, bring his wife west of the Mandaya River to the Sea of Sunset, then take a ship from the Shield Islands back to the Iron Islands. When passing by High Court, collect a ransom from Tiemin, then withdraw Tiemin and the fleet from the island and return the Shield Islands. Before he committed the massacre of the Shield Islands, Yulun's image in the eyes of the world was very good. He was honest, courteous, and kept his word. For example, after confirming his marriage with Cersei, he immediately asked Tiemin to leave Kerin Bay. For example, on the second day of his marriage with Cersei, he began to pack his bags and prepare to return home. He was completely unaffected by the beautiful scenery of King's Landing. In the eyes of others, if Kevin had not been killed by the #1 villain of the Seven Kingdoms, Tyrion, he would have taken his new wife and returned home with the couple. In the eyes of the people, Yulun seemed to be at a loss of what to do after the nephew killed his uncle incident in the family. Especially his foolish wife, who changed her mind at the last minute. Not only was she unwilling to leave King's Landing, but she also planned to fight for the regency with Tyrell. One had to know that he and Tyrell had agreed to a long time ago for a negotiation. Yulun went to Prime Minister Mace. Like a cowardly husband who could not control his crazy wife, Yulun spoke to him in a helpless but sincere tone. My wife is King Tommen's mother. She may be qualified to be the king's guardian. But I know my place. Greyjoy and the Iron Islands will not be involved in this matter. I cannot control Cersei, but Greyjoy, your words are like gold. I will definitely fulfill my promise and return the Shield Islands occupied by Tiemin. As for the next step, it will depend on the situation at King's Landing. If Cersei becomes the Queen Regent, I will be happy to return to King's Landing and be the Queen Regent's husband. If Cersei fails, I will take her away. She will still be the Duchess of the Iron Islands. Sir Inflatable Fish was very satisfied with Yulun's self-awareness. It raised its chin high and nodded imperceptibly as it smiled faintly. You Lord Lun, you are an honest man. I will write to Mother and ask her to treat you well. Yulun smiled in relief. Before he left, he advised sincerely, Lord Mace, I hope that the battle between you and my wife will not escalate or become extreme. After all, we are all family, and we are all doing this for King Tommen. Yulun left Cersei at King's Landing to play out the palace drama with Tyrell and his daughter. The negotiation went smoothly. Yulun took a ransom and immediately agreed to remove the Iron Seed from the Shield Islands. Seizing the Shield Islands was my brother's plan. I am very sorry for that. If not for the sake of my subordinates, I would not have taken a single copper coin from you. It is not that I do not love money. I do not love money without the Iron Seed. But compared to 3,000 gold royals, I cherish the friendship of the High Court more. Honest man Yulon said to his host at a high-class banquet prepared by Old Rose. The High Court also desires the friendship of the Duke of the Iron Islands. A toast to friendship. A toast to Yulun and Queen Cersei's marriage. Old Rose raised a glass of golden wine and toasted the guests. Turning back, the old lady sneered at her two grandsons. Even the stupidest person would not trust the Iron Seed. Tiemin's friendship is not worth as much as a blow-up fish in the Summer Island. At least, because of your father's stupidity, the price of blow-up fish has tripled. When everyone is angry with him, but they can't do anything about it, they will add a fried blow-up fish to the table. You are talking about yourself, aren't you? Gallant Garlan and Cripple Villa looked embarrassed. It seemed that after the news came from King's Landing that their father, Hand of the King, Mace, and sister, Queen Margaery, were fighting for the position of regent, Granny would serve a plate of fried blow-up fish with cherry sauce for every meal. It was no wonder that Granny was angry. Cersei's reputation was notorious. After getting married, she lost her position as regent of the House of Theon. Cersei was also famous for her stupidity. She had come up with more ideas than Zhuge Liang in his entire life. Logically speaking, such a person would not have the right to compete with Tyrell. Mace was King Tommen's father-in-law, so he had the right to be regent. Margaery was the queen, so she also had the right to be regent. There were many of Tyrell's friends in the court. No matter how one looked at it, Tyrell had the advantage. However, Mace and Margaery were barely on par with Cersei. If they were on par with the Dragon Queen, it would be an honor. However, if they were on par with Cersei, that would be, actually, Old Rose chose Little Rose as her regent. Firstly, it was legitimate. It was common in Westeros for a wife to manage her husband's land and castle. Secondly, Little Rose was smart enough. There were only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Margaret's nickname was Little Rose. She inherited her grandmother's wisdom and experience. On the other hand, Duke Mars was nicknamed Inflatable Fish by his own mother, Old Rose. It's fine if he doesn't have any wisdom, but even the war talent that he was most proud of, he had fought countless battles in his life and had always been outnumbered. However, he had never won a single battle. The number one of the Seven Kingdoms was still controversial. Old Barker thought that he was the best general. Olu was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and glared at the old knight. Tywin squatted in the latrine, looking at the two of them with a sneer. Rando Tully did not say a word, his face filled with stubbornness. Blackfish Brynden Tully quietly raised his hand, just in time to see Count Redwyn beside him. Ed and Robert stood at the side, eager to give it a try. However, if one were to ask who was the number one general of the Seven Kingdoms, everyone would turn their gaze to Lord Blow-Up Fish, who was lamenting outside Storm's End Castle. Old Rose's instructions to him were clear. He would fully support Margaery to become the regent. However, he was not satisfied with being the hand of the king. He wanted to learn from Tywin and Kevin and take a step further to become the regent's father-in-law. Sir Inflatable Fish was an example of someone who didn't have the ability but wanted to be a big shot. No matter how good Yulun was at talking, Old Rose did not trust him. At this moment, Cersei was fighting with Tywin for the regency. She was worried that Tywin would cause trouble, so she arranged for her strongest forces to take over the Shield Islands. Count Redwyn's Green Pavilion Island fleet and Garan Tyrell's High Court knights. They went to the Shield Islands together and fell into Yulun's trap. They were all wiped out. Chapter 620. The Shield Archipelago was made up of 4 islands, blocking the estuary of the Mandaya River. This was not the first time Tywin had occupied the Shield Archipelago. Not to mention the Shield Archipelago, Bear Island in the north near the Great Wall and Chingting Island in the south of the Westeros were all Tywin territory in the past. In other words, it was the Iron Seed's sphere of influence. Just like how Tywin had once occupied a large area of Hadjian land and was known as the number one overlord of the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, Tywin was now very weak. The total area of the Iron Archipelago was not even comparable to a powerful count's territory, but their ancestors were indeed very rich. More than 10,000 years ago, the Shield Archipelago was still called Fog Archipelago. Tywin occupied this island, killed all the men on the island, and plundered all the women as salt concubines. Later on, he built the island into a bridgehead to plunder River Bend. The Iron Seed pirates drove their longships up the Mandaya River, and even sailed all the way to the Bitter Bridge 1,000 kilometers away. They were extremely arrogant. The High Court Gardener family, before Tyrell, the owner of River Bend, a status similar to Stark in the Northern Territory, worked hard for 7 generations to completely expel the Iron Seed from the Shield Archipelago. This was because the Shield Archipelago's environment was dangerous, easy to defend and difficult to attack. The coastline was uneven and the hydrological environment was unpredictable. The island was large and steep, and there was also fog shrouding the nearby waters all year round. The name Fog Archipelago explained everything. Such a dangerous place, yet Tywin was as familiar as home. Yulun had almost bet everything, mobilizing all the forces of the Iron Archipelago. The Iron Fleet had 100 longships, and the Iron Archipelago had more than 300 warships. In total, there were more than 30,000 Iron Seed pirates. There were almost no strong men on the Iron Archipelago. If such a huge force was placed anywhere else, it would be impossible to hide. But winter had arrived, and the sea fog rose again. Just like in ancient times, the Fog Archipelago concealed Qiamin's ambush as if it was a child. The Qingting Island fleet was indeed strong, but it only had about 200 warships. Its military strength was far inferior to that of the Iron Seed fleet. Qiamin had the advantage in terms of the number of warships and soldiers, as well as the advantage in terms of terrain and psychology from the ambush. However, Yulun still had a trump card: the sea monsters. Garlan led 5,000 High Court elites and successfully landed on the island. They took over Grey Shield Island, Oak Shield Island, and South Shield Island without any accidents. After Qiamin received the gold royals as the ransom, he cursed and left the castle and the coastal fortress, leaving the island to the Highlanders. Tyrell's soldiers entered the castle and the fortress, and the handover was completed smoothly. Garlan did not let down his guard, but he did not think that anything would happen today, until he landed on Green Shield Island, which was closest to the coast. 10,000 Qiamin swarmed out from the gaps between the cliffs on both sides, drowning Garlan and the remaining 2,000 soldiers like a flood. The other 3,000 soldiers were stationed on the 3 new islands that they took over. The enemy had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, as well as countless kerosene bombs and ballistae. Valiant Garlan was not Danny. He did not cheat and died on the spot. 2,000 soldiers perished with him. The second son of the Highlanders, dead. Garlan, who was on Green Shield Island, did not even wait for the Qingting Island fleet to rescue him. Almost at the same time when the Green Shield Island ambushed him, a huge red octopus emerged from the water like a demon from hell. It crushed the flagship of the Qingting Island fleet into pieces like a mischievous child crushing an onion biscuit. Kevin once told Cersei that Pykesk Redwyn and Randall Tarley would bring peace to the world and stability to the country. Villa Tyrell, the successor of the High Court whom Old Rose had high hopes for. The two heroes of the Seven Kingdoms, one representing the present and the other representing the future, did not even have the chance to officially appear before they died in the mouth of the sea monster. The change in the Shield Islands happened suddenly, but it was impossible for the neighboring Highlanders not to receive any news. While grieving for the tragic death of her 2 grandchildren and nephew, Old Rose did not forget the threat that was close at hand. The Shield Islands were downstream of Highlanders. Other than immediately arranging for soldiers to strengthen the defense of Highlanders, she also sent out letters to the nobles of River Bend for help. After the nobles of River Bend received the letter, they did not delay and immediately sent troops to rescue their lord. There was only one problem. Most of the main forces of River Bend went to King's Landing with Lord Inflatable Fish and Randall Tarley. Danny participated in the Honey Wine River tournament in the Old Town because River Bend needed to recruit mercenaries to fill the defense of the city. The 5,000 elites that Garin had brought to the Shield Islands were all hired from the martial arts tournament, but they were all killed in one day. Therefore, Yulun was able to lead 20,000 Iron Seed soldiers to surround Highlanders and beat back the reinforcements of the Wine Hall, Oak City, and several other counts. When the High Court was about to fall into Yulun's hands, perhaps Old Rose was desperate enough to send a letter to Dragonstone Island asking for help. Old Rose's actions were somewhat unimaginable, but her starting point was very rational. First of all, the old woman had grown up listening to legends and knew that the Megalosaurus could deal with sea monsters. Yes, the sea monsters went against the current and entered the Mande River. They were using their tentacles to crazily whip the city gates and walls of Highlanders near the river. If not for the thick walls and strong city walls, as well as the effective killing of the sea monsters by fire oil bombs and ballistae, Highlanders would have already lost the city gates. Secondly, Highlanders had no military strength and could not hold on for much longer. Even if others were willing to rescue Highlanders, they would not be able to put out a nearby fire. Dragon Queen had a dragon and could arrive in 2 days. The problem was that Danny was not in a position to save Highlanders. She did not have the time or the kindness to do so. Danny sneered at Marvin and Scholar Pylos, who had rushed over to inquire about the situation. She sneered, "The vanguard of the Alliance army is approaching Myrine City. I have to ride a dragon every day to wipe out the enemies coming from all directions. How would I have the time to go to the West Eros? Furthermore, I swore that the one who ends the long night will be king. Before the long night ends, I will not participate in the civil war of the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, the City of Knowledge violated the rights of a guest and wanted to kill me. Isn't Old Rose the mastermind behind this? Your Majesty, if it were someone else, I would not advise you, but what Yulun is doing is intolerable, Marvin said anxiously. What news have you received? Danny asked curiously. Old Rose's letter did not describe what had happened that day in detail. It was very likely that she did not know the exact process of the changes in the Shield Islands. There is news that Yulun held a sacrificial ritual after the war, using the corpses of the dead to offer to the evil god, Pylos said with a pale face. Impossible. Danny immediately shook her head in denial. Scholar Pylos, you are not an extraordinary person, so you might not know much about sacrificial rituals. Only the blood and souls of the living are attractive to the evil god. It's not that corpses cannot be sacrificed, but the effects are very poor. Marvin sighed. In theory, that is indeed the case. But after Yulun completed the sacrificial ritual, he did receive huge returns. His sea monster nearly doubled in size. I'm guessing that Yulun did not sacrifice corpses, but war and slaughter. Perhaps the massacre of Qingting Island and the war with the Highlanders was the sacrificial offering, and the corpses were just the end of the sacrificial ritual. Danny looked at the bullneck doctor in surprise. She did not expect him to have such a brilliant theory. This theory is very novel, but it also seems very reasonable, she said. Marvin shook his head. It is not novel. This is the doctrine of the storm god. After receiving the news, I began to look up the gods that Tiamin believed in, the Anami and the storm god. They both encouraged killing, but the Anami favored rape and pillage, while the storm god longed for large-scale slaughter and destruction. The Iron Seed burned, killed, and looted, practicing the ancient path of the Anami, and pleasing the Anami. I am not sure if the Anami priests could gain power from the Anami. But this time, the Iron Seed started a war and sacrificed to the storm god with conquest and slaughter. The storm god really responded to Yulun. The storm god and the Anami saw each other as eternal enemies, but they were also the old gods that Tiamin believed in. Other than Tiamin and a few islanders from other islands, almost no one else believed in the storm god and the Anami. It was just like how few people in the West believed in the three pure ones. The Ironseed Islanders were a unique race with their own gods. But believing in the Anami was the mainstream value of the Ironseed. It was just like how angels and demons were gods in the West, but normal people believed in angels, right? Well, in the eyes of people outside the Ironseed, the Anami encouraged plundering and rape, and made the Ironseed refuse to farm. They were almost equivalent to demons. But in the eyes of the Ironseed, the Anami was an angel. Just like how demons seduced humans to fall, in the eyes of Tiamin, the storm god specifically lured the Ironseed to destruction. The Anami was like God. She spread her doctrine and brought the souls of her believers to her flowing palace, a paradise that looked like the Dragon King's crystal palace, for a banquet. Any wish of the believers would be fulfilled by the mermaids. Wasn't that paradise? There was a popular saying in Tiamin, the dead do not die, but they will rise again, and even more fiercely. It was similar to the God bless that foreigners often said. It was referring to the Anami. Normal Tiamin could believe in the storm god. Just like in American universities, there were many demon worshippers societies, as seen in the movies. But Yulun believed in the storm god, so he was a rebel. The reason was simple. The Pope of the Vatican personally crowned you as the Emperor of Europe, but you believed in the devil. That guy hid it so well. Everyone was fooled by him. In total, there are two people, Scholar Pylos said with a complicated expression. The two scholars of Dragonstone Island were filled with emotions, but Danny did not feel anything. She was now against the Alliance, against Balerion, against the Green Prophet, against many evil gods, against fate, and even against Lalo, against the heavens, the earth, and the gods. She was no longer afraid or shocked. A mere storm god, a mere Yulun, could only leave a ripple in her heart. That's it. Dragon Queen's expression was calm. It was like Marvin looking at his wife's spending bill for the month. Marvin said anxiously, "Your Majesty, Yulan's sea monster was originally blood red, and its tentacles were 20 meters long. But after completing the sacrificial ceremony at the Shield Islands, the sea monster almost doubled in size. Its tentacles were more than 30 meters long, and its suckers grew white, barbed teeth. Its mouth looked like a monster's, and it could really eat like a mouth. The corpses of Sir Velos, Count Garlan, Count Redwin, and dozens of other nobles were all eaten by the tentacles of the sea monster. What a tragedy. Interesting." Danny was deep in thought. The sea monster seemed to be able to evolve through sacrifices, or rather, demonize. Marvin saw that Danny was still calm and said, "The surface of the sea monster's body also changed. It became dark red, and demon-like black spots appeared on its smooth skin. It looked like an unopened eye. Maybe, after it opened its eyes, it could use witchcraft." "Don't let it live. How do you know so much?" Danny asked curiously. Chapter 621. Yesterday, when Marvin and Aegon came to report to her about the changes in the Shield Islands, Marvin did not know anything and relied on Aegon, who had been informed by Varys, to explain the situation. In just one day, it was as if he had personally visited Yulan's military camp and revealed many secrets that even old Rose did not know. "Scholar Kelvin told me." Marvin was stunned and said, he was originally a scholar of the Chester family on Green Shield Island. After Earl Chester was killed by Iron Seed, Scholar Kelvin began to serve Yulan. Danny glanced at Scholar Pylos and did not know what to say. Dragonstone Island had changed 3 masters in a short period of time, and only Scholar Pylos remained in the Crow's Nest Tower. It was the same for Kelvin. The island's master had changed, but he still managed the Crow's Nest and even openly told Yulan's secrets to other scholars. Even someone as crazy as Yulan did not kill the scholars. Why? Because he could not leave the scholars. Yulan must have wanted to hide his secret, but his secret was easily exposed by his own scholar. How ironic. The scholars knew medicine, were literate, could manage castles, calculate taxes, tame crows, take care of the crow's nest, and send and receive letters. Even Ironseed, who pursued the ancient path of burning, killing, and plundering, had become dependent on the scholars. Just like how humans could not live without wheat and rice, modern people could not live without mobile phones and computers, Westeros nobles could not live without the scholars. The scholars' huge hidden forces and intelligence network would not disappear because of the City of Knowledge's destruction. They had become part of the Westeros continent. If Westeros were compared to a human, the scholars would be the nervous system in the human body. Let Madame Alina find Aegon. I don't need her loyalty. Gao Ting's power is meaningless to me, but it will be of great help to Aegon. Aegon has a pterosaur. A few £100 of wildfire will burn that octopus to death. Danny still refused to help Gao Ting. In fact, there was no need for her to remind her. Old Rose had already sent a letter to Storm's End Castle. In other words, other than Danny on Dragonstone Island, Aegon on Wind's End Castle, Randall Tarley on King's Landing, and Littlefinger on Erin Valley had all received Old Rose's request for help. Asking Danny, Aegon, and Blue Dominion for help was understandable. Danny and Aegon had dragons, and Blue Dominion himself was at King's Landing. He had the opportunity to lead the Horn Hill soldiers to take down Cersei. However, Old Rose's request for help from Uncle Finger was very interesting. The old lady had planted a spy around Uncle Finger. She immediately learned about the secret engagement between Sansa and Aegon. After the Riverbend incident, Aegon publicly announced his ambition and the True Dragon Alliance. Old Rose threatened Uncle Fingers, saying that if he did not persuade Aegon to save Highting, she would report him to the world for murdering Joffrey. Do you still remember Emperor Joffrey's purple wedding? Old Rose did not like Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people as if they were his own children. Firstly, Joffrey was the second generation of the Mad King. Madmen were hard to control, at least not as easy as Tom men. Secondly, Old Rose was Little Rose's grandmother. For the sake of her granddaughter's happiness, she did not want her to marry the second generation of the Mad King. Old Rose had also worked hard for her own happiness. Littlefinger, on the other hand, needed more chaos, so the two of them co-directed a purple wedding and drugged Emperor Qiao, who Danny wanted him to live for another 500 years. Now, Old Rose wanted to use this to threaten Uncle Finger, forcing him to persuade Aegon to save Hyting. When it came to Dragon Queen, Old Rose did not have a choice. Her main target was still Aegon. The news from Slave Bay had not arrived yet, so the old woman did not have a clear understanding of the difference between a pterosaur and a megalosaurus. She only thought that Aegon's dragon was called Black Death Balerion and that it was as fierce as Balerion. Then, how could she threaten Uncle Finger with this? Uncle Finger had already sided with Aegon. Cersei hated him. Killing Joffrey would only make her hate him more. Old Rose's target was not Cersei, but Tyrion. Old Rose did not know that Tyrion already knew that they had set him up. But Uncle Finger suspected that Tyrion already knew that he had set him up. Uncle Finger had not met Tyrion, but he had communicated with Aegon many times. From Aegon's attitude, tone, and the information that he had unintentionally revealed, Uncle Finger guessed that he had exposed a lot of secrets. So, when Old Rose threatened Uncle Finger, he did not care at all. But Aegon and Tyrion were not stupid. After receiving Old Rose's request for help, without Uncle Finger's persuasion, they began to seriously discuss whether they should take the risk. Just as Dany had said, Gao Ting's loyalty was useless to her, but to Aegon, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back, the Jingu Bang. It was very important. The Valley faction is too strong and occupies too much of the True Dragon Alliance. It is necessary to bring in Hyting to maintain the balance. More importantly, Yulun is on Cersei's side. You will face us sooner or later. Tyrion was very rational and helped Aegon make the best choice. Aegon was also very decisive. He immediately made the decision to save Hyting. To ask where Yulun's sea monster came from, it had to start from 2 years ago. At that time, he had turned into Ethan Hunter and completed an impossible mission, stealing the dragon egg and the dragon horn from the Great Pyramid. Of the 2 dragon eggs, he kept one for himself and gave the other to the Iron Legion of New Gith. The reason why New Gith did not steal Yulun's dragon egg and horn was because Yulun knew the route to the ruins of Valeglia. In order to explore the ruins of Valeglia, New Gith prepared 10 longships and a squadron of Iron Legion, 1,000 warriors. There were also 2,000 slave sailors. Until now, New Gith had not seen the return of the expedition team. They would never see it again. Other than Yulun's deaf-mute followers, the Iron Legion and the sailors were all sacrificed to the god of storms. Yulun's reward was a sea monster in the Smoke Sea. The sea monster that he had just obtained was not big. It only had tentacles that were about 10 meters long and a torso that was the size of a giant elephant. If it were placed in modern society, it would probably be treated as a king squid. On the thousands of miles of sea from the Smoke Sea to the Iron Islands, Yulun kept robbing ships and sacrificing the souls and blood of the crew to the god of storms. He fed the corpses of the crew to the sea monster. Only then did it grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it reached the 20-meter-long tentacles that it had at the Shield Islands. After sacrificing the Qingting Island fleet and thousands of Hyting soldiers at the Shield Islands, the sea monster evolved again. Compared to before, it had a qualitative improvement. Wildfire might not necessarily work. When Tyrion and Aegon each carried a 50-kilogram wildfire bullet and rushed to Hyting, they saw the sea monster, just like a few days ago, half of its body submerged in the Mande River. A quarter of its dark red head with black spots was also above the water. 3 tentacles covered in ballista wounds and burn scars were like the giant whips of the gods, lashing wildly at the stone walls. The scene was like a naughty child kicking the wardrobe door of his mother's luxury clothes. Under the wall facing the river, there was a gate for river boats to pass through. In front of the gate was a metal fence sunk into the river to block it. The fence had long been twisted and deformed and was not of much use. At first, the sea monster even extended one of its tentacles into the gate and messed with it like a pestle. However, there was a murderous hole carved into the stone wall above the gate. The Hyting guards could pour boiling hot golden liquid and ignited kerosene into the murderous hole. After the sea monster suffered a beating, it did not dare to extend its tentacles into the murderous hole. Aegon and Tyrion descended from the sky on their dragons, causing the despairing guards in the city to cheer wildly. It also caused Qimin outside the city to shout in shock and anger, "The Megalosaurus is here. The mother of dragons has betrayed us and come to participate in the civil war of the Seven Nations." Aegon's sneak attack on the Windstop Fortress had caused quite a stir among the higher-ups of the Seven Nations. However, the ordinary people knew very little about this. At this moment, they all thought that the Dragon Queen and the Great Guardian of Light had come. Aegon and Tyrion approached the heighting under the cover of the clouds. They did not waste any time at all as they swooped down and dealt a fatal blow to the sea monster in a way that was close to a sneak attack. Throwing bombs at a low altitude had a very high hit rate. 2 wildfire bombs landed on the sea monster's head and one of its tentacles. Boom boom. 2 balls of enchanting green flowers bloomed on the sea monster's body. A huge green flame shockwave directly blew up one of the sea monster's tentacles. A large hole appeared on its head that was as taut and tough as cowhide. Purplish red blood gushed out of it. Hiss water vapor that resembled a steam whistle came out of the sea monster's mouth. It howled and sank into the river. Yes, wildfire could also burn when it came in contact with water, but it could not burn underwater. The sea monster would not be burned to death if its soul was not struck in one shot. One could see that under the surface of the river that was covered in green flames, there were undercurrents surging and sand rolling. Large patches of purplish-red blood contrasted with the green flames on the surface of the river. Hiss hiss hiss. Without waiting for Tyrion and Aegon to be vexed, a desolate and resounding horn suddenly sounded from below the heighting city. It sounded like thousands of souls were screaming. Tyrion and Aegon, who heard the horn, felt as if their bones were about to burn. The scorching flames roasted their flesh from the inside out. It also felt as if 10,000 ghostly claws had reached out from hell and grabbed their souls, freezing their thoughts. Tyrion's eyes were bloodshot. Wisps of white smoke came out of his mouth as if his organs were being roasted. Aegon was even worse. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. If not for the belt on the dragon's saddle holding his body and calves in place, he would have fallen off. Hiss hiss gar. The 2 pterosaurs were the main targets of the attack, but their performance was far more eye-catching than the knight on the dragon's back. They only let out a crazed cry before shaking their heads and wagging their tails, fleeing into the distance. Yulun was dumbfounded. He was confused. Why did the Dragonbinder, which could even control the Megalosaurus, only make the pterosaurs let out a cry? Could it be? Yulun was shocked and furious. He carefully observed the runes on the surface of the huge horn. Rings of runes lit up one after another, but a few of them were dim. Shit, my horn is broken. Yulun, who had mastered the great wizard meditation technique, suddenly had an epiphany. Yulun was shocked. Tyrion and Aegon were also shocked. These days are really bad. I thought that after leaving Slaver's Bay, I could fight a normal war. Who knew that the Westeros are also a battlefield of gods and demons? The dwarf lamented. He lamented too early. When the long night came, he would realize that the Westeros were the real battlefield of gods and demons. Didn't you say that the Dragonbinder's horn is broken? Aegon wiped the blood from his nose and said with a pale face. It is indeed broken. Our pterosaurs didn't lose control. What do we do now? Should we go to Gouting? There are kerosene bombs there. We can cooperate with the pterosaurs to throw them, Aegon asked. Both of their souls were injured and needed to rest. They had just landed in an apple orchard 50 kilometers south of Gouting. Chapter 622. Do you want to go to High Court? Aegon asked. Tyrion frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. Your Highness, you can't go. Why? Aegon was confused. We don't have anyone in High Court right now. It will be dangerous for you to go. Lady Alina clearly said in the letter that as long as I come to save High Court, she will lead the Tyrell family to pledge their loyalty to me, Aegon said. Tyrion smiled bitterly. You forgot that Margaery and Mace Tyrell are in my sister's hands. The game of power in the Westeros is different from the slave war in Slaver's Bay. There is no jumping back and forth in the slave war. Everyone will be loyal to their ideals. They will either maintain slavery or oppose slavery. Otherwise, they will not participate in that war. The game of power is different. There are no absolute allies or enemies here. If Lun is willing to use Margery, Mace, Laura's, and High Court's future in exchange for our lives, Old Rose will not hesitate at all. This shouldn't be, right? Lun killed her 2 grandsons. Aegon was doubtful. I've taught you before. Don't trust anyone except yourself. Tyrion looked deeply at the young man and said in a deep voice, if Villa, Mace, and Garlan are not dead, Old Rose is more trustworthy. Because that means that High Court has an heir other than Margery and Laura's. But if Cersei kills Margery, Mace, and Laura's, Lady Olenna will not have any direct blood relatives left. What is the point of her working with us? What's the point of fighting when there is no more wood? Aegon was stunned. He suddenly said, are you saying that you will make the same choice when faced with a similar situation? Tyrion was stunned. After a while, he looked down and said in a low voice, I will not let myself fall into that situation. That is why I left Slaver's Bay with you. Aegon's eyes flashed. He understood Tyrion's choice. The dwarf told Aegon not to go to Gouting, but he did not give up on rescuing Gouting. He went on his own. My sister would definitely be willing to exchange 10 Margaulies for my life, if she had 10 Margaulies in her hands. But I know this, but Old Rose doesn't. Even if my sister suggested an exchange, she wouldn't believe it. Before leaving, he said to Aegon with a smile. Unfortunately, after 3 hours, when Tyrion once again flew above the High Court, the battle had already spread from outside the city to within the city. The city gate was lost, and the 20,000 Iron Seed was like mold from hell, spreading into the garden city full of sunshine, roses, and grapevines. Black smoke billowed from the exquisite houses, and cries and wails could be heard from every corner of the streets. Evil acts of killing and strengthening were constantly being played out in the palace city. Under the golden, warm sun, there was nothing but cold death and dark evil. How is it so fast? Tyrion was shocked. Suddenly, the dwarf on the dragon's back narrowed his eyes and shuddered. Lun could have taken down Gouting long ago. He was waiting for them, waiting for the pterosaur. It had been 5 days since the change in the Shield Archipelago. Lun had a 20,000-man army and a sea monster with tentacles long enough to wrap around the city walls, but they still could not take down the defenseless Gouting after 4 days. Was this normal? Before seeing the sea monster on the ground that was even taller than the city walls, Tyrion thought that Gouting's city walls were sturdy, but now Lun, who had the dragon's horn, was waiting for them to come knocking on his door. The dwarf broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer dared to take the risk to rescue Old Rose. He turned around and flew toward Wind's End Fortress. He did not guess wrongly. Lun was waiting for their pterosaur. The Dragon Queen had sworn that she would not interfere in the war between the 7 countries before the end of the long night. If she did not break her oath, she would not have come to Gouting. The only one who could save Gouting was the pterosaur. Shouldn't the dragon's horn control the pterosaur easily? Well, man proposes but God disposes. The pterosaur came and the horn was blown, but the horn was broken. After realizing that the horn's dragon-controlling ability had failed, Lun was furious. This time, he had gone for wool and come home shorn he had severely injured his sea monster. The horn was blown again under the city walls. The guards on the city walls lost their souls and fell to the ground in a daze. Under Lun's command, the injured sea monster came out of the water again. It was no longer a brat kicking down the door. The sea monster climbed up the city walls directly. Its 7 tentacles whipped wildly, like an adult wearing leather shoes stepping on caterpillars on the ground. It crushed all the soldiers on the city walls into a bloody pulp. At the same time the horn was blown, 500 strong men with silver juice poured into their ears stepped forward. They built a spiral ladder, climbed up the city walls, and opened the city gates. This was a completely asymmetrical battle. There were sea monsters and magic horns. How were the High Court knights in summer supposed to fight? Sigh, this godforsaken world is becoming more and more unfriendly to normal people, the dwarf said bitterly to Aegon after returning to the Wind's End castle. Luckily, we aren't normal people either. We have dragons. Aegon found some comfort in his helplessness. Now, he kind of missed Aunt Dany. Back in Toros, Benny's dragon slayer's horn was even more terrifying. All living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius had entered a soul-stealing state, but Aunt Danny's clear whistle had immediately woken them up. Get Illyrio to recruit another batch of fire mags. If 200 pounds of wildfire can't kill that monster, then 2,000 pounds, 4,000 pounds. Tyrion said fiercely. Sigh, Count Varys only sent us a one-sided letter, but we can't find him. Otherwise, let him move around and see if he can smuggle a batch of wildfire from the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing. You said that there are dozens of tons of wildfire buried there, right? Aegon asked. Not just dozens of tons, I suspect that there are hundreds to thousands of tons. The Mad King. Oh, your grandfather was prepared to burn down King's Landing back then. How big is King's Landing? 500,000 people. How can it be enough without a few hundred tons? Tyrion pondered. Aegon frowned. Who did you hear that from? Burn down King's Landing? That's crazy. Isn't your grandfather the mad god? Tyrion complained in his mind, then said casually, my brother told me, it shouldn't be wrong. King Slayer. He should have said that my grandfather wanted to destroy the world, and that he killed him to save the world. Aegon's tone was disdainful. Think what you want. Tyrion shrugged nonchalantly and said, hurry up and tell your aunt about the fall of Highland, then ask if there's any good way to deal with the dragon's horn. Got it. Dragon Queen only said one simple sentence. As for the way to deal with the dragon's horn, take it head on. These 2 days, she was even busier. Because her turtle prime minister was here. The old turtle swam for more than a month, and finally, last night, he sent Dany's 15 tons of steel ingots to Astapor. At that time, Dany was in Meereen, and the old turtle did not want to expose his identity, so he could only dive to the bottom of the sea and mood at Greenie, who was sleeping on the Great Pyramid, a cry from the soul. The last time in Godohi, Greenie saw the old turtle once. Although he did not know what the old turtle wanted to do, he still told Dany about the dragon spirit immediately. Then, Dany rode the dragon back to Astapor in the middle of the night. Without alerting anyone, Dany led the old turtle to the rocky beach 10 kilometers west of Astapor city. In front of Dany, the old turtle happily opened his mouth and spat out all the steel ingots. A total of 60 pieces, no more, no less. I'm leaving. After throwing the Crab King shell on the ground, the old turtle said. Why are you leaving? You came all the way here, don't you want to see the battle of life and death between me and Balerion? Let me tell you, she is now in Borish. Balerion's main body is sealed at the bottom of the Smoke Sea, and now that is a part of his soul, right? The old turtle shook his head. That is a very important part of his soul, enough to make him suffer heavy losses. Can't you feel the thrill of revenge when you hear his wails? Dany laughed. You are the one who destroyed his part of soul, how can I feel the thrill of watching from the side? Yes, there is no revenge if you don't participate in it personally. Dany nodded with a smile and suggested, why don't you stay, and we work together to form an anti-Balerion alliance? I have to go back to the Rhone River. The old turtle hesitated. Go back and be a coward? Am I not a coward if I stay? The old turtle was stupefied. What are you afraid of? I will take the lead, and you can hide in the sea and cheer. It will be very safe. I'm not afraid, but... The old turtle's head, which was as big as a van, shrunk back unnaturally, and muttered, What do you want me to do? It's done. Dany exclaimed in her heart, Oh yeah. Actually, I have always had a big plan, but the work is too big, and I can't execute it with just manpower. Now that you are here, it's perfect. What plan? The old turtle asked curiously. The Hirlongyang River in the upper reaches of Meereen. Dany had just said this when she suddenly remembered something. Tam had told her that when plotting against the gods, it was best not to announce the plan, or even think about it. Cole's black goat was a good example. When Blinden and Bran were plotting against Lalo for 2 generations, the three-eyed crows, they had purposely called her to the edge of the world. When she thought of this, she immediately pulled Blackie's soul into her body and entered the Holy Mother mode. Her divine power rippled, and formed a 7 gods divine domain between her and the old turtle. Mother God, Dany's movements were practiced and relaxed, but the old man in the river beside her was shocked beyond words. Where did you get such vast divine power from? The old turtle did not recognize the seven gods' disguise. When Danny fought the Crab King in Gadohi, the old turtle was a little far away, and did not sense it as clearly as this time. I picked it up, Danny chuckled. Picked it up? The old turtle's face contorted. No wonder the Crab King fell at your hands. I have a plan, and it's almost specially prepared for you. Danny stopped joking, and quickly told him about her plan to drown the 7 armies. Anyone who had read The Romance of the Three Kingdoms would have an impulse when they saw the 1,000-mile-long river beside Meereen. Danny had long had the impulse, but she was powerless. There were no 4 seasons here, and the river did not have a rainy season and a dry season. The flow of the water was very calm, and there was neither too much nor too little. It was very awkward. Unless they built a dam to store water, however, there were only slightly more than 1 million people in Slave Bay. It was impossible for them to mobilize millions of civilians to build infrastructure like Yanguang. In this world, it was impossible to build a large project with manpower alone. Fortunately, this world was also very magical. The Dragon Queen only mentioned the basic tactics in The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, moves that even third-rate generals knew. However, the old turtle was terrified. That's too vicious. Hundreds of thousands of people. He widened his green eyes, which were as big as dustpans, and were filled with fear. Danny was unhappy. Back then, you flooded the city with your forbidden curse, and more than 1 million people in Valeglia died. There were the old, the weak, the women, and the children. I only killed enemies on the battlefield. How is that vicious? Chapter 623. Danny sneered and said, "Don't be a fake immortal. You guys were dozens of times worse than me back then. That's why we suffered retribution. We killed too many creatures and harmed the harmony of heaven. That's why the mother goddess fell into the abyss. That's why the prosperity of the Loina civilization declined. Overnight, it was destroyed at its peak." Old Tortoise lamented. Even harmony of heaven and destiny of the nation are mentioned. Old Tortoise, you seem to have some skills. Danny said strangely. Weren't you the one who told me? Last time in Jido, when we were talking about the dangers of killing the Crab King who contributed to the world, you were talking about the path of destiny. Old Tortoise said. But I didn't talk about the destiny of the nation. Forget it. Danny waved her hand and returned to the topic. I'll bear all the sins alone. Are you willing to do it? I'm the one who did it. Old Tortoise frowned. Let me tell you a story. In the ancient Dragon Queen, who liked to tell stories such as Scholar Lai, Scholar Bao, Scholar Yang, Scholar Guan, and other Scholar series stories, was stuck. Old Tortoise was tens of thousands of years old. It was even older than the oldest country today. There was no way to deceive, cough cough, there was no way to use stories to enlighten it. Without any other choice, Dragon Queen could only start to make it a figurehead. In the ancient alternate world, there was a queen named Yellow Emperor. She gathered thousands of people and swore to overthrow the rule of the great slave master Caillou. A megalosaurus named Yinglong rushed to help. During that time, Yinglong killed countless people, but he didn't have a trace of sin on him. In the end, the Yellow Emperor even gave an imperial decree on behalf of the heavens. Yinglong achieved the position of the ancestral dragon with great merits, which made him the main god of the megalosaurus. In the end, Dragon Queen concluded, participating in a just war, no matter how many people you kill, you're not guilty. Therefore, you won't suffer retribution. Instead, you'll have great achievements. This story sounds too fake. I don't believe that there's a Yellow Emperor, Caillou, and Yinglong in the alternate world. Old Tortoise shook its head wisely. Sigh, this old tortoise is too smart. The Dragon Queen finally told him a real story, but he was not fooled. The story is true, and the theory is even more true. Your theory of merit was also heard from me, so why don't you believe the words of an expert? Dragon Queen said seriously. Old Tortoise didn't believe Yinglong's story, but he trusted the expert. Hearing this, he couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps the Dragon Queen told a fake story, but the theory of merit in it was correct. Participating in a righteous war was also doing righteous things. It was very reasonable for one to gain merit. Thinking of this, Old Tortoise was somewhat tempted. He asked, how can we tell if this is a just war? Last time, Loina fought Valeglia because Valeglia invaded Loina's territory along the Rhone River. It seems like we're the righteous ones. That's not right. Dragon Queen looked up at the sky and sighed. Judging whether a war is just or not is actually very simple. The winner is king, and the king must be righteous. In other words, whoever wins is righteous. Old Turtle, then are you righteous? He asked dryly. Of course. Dragon Queen had a matter-of-fact expression on her face. Along the way, I've always won, and I've always been righteous. If you're willing to cooperate, there will be no loss in the final battle. There's no one more righteous than me. Old Tortoise was speechless. Other things aside, if he was willing to cooperate with Dragon Queen's plan, she would definitely win. Then, should he fight for justice? Old Tortoise hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'm willing to stay, to uphold justice. But is there really merit to be gained from this kind of justice? That's right. Dragon Queen smiled and nodded. She asked in return, if the winner doesn't have merit, can he win? Or rather, a person of merit who is blessed by the heavens, can he fail? This. Old Tortoise's green eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. After thinking for a while, Old Tortoise still couldn't get out of the circle of merit. He could only sigh helplessly. His wisdom was indeed not as good as the Holy Spirit's. Actually, the Dragon Queen was trying to change the concept. Let's not talk about whether or not there is merit in this world. If a person with great merit were to do something unjust and use up all his merit, he would still fail. A person without merit could also succeed if he did something righteous and accumulated merit. Soon, Danny and Old Tortoise made a sacred oath to each other and formed an alliance to deal with the sheep egg together. Well, they had to make a sacred oath. Otherwise, when Old Tortoise asked her to put down the butcher's knife and repent before it's too late, wouldn't she cry to death? This was also in line with the customs of the Song of Ice and Fire world. Wade Fry and Rob's alliance had also made an oath. Well, this example wasn't good. In the War of the Usurpers, wolves, fish, eagles, and deer also made an oath. After swearing an oath and becoming an ally, Danny had 100% confidence in the future Battle of Meereen. She suddenly felt much more relaxed and asked with a smile, other than the old man in the river, do you have a name? No, that's my name, Old Tortoise said. You can call me Danny, but I think it's a bit weird to call you the old man in the river, Danny said. Old man, Old Tortoise are all fine. You can call me whatever you want, Old Tortoise said. Danny rolled her eyes twice and suggested with a smile, since we're already allies, there should be a primary and secondary relationship in the alliance. I'll be the primary, I'll resist the lightning. You'll be the secondary, you'll help from the side, right? Since ancient times, which alliance didn't have an alliance leader? Well, so. Old Tortoise also agreed with Danny's words. I'm the queen, so I should have the queen's hand. Let's not talk about the queen's hand in politics, but I have another identity, the witch queen of the transcendent world. The witch queen should also have the transcendent queen's hand. I think you're quite suitable, Danny finished and looked at Old Tortoise with sincere and expectant eyes. Old Tortoise seemed to be moved by her sincerity and nodded gently. With the divine power you have now, you're also qualified to be called the Witch Queen, but we're only allies temporarily. You'll be the temporary queen's hand until the alliance ends and the oath is fulfilled. You can leave at any time. During this period, there's only the two of us in the alliance, so you don't have any responsibilities, Danny said immediately. Old Tortoise thought carefully. It would only take a few months, so it was not a big deal to be called the Queen's Hand. After all, Dragon Queen was so powerful that she even stewed the Crab King. She was also the main force in the Anti-Sheep Egg Alliance, so it was not a disgrace to be under her as the river god of the Lun River. Okay, he said. Very well, I'll call you Turtle Prime Minister from now on. Danny said a little eagerly, and then sighed with emotion. Turtle Prime Minister, it's so smooth, it sounds so familiar. Isn't the King's Hand the Prime Minister? What's wrong with calling him Turtle Prime Minister? Turtle Prime Minister did not have any objections, and gladly accepted the fact that he was affectionately called Turtle Prime Minister by Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen looked at her Turtle Prime Minister's island-sized body and was full of confidence. With Turtle Prime Minister, there's no need for sea monsters. Turtle Prime Minister felt uncomfortable under Dragon Queen's passionate gaze. He shrunk his neck and said, "Your Majesty, it's almost dawn. I should go to Meereen." Danny looked up to the east, but the sky was dark and heavy. There was not even a shadow of the sun. "Ah, there's no hurry. Actually, I have one more thing that I need your help with, Turtle Prime Minister." "What is it?" Turtle Prime Minister was puzzled. "I want to learn water magic. Can you teach me?" Danny asked expectantly. In the tomb of the Green Prophet beyond the Great Wall, after eating the weirwood paste, her belt's second soul combined with the 9-colored vortex's main soul, giving birth to the third, fourth, and fifth soul of the belt, each corresponding to a dragon's soul. There were a total of 3 semi-independent souls that appeared because of the dragon's soul. The first soul was based on the Grand Wizard meditation technique, and had stolen a trace of the Song of Fire from the sheep's egg. The second soul had mastered the Green Prophet meditation technique, and was condensing the Song of Wind. The third, fourth, and fifth souls were blank. It was too wasteful to only use them for the dragon's soul. She wanted to master 3 more top-level meditation techniques. There was no doubt that when it came to water magic, no one could compare to the Loinar people who flooded the city with forbidden spells. When she just returned from the Westeros, Danny also looked for Quentyn Martell. Quentyn was a direct descendant of Nymeria, and they should have inherited the magic of the Loinar water wizards. This was not a delusion. Nymeria had led 10,000 ships across the narrow sea to young Halberd City of Dawn, and brought a lot of advanced technology to the primitive and barbaric Dawn, including the knowledge of water magic. Because of the Dawn Desert, Nymeria had also let the water mags use magic to irrigate the fields. But after Nymeria, Dawn's water magic no longer appeared in the world. The strange Loinar customs of the Dawnese were also more famous than the invisible water magic. At first, Danny thought that the Westeros were a magical desert, and that the descendants of the Dawnese Martell had no talent. She had asked Quentyn, and Quentyn had said that the Martell family had always kept the inheritance of their ancestors' magic, but no one had ever learned it. Then, through old Bart's message, Danny tried to borrow a secret book of water magic from Prince Mishio. She thought that it would take a lot of effort, but who would have thought that Mishio would be so generous and send a whole set of water magic books to the Queen's Corner? The Dragon Queen still did not know that her black disciple was a sand snake. She had even imparted the Grand Wizard meditation technique to Sail Ira, Sand Snake's original name, but with Danny, she was called Larissa. For some reason, she thought of Pilgrim's Son and Pilgrim's Son, so why would Mishio care about his own family's water magic that no one could learn? After reading the secret book of water magic passed down in the Martell family, Danny finally understood the reason why Loie had taken water magic. It was not natural magic, but a systematic cultivation technique for the priests of the water god. Simply put, Loie's water mags were not mags, but a group of priests of the Motherland's pantheon. Their magic did not rely on their own power to move the sea of magic, but on the power of the Mother Goddess. It was just like how Big Sparrow borrowed Blackie's Holy Mother healing spell. If there was a day when something happened to Blackie, Big Sparrow would not be able to use Holy Mother healing spell no matter how devout she was. Similarly, the Mother Lun had fallen into an eternal slumber, and the pantheon of the Lun River had withered, so the water god's divine spells would naturally not be able to be used. Therefore, Danny did not find the top water meditation technique that she wanted in the Dawnese Martell family. A person can only master one type of meditation technique, because the human soul has its limits, just like how a piece of land can only be used to build a house. You should know this, but you already have the top Grand Wizard meditation technique, so how can you learn water magic? The Turtle Chancellor was puzzled. My soul is special, and my foundation is vast, so I can build a few more houses, Danny said. The Turtle Chancellor sighed and said, the talent of a sacred spirit is really enviable. You don't seem to find it strange? Danny asked curiously. I've even seen beings who have mastered many types of songs of lore. You've only learned one more meditation technique. Then are you willing to teach me? Chapter 624. The Turtle Prime Minister hesitated, but he was not angry. Your Majesty, Your request is rude. We are allies, isn't it normal to help each other? How is that rude? Danny was surprised at first, then doubtful. Old Tortoise's words proved that he had mastered the top water meditation technique. The meditation technique that Mother taught us involves part of the water song's authority. You are a Holy Spirit, and your talent is much stronger than mine. If you learn the meditation technique that Mother taught me, you will have a higher chance of condensing the water song. Now, I still have a part of the water song that Mother gave me. If you condense the water song one day, that part of the water song in my hands will disappear. Without the water song, even if I still have the divinity of the river god of the Lon River, I will lose most of my ability to control water. The Turtle Prime Minister was very honest, and explained the reason clearly. His voice was filled with awkwardness and helplessness. Danny thought for a moment, and asked, "Do you still remember the responsibility of a true god? You were the one who told me that a true god controls the law, sings the song of the law, and allows the world to operate normally. Now, the water song has lost its master, and the world's operation is malfunctioning, but our world is still falling. It has only been 8,000 years since the last long night. 8,000 years is a long time for humans, but for this world that has existed for millions of years, it is almost a blink of an eye. You have lived longer than me, so tell me, how many years has it been since the last long night? Because the law is incomplete, the world is falling faster." Old Tortoise raised his head, and looked at the dark night sky where the stars were hidden, for a long time. Just when Danny thought that Old Tortoise was going to pretend to be dead, he said bitterly, "You're right. I've lived for 50,000 years, but the last long night was the first time I encountered the calamity of a falling world. I will teach you." Old Tortoise sang a song to Danny with a voice like a cow's, and imprinted 108 types of runes on her belt's third soul, the Lon River. That's right, her belt's third soul became a ring-shaped Lon River. Well, it was like cutting out the Lon River from a flat map, and then circling the map. Old Tortoise did not show himself in front of anyone. He dived into the deep sea before dawn and swam all the way to Meereen. After learning the Lone River magic, Danny was once again troubled by the lack of time to cultivate. She really wanted to throw everything away and return to the Five-Dragon Cave in the mountains in the south, where she could concentrate on training for 100 years. 100 years later, she was confident that she would be able to kill gods and subdue demons. Unfortunately, let alone 100 years, she didn't even have a day of free time. In the wee hours of the morning, she called for the Unsullied to transport the steel ingots to the blacksmith shop. The 800 sets of molds were already prepared. Danny and the Black Dragon Spirit entered blacksmith mode and used 3 days to melt 60 ingots of steel into molten iron and poured it into the sand mold. Then, the blacksmith master forged the chest armor into an exquisite armor. Yes, 800 molds represented 800 tile soldiers. The Sphinx was filled with too much ordinary steel, and Danny's dream of a 5,000-watt steel man could not be realized. Among the 800 tile soldiers, there were 500 Unsullied, 250 centaurs, and the remaining 50 were the holy knights of the Mother of Dragons. The Unsullied had no family and no inheritance. Danny had raised them for their entire lives, and they were loyal to the Dragon Queen for their entire lives. The 500 sets of tile armor would forever be the standard armor of the Queen's guards. The 250 centaurs came from Danny's cars, the most elite roaring warriors, and Kalishi's absolute confidants. This batch of armor would also be the inheritance armor of the elite roaring warriors of Kalasa, and would not belong to a single person or family. Only the last 50 sets of armor, about 15 sets, would be rewarded by Danny to her subordinates who had made outstanding contributions. For example, the commander of the Red Dragon Flags Guards John Bolton, the commander of the Liberty Wings Cavalry Scarback Simon, Count Shattered Shackles, Cleon. The other 35 sets would be given to the holy knights who had military strength but no contributions. Yes, it had to be a holy knight who believed in the 7 gods and had a noble character. Out of the 800 sets of armor, only 15 sets would be leaked out and become the heirloom of the nobles of Slave Bay. Danny hoped that her descendants would be able to firmly control the 750 sets of armor. The tile armor was almost indestructible, so the tile armor was much thinner than normal armor, and its weight was at least half, with an average of 25 kilograms. Including the weapons, it was about 35 kilograms. Forging 800 sets of armor used 14 tons, and there were still 1 or 2 tons of tile armor left. A total of 17 tons, but Old Tortoise only transported 15 tons, and the rest was transported back by Megalosaurus many times by air from Danny. Danny planned to take out another ton of tile armor to forge 400 mixed swords that weighed 2.5 kilograms each. The knights wore normal armor and were equipped with tile armor. Their defense might be a little weak, but their attack was not lower than the tile armor. There were still more than 500 kilograms of tile armor left, and Danny considered making a set of armor for Little Green that could protect its neck and chest. Previously, only Little White and Big Black had dragon armor, but Little Green had now become a magic dragon, and had absorbed part of the divinity in Godohi, so its weight was increasing day by day. After staying in Astapor for a few days, the 800 sets of armor and 1,200 tile swords were not yet forged. Danny left Big Black to continue working with the blacksmith, and she rode Little Green back to Myrene. Well, the 3 cities of Slave Bay had a Megalosaurus, Big Black in Myrene, Little White in Yuankai, Little Green in Astapor, Little Gold and Little Red followed Danny, and they followed wherever Danny went. There were also 18 pterosaurs scattered in the 3 cities to assist the Megalosaurus in patrolling the airspace. Danny only stopped in Myrene for a while, and then went all the way to the town of Megalosaurus 150 kilometers east of Myrene. It was the town that John Bolton had been ordered by the Dragon Queen to recruit shepherds to build. It was on the side of the White Dragon River, about 30 kilometers away from the intersection of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River. The Turtle Prime Minister had been waiting there for a long time. Danny's plan was also very simple, to build a dam in a narrow channel of the White Dragon River. In the past, such a project could not be completed without 100,000 laborers working hard for 3 to 5 years. But it was different now. Danny had the Turtle Prime Minister. John Bolton had originally led the guards to farm at the intersection of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River, and casually built another small town, Queenstown. In the Dragon Queen's plan, Queenstown would block the Jade Sea Mercenary Alliance from the Raza River during the Battle of Myrene. After the Battle of Myrene, Queenstown would not be demolished, and it would be the political center of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River. The 3 cities of Slave Bay covered more than 200,000 square kilometers, which was bigger than 2 Korea put together, but the population was only 1.7 million, with the addition of hundreds of thousands of shepherds. The fertile land of the Black Dragon River and the White Dragon River had not been developed at all, and Queenstown was specially prepared to develop that land. 3 days ago, after receiving the Dragon Queen's order, John Bolton led 8,000 guards and left Queenstown, arriving at the narrow channel almost at the same time as Danny. The channel passed through a canyon, and the narrowest part was only 40 meters wide. The Turtle Prime Minister's body was 45 meters long and 30 meters wide, and it floated on the river like a floating island. "I want to build a dam here, and finish it in a week," Danny said to John Bolton. "Your Majesty, we only have 8,000 men, I'm afraid we can't do it." Big Face said bitterly. "If you can't do it, why did I ask you to come here?" Danny smiled faintly, and whistled at the river. Rumble. A huge black shadow suddenly rose from the Green River, and then, water splashed everywhere, revealing a long and ferocious bone spur as thick as a pillar. After that, an island covered in thick seaweed and shells floated to the surface of the water. Moo! The Turtle Prime Minister's nose spurted out 2 thick white water pillars, and its sound was like a bawl, like the whistle of a train. "What is this monster?" John Bolton's eyes almost popped out. 7 gods above, what a huge sea monster. "Turtle, that's not a sea monster, it's a turtle." "Holy Mother, it looks like the legendary old man of the river," the surrounding guards of the Mother of Dragons also exclaimed, and some of the Loinar soldiers even told the truth. "Turtle Prime Minister, this is Sir John Bolton, who is in charge of building the dam." Danny shouted at Old Turtle, and then said to Big Face, who was dumbfounded, "The giant turtle of the river is the old man of the river Lon, and now he's my Turtle Prime Minister. From today onwards, until the end of the Battle of Myrene, you and the guards have to keep this a secret, and don't tell the shepherds nearby." "I understand." John looked at Old Turtle with awe, and his attitude towards the Dragon Queen was even more reverent. The legendary Old Man of the River was already a legend, and now, this legend was the Queen's Prime Minister. What did it mean? Danny opened up a blueprint on the military table and pointed at an arch bridge. Prime Minister Turtle, if you put your body horizontally, the river will be blocked. You can use his body as the foundation, pile up boulders and sandbags, and build a dam to block the river in the shortest time possible. But this project is huge, and without a reasonable excuse, anyone with half a brain will be suspicious. Therefore, we announce to the public that we will be building a bridge across the river here. Your Majesty, you want to flood the alliance. Herman Tauha exclaimed from the side. You guessed it. Danny nodded with a smile. John Bolton drew a finger between the dam and Meereen, and hesitated. Should we get closer? At least within 10 kilometers, the effect will be best. This place is at least 200 kilometers away from Meereen, and no matter how much water is stored, there won't be much left when it reaches Meereen. Danny lifted her chin and nodded at the bearded Herman, saying, when Herman saw the dam, he immediately guessed that I wanted to flood the army. There are so many generals in the alliance, and not all of them are stupid. If the pterosaurs saw the dam in the river, would they not be able to guess my goal? But if the distance is too far, the effect won't be very good, Herman said awkwardly. In fact, other than the romance of the Three Kingdoms, the Yellow River and Huai River's levees in real wars were usually not to kill the enemy, but to restrict the enemy's mobility and disrupt the enemy's established strategy. Those who were really washed away by the flood, perhaps the generals in the future read the Three Kingdoms and would send people to survey the terrain, and would choose to station their troops on high ground. Without Old Turtle, Danny could only soak the enemy's camp in the water if she dug the Meereen Dam, preventing the enemy's elephant soldiers and cavalry from rushing up, but it was almost impossible to drown 100,000 alliance troops. Unless, as Bolton said, they built a dam 10 kilometers away from the enemy's camp to store water. But the enemy had pterosaur knights, and even a blind person would be able to detect the abnormality in the river, right? Don't worry, we have Prime Minister Turtle, and he knows the water-repelling spell, Danny said to the two knights with a smile. Back then, when the Loina people used water magic to flood the city of Valeglia, it was not a flood out of thin air, but the water of the flood came from the Lon River. After arranging the matter of the God Turtle Dam, Danny returned to Astapor once again. Herman was back. Chapter 625. Old Guy didn't suffer from the plague this time. He was thinner and his eyes were brighter. There was almost no change from when he left. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. This time, I found a total of 6 pterosaur lairs and drew them all on the map. As he spoke, Old Guy took out a roll of craft paper map, spread it on the table, and pushed it in front of Danny. She flipped through it. Old Guy left for more than 20 days and flew tens of thousands of kilometers. The area marked on the map was about 200,000 square kilometers. Other than the complicated flight routes, most of it was blank. Fortunately, Old Guy was born in a great noble family and had received the highest education. He was also proficient in the art of war and knew how to draw maps. If it were Danny's slave-born dragon knights, they probably wouldn't even know the directions. There were a total of 9 swamps marked with a red cross on the map. Old Guy went to Sosrose twice. The first time, he found 3 dragon lairs visited by Jenny. This time, he found 6 swamps with adult dragons. Danny found that the distance between the dragon lairs was very far. The 2 nearest ones were more than 80 kilometers. Pterosaurs had a big appetite. Pterosaurs consumed a lot of food every day and needed a wide range of hunting. The rainforest was the place with the most natural resources. Danny looked away from the map and asked, are there any dangerous places or places that need special attention? Old Guy thought for a moment and shook his head. I've been following the method you taught me. Everything goes according to the feelings of the Silver Prince, Old Guy's shadow dragon. I'll follow him wherever he flies. When I want to rest at night, it's also where he chooses to land. In the rainforest for more than half a month, I didn't take off the gauze outside the armor. I'm no longer afraid of mosquito bites, and I didn't go into the river once. Fortunately, the rainforest is rainy. Sometimes, there are several rainstorms a day. According to you, I didn't get sick when I took a shower at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Danny pointed on the map and asked, "How many dragons are there?" From the sky, looking from afar with binoculars, there are at least 20 swamp dragons more than 30 meters long and 10 shadow dragons more than 20 meters long. There are also 2 swamps. The pterosaurs in the dragon lairs have green and white stripes on their bodies. They are only a dozen meters long, but their wings are wide and strong. They should be able to carry people. In my opinion, the striped dragons were better when it came to speed and throwing wildfire bombs from the air. Swamp dragons were big, but their movements were slow and they ate a lot. The rations of 10 normal swamp dragons were almost equivalent to raising 1,500 high-grade warhorses, good horses used by regular knights. If 100 swamp dragons were raised over a long period of time, as the night approaches, I'm afraid even the wealthy slave bay will feel strained. King's Landing had a population of 500,000, but only 3,000 golden robes remained. This meant that the Iron Throne could only afford 3,000 regular soldiers. The Golden Robe's duties included the police, the city guards, the palace guards, and helping the king and the princes to oppress the good, which was often not enough. Take Winterfell as an example. At his peak, Stark could conscript at least 30,000 soldiers, but Winterfell only had a garrison of 200 soldiers. I'd only brought tens of guards to the King's Landing. As a result, Winterfell was defenseless, giving the assassins the opportunity to assassinate Bran. Bran lived in the heart of the castle, for heaven's sake. The land area of the Night Watchman's New and Old Land was equivalent to 1.5 Korea, but it couldn't support a mere 1,000 Night Watchmen. They had to rely on the support of the Seven Kingdoms nobles. Even if it was the Dragon Queen with all kinds of cheats, weren't her Dragonmother guards stationed in the fields? Besides the Immaculate Ones, even the centaurs had to graze to support themselves. In this era of low productivity, the king couldn't maintain a regular army of more than 10,000 people. A small country with a small population couldn't afford to raise 100 big-bellied swamp dragons. "How much does the striped pterosaur eat?" Danny asked. "About 1/10 to 1/5 of the swamp dragons," All-Chan said. If the pterosaurs could learn magic, their food intake would be reduced by 70%, Danny sighed. The striped pterosaur ate less and carried less weight. It was enough to throw 50 kilograms of wildfire bombs, but wildfire bombs were scarce. Most of the time, they had to throw kerosene bombs. Of course, the more kerosene bombs the better. Danny hoped that there would be a pterosaur that ate less than a horse, flew faster than a megalosaurus, and carried more weight than an old swamp dragon. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. Well, she didn't know if Sheep Egg's blood magic could create a new pterosaur. "What are your plans now? Stay in Slaver's Bay, or return to the Westeros?" Danny asked. All-Chan had promised to help her finish the Battle of Meereen, but now he had made a great contribution and could leave. All-Chan understood that the Dragon Queen meant well. She took the initiative to give him a way out, but now he knew that with the help of the Little Devil, Aegon was doing very well. He even created the True Dragon Alliance. It didn't seem like he was missing. "I'll stay in Meereen and help you command the knights. I'll go back after the Alliance army is defeated," he said. Danny nodded and said, "In that case, I'll give you a few days off. Aegon is getting married, I really can't leave. As his adoptive father, you can't be absent. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, His Highness is getting married. If Prince Rhaegar is still here." All-Chan touched his sparse hair and sighed. He couldn't help but think of his silver prince. Danny was very active. The night All-Chan returned, she left a Stapo under the cover of the night. The next morning, she entered the foreign continent, flew over large rivers and plains, and finally saw the rainforest known as the Green Hell. It was only 800 kilometers from New Gith to Sosro's continent. After flying 400 to 500 kilometers to the south, they would officially enter the rainforest. To be more direct, Astapo was only 4,000 kilometers away from the swamp where the first dragon nest was. 4,000 kilometers wasn't close. The reason All-Chan was gone for so long was because he was flying aimlessly. His range of activity was actually only a few 100,000 square kilometers, more than half of Sichuan province. If you went to New York and carefully looked at every scenic spot in New York, half a month wouldn't be enough. But if you only crossed New York, Even if you rode a bicycle, it would only take an hour or two. After entering Sosro's continent, Danny immediately rushed into a world of rain and fog. Not only was there a hot and humid mist in the air, but there was also an active magic factor that shrouded her soul like a thick fog. How should she put it? It was like a law controller of World A entering World B, whose laws were completely different. The magic factor in Sosro's was different from that of Urso's and Westeros. The further south she flew, the greater the difference. Danny really wanted to know, if she kept flying south, where could she fly to? In the morning, the sky was bright, and Danny seemed to be drowned in a green tsunami. She had never felt that green could be so thick, so clean, so fresh. In her vision, there were all kinds of green in all directions: the olive green of the towering trees, the tea green of the bushes, the pea green of unknown flowers, the spring green of the branches, the dark green of the moss on the ground, the dark green of the swamp water, the fluorescent green of the aquatic plants. The quiet green forest was so quiet, and the cries of the red-haired apes and macaws could be heard clearly. The picturesque forest was so noisy, and the cries of animals and birds rose and fell one after another. It was like a jungle concert. Danny thought of Simba, the opening song of the Lion King Simba. The composer of the song must have been to the rainforest. The air here was also very fresh, with a thick fragrance of trees. Danny felt that her lungs had never been so happy. The megalosaurus flew over the rainforest, and the animals in the forest below screamed in fear and ran away. It was like the police in the police station raiding a village mahjong house in the middle of the night. Because of this, Danny also saw the creatures in the rainforest. Lions, monkey, forest pythons more than 10 meters long, hippos the size of trucks, crocodiles. Not to mention these normal beasts, there were too many ferocious beasts that did not exist on Earth. For example, the striped spider the size of a sow could even trap a lion with its spider silk. Also, the snake lizard the size of a cow, the head of a rooster, the torso of a pangolin, the 8 legs of a centipede. Danny had seen a snake lizard the size of a hunting dog in the small beast arena at the Quills Pier. She had thought that one day, she would let this creature see her burning soul of Huaxia. After experiencing the grayscale disease and blood plague, she shrank back. In the face of the magical beast virus, the drooling soul of Huaxia had a dry mouth. ****. Danny was in a curious, carefree, and proud mood, driving away the ferocious beasts in the forest like sheep. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air from afar. It was frighteningly fast, like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Shit! How can there be such a thing? Danny looked sideways and cursed out loud. Dahe, who had been with her as a dragon spirit, didn't need to turn its head. Its wings suddenly sped up and dodged the coconut tree that was shot like a crossbow arrow. Yes, it was like an ordinary person throwing a javelin. 100 meters away, a chimpanzee nearly 30 meters in size uprooted a 10-meter-high coconut tree. Its roots were entangled with a lump of black soil that was rustling with sand and sand. It was as simple as an ordinary person pulling a pinch of spring onion from the garden. Roar, roar, roar. After the sneak attack failed, the chimpanzee stood upright. Its 2 fists as big as locomotives beat its broad chest like a drum, and its mouth let out a roar that broke through the sky. It's too messy. Even King Kong came out. Danny reminded Dahe to pull up the altitude. Looking at the chimpanzee roaring in the rainforest below, she was shocked and felt ridiculous. King Kong was very tall, nearly 30 meters, but the ancient giant trees in the rainforest were taller and more luxuriant. They were completely enough to cover the chimpanzee, so that Danny didn't notice its sneaky behavior before. Dahe flew around the chimpanzee twice at an altitude of 300 meters. Then the Dragon Queen entered the 5th-level dragon spirit and launched a soul-destroying attack. Tut, awoo! King Kong, who had been jumping and beating its chest angrily, rolled its eyes and howled. It fell back heavily to the ground, crushing a few sky-gazing trees and fainting. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you're also a useless spearhead. Danny smiled proudly, but didn't order Dahe to go closer. After removing the 5th-level dragon spirit, the Green Prophet's second soul split a thought and instantly fell between the chimpanzee's eyebrows below. Roar, roar! The chimpanzee, who had fainted, rolled over and jumped up 40 to 50 meters high. It stretched its arms and wanted to grab Dahei's leg as if it was snatching a rebound, but it was still more than 200 meters away from Dahei. That guy was pretending to be dead. But then again, the Green Prophet's thought was like a bullet, penetrating the cracked and mottled soul wall. Previously, the 5th-level dragon spirit was like a giant hammer hitting the city wall. It didn't smash the city wall, but it still made the city wall full of cracks. Chapter 626. Ivildor, I knew you were pretending to be dead, great mighty sky dragon. Following the crack in King Kong's soul wall, the Green Prophet's thoughts entered like a fish. A green star fell into the space of consciousness and turned into the image of Dragon Queen's radiant Night King in silver armor, blue robe, and golden cape. If she didn't shout that stupid line. Roar! King Kong responded with a deafening roar. Its fists were like a locomotive, and in an instant, it smashed the Dragon Queen who was halfway through her chant. King Kong didn't seem to be an ordinary creature. Its soul was extremely condensed. Not only could it withstand the attack of the 5 dragon spirits, it could also resist the invading consciousness in the form of a giant gorilla. The Dragon Queen did explode. She exploded into a cloud of mist and quickly turned into a megalosaurus in the form of Little White's dragon spirit. She suddenly rushed into King Kong's open mouth. Ivildor, take my attack. In front of King Kong's door, the soul destruction strike was launched again. The dark green soul space of the gorilla trembled slightly. The gorilla's soul was illusory, and the surface of its body rippled like water. Waves of dizziness appeared in the gorilla's eyes. It was really dizzy. Swoosh! The valiant Night King appeared again. This time, she had a blazing long sword in her hand. The silver-white flesh wings closed as the sword hilt. The white dragon opened its mouth into a sword guard, and the dragon's mouth spat out a 50-meter-long flaming sword. This was Little White. She and Little White didn't end the dragon spirit, but Little White turned into a sword and she held it in her hand. This is the real great mighty sky dragon. The Night Queen slashed gently, and the 50-meter-long flaming sword cut off the dizzy King Kong's head like a hot knife cutting through butter. The real soul was torn apart. The gorilla let out a tragic howl. Its hut-sized head was howling, and so was its headless torso. It had nothing to do with the mouth. The howl came from the soul. The Night Queen waved the white dragon sword in her right hand a few times. The flaming sword blade suddenly disappeared, and the white dragon sword hilt was replaced by a black dragon. In just a moment, the Dragon Queen changed mode from Little White to Big Black. It was still the sword hilt with its wings folded and its tail curled. However, the blade of the sword was not made of flames, but Dahei's extended neck. The Night Queen gently swung her hand, and the black dragon sword's blade elongated. The tip of the blade was Blackie's head, as if Blackie's neck had extended infinitely. The ferocious dragon head with its mouth wide open swelled up like a balloon. At the same time, a series of mysterious runes flickering with golden red light formed between the dragon's jaws. Roar! In the end, the dragon head at the tip of the sword flew to the side of the gorilla's head and swallowed it in one gulp. Crack, crack, crack. Like the gears of a machine, the runes in the dragon's mouth quickly rearranged themselves and sealed the gorilla's head into a golden ball of runes. Woo woo woo! Without its head, King Kong's spiritual body cried out even more miserably, and an illusory head gradually appeared on its neck. Hualala! Like the shaking of a chain, the black dragon sword's blade rapidly shrunk, shrinking from several hundred meters to a normal 1-meter-long sword. Dragon Queen waved her hand, and the black dragon sword disappeared. She looked at the gorilla leisurely and said, "Now, you are my summoned beast. Remove your soul defense and let me heal you." Roar! Roar! King Kong's illusory head roared unyieldingly at her, raised its fists high, and hammered down again. "You're courting death." Dragon Queen sneered. Without seeing her move, King Kong, who was pouncing over, suddenly fell down. It held its head and howled at the top of its lungs, as if it was in extreme pain. Dragon Queen only sneered again and again, watching it cry out in pain. After an unknown amount of time, King Kong's eyes no longer had a trace of arrogance in them, but were full of pleading and fear. Dragon Queen then stopped her divine ability. This was only a thought from Danny. In the real world, she was not idle. She rode Blackie around the forest, gathering thousands of beasts together. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flame was like a blanket, covering the creatures below. The flames burned in this primitive rainforest that had been undisturbed for thousands of years. Thousands of beasts wailed and died in the fire. She poured spiritual essence into King Kong's sea of consciousness, quickly healing the wounds on its soul. A general success was built on thousands of bones. For this pet, Danny's hands were stained with blood. A long time ago, Danny snatched a sea monster horn from a family of Valeglia descendants in Reese's family. The sea monster was long dead, and the horn had lost its effect. But the runes in the horn itself were extremely valuable. The magic to control sea monsters came from the Great Wizard, and Danny could master it easily. But all this time, she had never met a sea monster, and could not use the dragon-slaying technique. Today, she met King Kong in the rainforest, and planned to leave after defeating it. Although it had ambushed Blackie, Danny was willing to let it go because of her inexplicable feelings for King Kong in her previous life. But it actually knew how to play dead. What did this mean? It meant that it was highly intelligent. Originally, the Dragon Queen did not like this big fool who did not know magic, but it kept showing off its talent to her, as if to say, "Look at how great I am, it's a pity not to take you as a follower." The Dragon Queen had no choice but to accept its submission. Even so, she was just trying her best, because she was not sure if the seal to control sea monsters would work on King Kong. The result was very gratifying. King Kong's soul was kept in the pool of faith, and with a gentle pinch, King Kong's body was in a worse state than wearing the hoop spell. Sigh, with this body, it's an absolute killing machine on the battlefield, but across the sea. Danny looked at King Kong, who was obediently squatting in the forest, and sighed helplessly. She waved her hand and said, "Go." Roar roar. Seeing that Danny was really going to leave it behind, King Kong stood up and howled. "What's wrong?" Danny did not understand. King Kong waved at her, and then skipped in a direction. There was a muffled rumbling sound from the rainforest, as if there was an earthquake. Danny hesitated. She came to Shorosh with a mission this time, so she had to go and come back early. She did not have time to explore the rainforest. But King Kong seemed to be very enthusiastic. Seeing that Dahe did not follow, it stopped and waved its hand while howling. Danny decided to go and have a look. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste." Roar roar. King Kong responded. It used both hands and legs, and its speed was really faster. They ran for about 2 hours in the southeast direction, which was 70 or 80 kilometers. Dahe and Danny were bored in the sky, but King Kong was panting and squatting beside a stream in the valley. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me good treasures, you'll be miserable." Danny threatened it fiercely. Roar. King Kong's voice was a little more hesitant. Another half an hour later, King Kong followed the river into a deep valley. Danny flew in the air and saw where it was going first. She was surprised to see a person, a savage. This was a gourd-shaped valley. The valley entrance was narrow and slender, so King Kong could not walk in. It could only climb the mountain walls on both sides of the narrow rocky path. But the belly of the gourd was very big. Hundreds of families lived in it, and there was a bleak wheat field. Danny had known that there were savages on the Shorosh continent for a long time. It was not a secret. When the Guji's empire built a colonial city on the coast of the Shorosh Sea, they arrested a group of savages, but the Guji's people thought that they were too stupid to be slaves. As the coastal cities built by Guji's and Valeglia soon disappeared, the residents of the Ursos continent never saw the striped people again. Well, the skin of the Shorosh people was naturally striped with brown and white. Their nose was also broad and flat, like a pig's nose. Danny saw it with her own eyes. The records in the ancient books were right. They had broad bones, strong muscles, long arms, slant foreheads, and a huge square chin that would make Urlu feel ashamed. Without the pig's nose, they looked more like a gorilla. "Seems like a subhuman," Danny muttered. The huts of the striped people were made of mud and straw. They were low and shabby, even worse than the huts in the countryside. When she saw the cured meat drying in front of the hut, Danny's pupils contracted, and her heart raced. It was a human corpse. The stomach was cut open, the organs were taken out, and the body was smoked to dry. It was like the cured meat, chicken, duck, and fish that people in the Celestial Empire used to celebrate the new year. The head was still there, and the scalp was stuck to the skull. The eye sockets were dark, and the mouth that was as dry as old tree bark was open. The striped people were cannibals. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The unkempt, black-haired striped people also saw the megalosaurus in the sky. Hundreds of savages raised their spears and bone knives and shouted at the sky. Danny could feel that the striped savages were not hostile. Maybe they thought that the megalosaurus was a lone pterosaur, just like King Kong. Roar, roar! At this time, King Kong finally climbed through the entrance of the gourd valley. Its left hand was hanging on the stone wall, and its body was hanging in the air. It opened its head and roared at the valley, and used its empty right hand to beat its chest. It seemed to be provoking someone. It was definitely not a savage. Savages were not qualified. Whoa, whoa, whoa! However, when the barbarians saw King Kong, their reaction was very intense. Hundreds of male barbarians wrapped around their crotches with animal skins were holding stone knives, bone spears, bows, and other weapons. They formed a loose formation and approached King Kong with loud voices. Roar, roar! King Kong's response was simple. It took a big step and rushed into the midst of the savages, like a child stepping on ants. Squeak, squeak! She did not know if it could protect the flower, but the savages were indeed crushed into mud. It was a bloody pulp of flesh. It was like an ordinary person walking on the road stepped on a pile of bird poop. Fuck. Danny's face turned green. Fuck, I followed you for hundreds of miles, and this is what you want me to see. Just as Danny was angry and was about to teach the black bastard a lesson, something strange happened. There was a huge cave at the bottom of the gourd valley, 40 to 50 meters high. At first glance, it looked like a gap between the mountains behind the valley. Outside the cave, the savages piled up stones to build a 3-meter-high stone wall. Strangely, the stone wall had no entrance. At this time, thousands of white bats suddenly flew out of the huge cave. They were the size of rice cookers, and flowed out of the cave like a flood. Like a dark cloud, they covered King Kong, who was chasing after the savages. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bats made a shrill sound that sounded like an illusion. She could hear it, but it felt like an illusion. Danny felt dizzy even though she was far away. Raw King Kong gave up on the wailing striped men and rushed toward the white bats with a roar. Bam, bam, bam. In the swarm of bats, King Kong's huge palms waved wildly. That scene was like having 1,000 blood-sucking mosquitoes on your thigh, and you slapped them. Blood and flesh splattered, and King Kong's black fur was dyed dark red. Are those vampire bats? Danny realized. Chapter 627. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The white bats covered the sky like dark clouds. King Kong waved its arms and started a massacre, but there were too many bats. Soon, they landed on its body and covered the surface of its fur. Danny felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw the dense number of bats. The white bats' milky white bellies began to bulge visibly, swelling into dark red balls. They were sucking King Kong's blood and were fast. King Kong went crazy, scratching its body and smashing the white bats' bellies. Blood splattered everywhere. This was a war of attrition. The bats exchanged numbers for King Kong's blood. The bats were endless, covering most of the sky in the valley. King Kong was made of flesh and blood after all. The situation was worse than Danny had guessed. Not only could the white bats suck blood, they could also inject poison into King Kong's body to numb its muscles. Oh, King Kong asked the Dragon Queen for help. If you can't find something good in the cave later, you're dead meat. After cursing, Danny entered the level 5 dragon spirit and activated the soul-destroying strike. Squeak Blackie's body stiffened for a moment. The level 5 dragon spirit was removed and its soul returned to its body. It returned to normal. Bats rained down in the valley below. They fell to the ground like hailstones. What surprised Danny was that only a small portion of the bats died. Most of the bats only swayed as if they were drunk and were still struggling on the ground. These are not ordinary vampire bats. Blackie swooped down and spewed dragon flames. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flames turned from a water column into a fan with a wide range of damage. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The bats that landed by the river exploded like beans in the dragon flame. Spiritual bestowment. Danny was shocked. The bats here were indeed different. Compared to the thousands of beasts that were burned to death earlier, their spiritual density was richer. Moreover, the spiritual rain that fell into the sea of consciousness was mixed with extremely thin divinity. It was as thin as the willow catkins that fluttered in the wind on both sides of the river in spring, but it was indeed divinity. There's an evil god in the cave. Dragon Queen's eyes were shining. A simple sentence explained the reason and determined the other party's nature. Evil god. Ivildor, come out and accept your death. Seeing that there was profit to be made, Dragon Queen was full of enthusiasm. First, she used her level 4 dragon spirit to attack the bat on the ground 3 times in a row. Then, she commanded King Kong to rush into the cave. Well, she didn't burn any more bats. The bats landed all over the place. They landed on the savages' huts, in the courtyards, in the wheat fields, on the river. Unless a wildfire burned down the entire valley, it wouldn't be able to burn down the bats that had landed everywhere. However, Danny did not want to destroy the home of the savages. Although the surviving savages were baring their teeth at her and Dahe and waving their weapons, they were eager to fight. Thump, thump, thump. King Kong, whose body was covered in blood and flesh, ran with big strides. It didn't even need Danny's urging. Its original goal seemed to be the cave. Don't kill it. No matter what it is, bring it out. Danny hurriedly ordered King Kong. Raw King Kong was really smart. When it heard that, it paused at the entrance of the cave. It nodded in the direction of the Megalosaurus before going in. There was no fierce fighting in the cave, no screams of pain, and no colorful magic glow. After about 3 minutes, King Kong walked out with a yellow rock the size of a millstone in its left hand and a bat the size of a bus in its right hand. Compared to King Kong's huge palm, it was like holding an eraser in its left hand and an old hen in its right hand. The big bat's skin was also milky white, but there were bright streaks of blood on its surface. 7 levels of hell, what kind of monster is this? If it was just a bat demon, Danny wouldn't be surprised if it was bigger in size. However, the bat's drooping head was obviously a human. The vampire bats from before had heads that looked like dogs, but the bat in King Kong's hand, its head was like a clamshell, and there was half a person inside, half of the body was hidden in the shell. In the head of the clamshell, there was a woman with wet skin. Her body was grayish-white, and there was a network of blood veins covering the surface of her skin. Her torso was curvaceous, which made her look like an old woman who had lived for 10,000 years. Seeing the bat demon, the striped people couldn't stay calm. Some women and children knelt on the ground and cried, while some brave men and women rushed to King Kong. Raw King Kong wouldn't be polite to them. It lifted its huge foot and stomped on them, leaving huge wet footprints. Blood and minced meat stuck to the brown ground. The warriors were all dead, and the remaining cowards collapsed on the ground and cried. For the striped people in the gourd cave, this was a terrible catastrophe. Even their own god was caught, and it was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. Raw King Kong puffed out its chest and looked around proudly. Hiss Blackie glanced at it in disdain and landed on the stone wall outside the cave. Danny stood on the dragon's back and waved to the chimpanzee. She said, King Kong, bring the bat demon here. Wheeze. Looking at the little person more than 10 meters away, King Kong's breathing became a little rapid, and a fierce light flashed in its golden brown eyes. It was eager to fight. Blackie had sharp senses, and a bright red light immediately rose from its bloody lake-like vertical pupils. The demigod's soul power manifested, and a string of sparks rushed out of its mouth. It flew more than 10 meters away and scorched King Kong's thick eyebrows. Idiot, come here. Blackie's voice was low and evil. He didn't even need to be possessed by Mother Dragon. He had already entered Smeg mode. King Kong's body, which was as thick as a city wall, actually trembled twice. He then lowered his eyes and walked to Blackie. He squatted down and held the thing in his hands at the same level as the Dragon Queen's line of sight. After learning the magic runes in the Kraken horn, Danny knew that the monster horn had a major flaw in controlling monsters. It had to be intimidating. The two sides were not real partners. If the sea monster could kill its master, destroy the horn, and take back the divided soul, it could regain its freedom. Therefore, the master must always be vigilant against the monster's counterattack. This kind of skill was a bit useless for her. Well, the animal companions of the shapeshifters would also counterattack their masters. For example, the six-form man, Valamir, lost in the battle with Aunt May and his soul was severely damaged. The shadow lynx saw the opportunity and immediately bit his throat. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Danny began to observe King Kong's spoils. A yellow stone the size of a millstone. It was not a stone, but a gold nugget. It was very likely that there was a gold mine in the cave. "Do you think I need this?" Danny pointed at the gold nugget and asked. King Kong nodded with a puzzled look. It seemed that it was surprised that she was not happy about the gold. Danny waved her hand and let it throw away the gold nugget. She then looked at the bat demon. "Human? Demon?" she asked in Valeglia, the common language, the ancient language, and the half-baked barbarian language. The old woman in the soft clamshell did not respond. However, her withered eyes moved, revealing a pair of compound eyes that were as bright as the stars. The compound eyes were densely packed and shone with a demonic light. It was not scary, but it was like 10,000 earthworms twisting into a ball in front of you. You would not be afraid, but you would feel a chill down your spine and goosebumps. Danny swallowed her saliva and was considering if she should just barbecue it over a fire. She spoke. Her voice was old but pleasant, like the most beautiful music. Danny did not understand, but she knew what she was talking about. Original language. Danny's violet eyes trembled a few times, like a drop of ink dripping into a clear pool. The ink spread out and the violet was replaced by ink. Then, a little bit of ink appeared on the surface of the eyeball and separated. It was as if clouds of ink were floating out of Danny's eyes. Her eyes regained the clear violet color again. Caw, caw, caw. The ink gathered together and turned into a huge crow. The crow flew around Danny twice and finally landed on her shoulder. It said, "Your Majesty, are you looking for me?" This was the crow that Danny brought back from the Green Prophet shelter. The crow that gave the child of the forest a second life was named Fujin and Fog, P.S., by Danny. When Danny first set foot on the West Eros, the three-eyed crow split a thought and entered the body of the child of the forest crow. Through the crow, it performed the whisper of the Green Prophet on her from thousands of miles away. The crow entered Danny's sea of consciousness through her eyes without her noticing. In fact, Danny felt it, but she had only mastered the Grand Wizard meditation for 10 days and did not know much about supernatural powers. She was confused and did not know what was going on. The Green Prophet could send the crow into her sea of consciousness and hide it. After Danny got the crow, she could also open the door to thieves and bring Fujin and Fog into her sea of consciousness. As the second life of the child of the forest, the crow was a physical entity formed by the soul and magic power. It could also transform into a soul state that contained magic power, which was a spiritual body. Just like how Danny hatched the dragon and used flames to create a body of flesh for the megalosaurus. The body of the newborn dragon was also formed by the power of flames and the soul. However, the megalosaurus could not freely change between physical and spiritual bodies like the crow. If the crow died, its soul would dissipate and solidify into a body of flesh and blood. Didn't the unlucky guy who died in Danny's hands get stewed by the night watchers? Because of her own experience, Danny had long guessed that Blinden's big crow could transform into a spiritual body. However, she thought that it was an exclusive skill of the three-eyed crow until she left the West Eros with Fujin and Fog. When they left the homeland of the child of the forest, the two big crows were like deflated balloons, and the magic power in their bodies quickly disappeared. Danny thought that they were going to die and was very anxious. However, Fujin told her that they would not die, but they could no longer transform into spiritual bodies. As for the magic power that they lost, it originally belonged to the three-eyed crow. Now that they had left the old god's domain, the magic power returned to its original owner. Then, Danny had an idea. Could the crows accept her magic power? At that time, she had 2 types of meditation that corresponded to 2 types of magic power, the Green Prophet magic power and the Fire Wizard magic power. The results of the experiment made Danny very happy. Although the crows rejected the fire magic power, they could accept her green prophet magic power. Danny was also very disappointed. Blinden could release magic through the crows, but most of her green prophet skills were passive. Passive soul toughness, passive soul indestructibility, however, she still had hope. Through the green prophet magic power, the crows could adapt to her mental power. In the future, they could adapt to her fire magic power bit by bit. After all, magic power equals mental power plus natural elements. Danny pointed at the bat spirit and said to the big crow, "Ah Fu, this demon speaks the original language. Help me translate it."